At your birthday party, you know your childhood friend who grew up with you won't be coming. You also know that she has gone to celebrate the birthday of the person who just appeared in her life. Yet, you didn't call her to ask why she didn't come, because you know that someone you couldn't wait for in the daylight would never come on a rainy day. At this moment, you are standing at the hotel entrance, looking at the crowds of people passing by in the future, waiting for the next second for her to appear from a corner and say to you, "I'm late, happy birthday." But even heaven seems to be urging you not to wait any longer. A light drizzling rain begins to fall in the night sky. The hope in your eyes is completely extinguished by this sudden downpour. How could someone you couldn't wait for on a sunny day possibly arrive on a rainy one? The person you were waiting for so bitterly is Aiko, your childhood sweetheart who grew up with you, inseparable since you were small. The girl who played house with you as a child and said she wanted to marry you. The companion who has been by your side since kindergarten, an indispensable part of your life's journey. In the past, you felt that Aiko was the greatest gift heaven ever bestowed upon you. So, from a very young age, you learned how to cherish her. You would save the last of your candies for her. You would bravely stand up when classmates isolated Aiko, holding her hand tightly to face things together. There are truly too many memories between you two to recount, even if you talked until this rain stopped. A year before the big exams, you confessed your feelings to Aiko. Her response feels like it was only yesterday. "Silly, how can you be so distracted at a time like this? I still want to go to the same university as you." The girl's tone revealed care. She neither refused nor accepted. It sounded like a promise made for the future. You wanted the two of you to go through elementary, middle, and high school together, and, naturally, to attend the same university as well. Things were far from as simple as imagined. Once in university, Aiko was no longer the little girl who asked you for candy, nor did she need your protection anymore. A person named Ren appeared by her side. Both being art majors, they shared common interests and felt like soulmates. Perhaps childhood sweethearts really can't defeat someone who just appeared. Once, you went to pick up Aiko on a rainy day, but you ran into Ren first. Ren actually had the audacity to declare his territory to you. You saw through his scheme. It was nothing more than trying to provoke you into losing your temper so he could twist the truth to Aiko and play the victim, making her doubt you. You brought up just a tiny fraction of your past memories and left Ren speechless. Even so, you still lost. Ren told Aiko that you had threatened him, and that if she didn't leave you, she would face retaliation. The highest form of lying is telling a truth out of context. Every sentence you had indeed said, but without the context of the situation, it was easy to create a misunderstanding. Little did you know that the words Ren used to provoke you were even more detestable, so detestable that you wanted to knock his teeth out. But facing your childhood friend's lack of trust, you couldn't keep your cool, because love is irrational and uncontrollable. For the first time ever, you had a conflict, and that conversation ended on a bitter note. You felt as if someone had stabbed your heart. Sure enough, the people who can hurt you the most are those you love. Childhood sweethearts can never win against someone who just appeared. You understood at this moment that this saying is a lie. How could a childhood friend who has been by your side for so many years not win against someone who just showed up out of the blue? The one who truly lets the childhood friend lose is the girl you loved in your heart, the one you grew up with. After some time had passed, this conflict was like a stone thrown into a lake. Although it caused ripples, it eventually calmed down. At least, that's what you thought. You both greeted each other as usual, tacitly acting as if that unhappy conversation had never happened. As if you had returned to how things were before the conflict. You wanted to confess again, and this birthday party was the perfect opportunity. The same birthday for both of you. Ren's birthday party is also today. You didn't think you would lose until this very night. From elementary school on, you had always received a birthday gift and a happy birthday wish from Aiko. But reality told you in the cruelest way. Tonight, that girl you grew up with wouldn't be coming. The bouquet of roses prepared in the private room would not reach its mistress. "Is she coming?" Haruto asked, patting you on the shoulder from behind. "She isn't, and she won't be coming. I'll go cut the cake right away," you said, exhaling deeply and pretending to be relaxed. "I'll cut you a big piece." "Why isn't Aiko coming to Kaito's birthday?" You returned to the private room. Most of the people who came tonight were close friends like Haruto or old classmates. Many asked, "Why isn't Goddess Aiko here? She's not even attending her boyfriend's birthday party?" "She has things to do. Let's eat the cake first. You didn't know how to answer the inquiries of your old classmates, especially since the word boyfriend shattered your persistence. It turns out that being jealous without an official status is a total joke. The disappointment and exhaustion surging from the depths of your soul drowned you. Yet with so many people present, you could only force a smile. The old classmates noticed something was wrong with you. You were usually sunny and cheerful, giving people a warm, breeze-like feeling. Now, you were like a puppet without a soul. After distributing the cake, you stared at the beautiful rose bouquet for a long time, gently touching the bright red petals. You wouldn't throw these roses in the trash. Even if you had to put a period to so many years of love, you had to choose a proper way. You took apart the bouquet that belonged to Aiko and gave the roses to the old classmates who came to the party, under the name of returning a favor to friends. Just like the status between you and Aiko, whether you were childhood sweethearts or just childhood playmates, there was no strength left to pursue the answer. The roses that were meant to exchange for an I do instead exchanged for a thank you. It is heartbreaking. You finished the meal and the cake, and the heavy rain outside still had not stopped. Many old classmates wanted to go home. You called taxis for them, seeing them off one by one. The last to leave was Haruto. The car arrived and he opened the door. "I have something to ask you. Ride in the same car as me?" Haruto got into the back seat. You didn't answer, simply helping him close the door. As the party ended and people dispersed, you sat lonely on the steps at the entrance. Only the packaging of the rose bouquet remained in the room, nothing else. You didn't send another message to Aiko, nor did you call to ask why she didn't come. You were exhausted. After sitting on the steps for a long time, you turned and walked into the heavy rain. Everything that had been burning for many years. You walked for a very, very long time before you found your way home. You mechanically tidied up and hid in dreamland. Tonight, you didn't dream of Aiko as you usually did. That long road had already left you drained. Kaito, you slowly opened your eyes, returning to the sorrowful reality. The huge sense of contrast made you daze for a moment. Your mother usually doesn't enter the room to wake you up on weekends. Her coming meant something was up. Aiko came to see you early this morning. How long are you going to sleep? Hurry up and get up. Hearing the name Aiko from your mother's mouth, your feeling wasn't as happy as it used to be. Like flowers fading with the wind, there was only disappointment and a sigh. Seeing her son lagging behind, your mother, Miki, felt that you were falling short of expectations and immediately ordered you to hurry up. After you finished washing up in the bathroom and came out, there was an elegant and dignified figure in the room. Wearing a white dress, she was beautiful to the extreme. This was Aiko, the childhood friend you had loved for many years. She was looking at the photo on the bedside table. In it, both of you were wearing school uniforms and standing close together taking a photo. The person involved is confused, but the bystander sees clearly. She looked closely and realized that when the photo was taken, you weren't looking at the camera, but at her. The gentleness contained in your gaze could be clearly felt even through the photo and the frame. A large, distinct jointed hand intruded into her view and took the photo. You placed the photo face down on your computer desk, unwilling to let Aiko see how you used to love her. After a while, a cold, melodious voice came from behind. "Sorry, I was delayed by something last night and couldn't make it to your birthday party. Here is a birthday gift." Aiko approached and placed a beautifully packaged box next to the mouse. You could reach it easily, but looking at this gift, you wondered if the roses from last night had already lost their vibrancy and withered. Open it and see if you like it. Facing her urging, you didn't move. A birthday gift only has meaning if it's received on the birthday. Take it back. Hearing these words, Aiko's eyes dimmed. "You are right to be angry with me. I can compensate you. Is there anything you want?" No need for compensation either. Eye to eye, you looked directly into Aiko's beautiful, clear eyes. There was no longer any heart fluttering or evasion. Although the lingering resonance of the downpour remained in your heart, one must always move forward. You weren't lying, and you weren't angry, you were just disappointed. Aiko also looked into your eyes, which were deep and calm, showing no signs of anger. She just felt like something was missing. "Actually, I had prepared a gift for you last night too, but since you didn't come, it expired. Neither of us gave away our gifts. You don't owe me, and I don't owe you. I don't have the habit of taking back gifts." Aiko lowered her eyes, feeling an inexplicable and intense discomfort in her heart. She had received her first rejection from you, and it would not be the last. Suit yourself. You stopped speaking and didn't open the gift, letting it sit on the table. The room fell into silence. Aiko said, On Thursday, you said you wanted me to accompany you out for a walk today. The weather looks good. The sound of typing stopped. That perfect plan surfaced in your mind. In your vision, you would have confessed successfully at your birthday party last night, and today you would have started your first date as boyfriend and girlfriend. A new dessert shop opened in the north of the city with great reviews. Aiko likes desserts. In the afternoon, you would go to an art exhibition. As an art student, Aiko would certainly be very interested. Being a bit naive, you even imagined the two of you holding hands, walking through the corridors of the art exhibition, and you would tell Aiko, "You are my Mona Lisa." But the plan ended before it could even begin. Last night, neither the rose bouquet nor you waited for Aiko. There was only a pouring rainy night. You continued typing on the keyboard. I originally wanted to take you to a very good dessert shop, but the birthday party spent all my money. Now I have nothing. Let's do it another day. It's okay, I have money. You remained silent. This was not a matter of money at all. The person who loved you had already been abandoned by you, left behind in that rainy night. Aiko, in what capacity do you want me to buy you dessert? As a friend? That would be too cruel to me. Kaito, you child, why didn't you tell Mom if you were out of money? I've already transferred it to you. Take Aiko out to play. Don't stay at home all day, go out more. Miki said in a tone that suggested she wanted you gone. Mom, I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Go eat outside. The food outside isn't as good as what you make. Stop with the sweet talk. You aren't allowed to come back until afternoon. Take good care of Aiko. You were kicked out of the house. The sky cleared after the rain, and the air was very fresh and refreshing. Yet these things constantly reminded someone of that rainy night when you couldn't wait for anyone. Aren't you hungry? Let's go have breakfast first, Aiko suggested. The two of you walked on the street, washed clean by the rain, and familiarly turned into an old but clean noodle shop. The landlady, who was over 70, was very happy to see the two of you. You two children, it's been a long time since you came to Grandma's shop. I'll have a bowl of spinach and egg noodles. What do you want? Aiko asked, didn't you say your favorite was their minced meat and mushroom noodles? You said softly, you get tired of eating the same thing, you're right. Please give me a bowl of beef noodles. Okay, wait a moment. The grandmother of the noodle shop was extra attentive to you. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of noodles were brought up. The amount of egg and beef was so much that it was clearly a loss-making business. Aiko's phone, which was on the table, lit up, and a message appeared on the screen, breaking the serenity of this sunny morning. You saw the contact's name. Aiko looked at it and replied. Obviously, they were talking about something, and it wasn't something that could be finished in a few words. You wasted the steaming, delicious noodles, and you also wasted the person sitting beside you. Perhaps Aiko was already accustomed to your company. Just as the landlady sighed. 10 years ago, the little boy and girl came together. 10 years later, they are still the same, in the prime of their lives. To use an inappropriate analogy, you are a vivid fable full of wisdom. Aiko has been reading it for many years, and the wisdom within is clear to her heart. And Ren is a comic book full of joy, filled with a sense of novelty. Every page turned brings new happiness. But when you pick up one book, you have to put down another. When Aiko finishes reading the comic, she will feel that the fable is better after all. But unfortunately, the book of the fable has already been taken by someone else. For those who are blessed but don't know it, heaven will make her lose it. At this moment, Aiko cannot imagine that a woman who is not inferior to her and who knows how to cherish people around her will appear to take her place. By that time, she will understand how important you are to her. They say the flowers in Luoyang are like brocade, but I missed the spring when I arrived. But for Aiko it is, when you loved me, I didn't cherish it. When I miss you, you have departed. After finishing breakfast, Aiko wanted to pay the bill. You refused. Finally, the landlady stepped in to smooth things over. Oh, it's just $10 or $20. Why would I haggle over that with you two? Come often. Seeing you two reminds me of my own brat who went far away to study. Leaving the noodle shop, the two of you walked side by side on the familiar street, bustling with activity. You were very quiet. Usually, you'd have endless things to talk about with Aiko, but now you had lost the desire to confide. You didn't ask what she had just chatted about with Ren, and you didn't want to communicate. People eventually get tired. This inexplicable silence made Aiko very uncomfortable. Passing by a flower shop, she stopped at the door, her brow slightly furrowed. Did the stationery bookstore go out of business? You stopped as well, looking at this newly opened flower shop, with memories hidden in your eyes. This shop used to be a stationery bookstore. You and Aiko used to come here often to buy pencils and erasers. If her eraser fell to the ground and was lost, you would share half of your eraser with her. The little boy, even at such a young age, had already learned how to comfort others. The little girl also took the boy's other half of the eraser, put them together, and clumsily drew 2 stick figures holding hands on them. That scene you still remember to this day. A month ago, the stationery bookstore closed down. The old grandfather was getting on in years and his children were abroad, so he rented it out to the current flower shop owner. People change, let alone a shop. The last sentence you said very, very quietly. The person beside you didn't hear clearly, so that's how it is. Why do you know so clearly? I asked the owner. You didn't tell Aiko that you had bought a very beautiful bouquet of roses here. At that time, you were just planning to confess at your birthday party. By chance, you discovered the bookstore had closed and the new flower shop had opened. You first had the emotion of, things remain, but people have changed. And then you decided to order the bouquet for the confession here. You even thought it was destiny. Looking at it from another angle, the beautiful memories in the old stationery shop turned into beautiful flowers in bloom. Using the roses from this shop to confess was perfect. That night, Aso went to someone else's birthday party, so these roses, cultivated with memories, did not reach their best destination. You didn't linger and started walking forward again. The closure of the stationery shop seemed to affect Aiko's mood. She spoke very little along the way. She still didn't know that she had missed a bouquet of roses, missed your confession, and missed too much. There was more than one piece of bad news. The dessert shop you mentioned had a wooden sign hanging on it, closed for the day. Several customers were complaining outside the shop. It seems the desserts here are indeed very good. A look of disappointment flashed across Aiko's beautiful face. Perhaps no one would believe that the noble and cold her would be so fond of desserts. Haruto, do you have classes tomorrow? But you can come by yourself. I've already told you the location. You gazed at the closed shop door for a long time and said softly. Up to this point, you had fulfilled your final promise to Aiko. On Thursday, you had indeed made plans to go shopping with Aiko today, saying there was a new dessert shop and asking if you should go try it together. But Aiko failed to keep the promise she made to you. The two of you returned along the same path, but the meaning was different, like the difference between 0 to 99 and 99 to 0. Along the way, your gaze did not linger on Aiko as it used to. You looked at the shops on both sides of the street and found that the old shops in your memory were either renovated or closed down and sold off. Few remained. It turned out that everything was changing silently. By the time you suddenly realized it, there was no turning back. Things are like this, and people are too. Aiko's house was diagonally opposite yours. I'm home. You stopped and said to Aiko. Aiko was slightly stunned, then nodded. Before, you wouldn't have used such a formal farewell. You would have said, see you later, or see you tomorrow, not, I'm home. She watched you walk away, and then took out her key to open the door. That figure just disappeared from her sight. For some reason, Aiko had an urge to chase after you, but the two had just parted ways. What would be the point of chasing after you? After standing still for a moment, she also turned and left, her brow full of sorrow. That love she had taken for granted was slowly drifting away. Subconsciously, she felt uneasy. By the time she knew how to cherish it, it was already too late. After returning home, you sat at the computer desk. The exhaustion in your heart made you, this workaholic, unable to lift a finger. Tired, just need to sleep, you muttered to yourself. You threw yourself onto the bed like a poor, lonely beast, licking your wounds alone. It's okay. A sharp animal won't step into the same trap twice, and there will be a day when the wounds heal. Aiko also returned home. Sora, seeing her daughter return so early, was quite surprised. Didn't K2 invite you out for a stroll? Why are you back so soon? Aiko gave a vague response to her mother's words and headed upstairs. Aiko's father, drinking tea on the sofa, put down his cup and exchanged a look with his wife. Married for many years, they had great mutual understanding. They vaguely knew that their daughter had a conflict with you. Kaito's parents, Kenji and Sora, did not originally want to interfere, but now they felt they had to find an opportunity to ask properly. Guiding young people with emotional experience is also part of a parent's responsibility. Aiko returned to her room, took out her photo album, and searched carefully until she finally found the photo you kept on your bedside table. In those youthful days, you, wearing your school uniform, were not yet the handsome and suave college student you are now. You carried a certain raw, youthful shyness. However, the gaze you cast toward the person beside you contained sincere feelings. You couldn't help but steal a glance at your crush. and the person taking the photo pressed the shutter, creating the perfect piece of evidence. The melodious ringtone of a voice call sounded, and Aiko felt a sense of anticipation rise in her heart. The caller was a female classmate she was close with at school, and her anticipation turned into disappointment. The classmate suggested going to see an art exhibition with her in the afternoon. Aiko agreed, thinking it might help change her mood. Little did she know, this exhibition would be one she would never forget. It was afternoon by the time you woke up. Feeling groggy and disoriented, Haruto asked you to go play basketball. You didn't want to go. I'm already at your door, he said, followed immediately by the sound of a doorbell ringing repeatedly. You were truly speechless. Opening the door, you saw your good friend in his jersey. Hurry up and change. Helplessly, you were dragged out by Haruto. You want beauties, not a brother like me? I'm a student of the teacher's college. Just give me the word, and I'll find you the contact information of plenty of girls, Haruto said, throwing an arm around your shoulder. I don't know anything. I just see that my good brother is still single, and I don't think that's right, Haruto said, playing dumb. In fact, that night, after you dropped him off in a car, he was worried about you and secretly turned back. That was when he saw his best friend standing in the pouring rain, howling like a stray, unwanted dog. Back when you and Aiko had conflicts, you would also take Haruto out for drinks, and after a few, you would let things slip, like about Ren. That's how Haruto managed to guess most of the situation. Alright, the two brothers arrived at their old spot. The court was sparsely populated with people shooting hoops and dribbling. Many were familiar faces. Haruto called out to everyone, and after a quick lottery draw for teams, 2 squads were formed. Unfair. You're on the same team as Kaido. How are we supposed to play? You drew the lots yourself, Haruto said cheekily. The game began. You moved like the wind, dribbling past opponents and attacking fiercely. Beep! The intensity rose, directly driving the competitiveness of the match. Everyone started playing for real. Haruto watched his brother, covered in sweat but seemingly tireless, and smiled. Sometimes, you just need to vent. After the game, everyone was exhausted. You paid for a dozen bottles of mineral water as a kind gesture. No one stood on ceremony. They grabbed them and started drinking. Kaido, you have something on your mind, don't you? Playing so hard and even blocking my shot, I can overlook all that. But you actually bought room temperature water? This is intolerable. You shouldn't drink ice-cold water after exercise, Kaito said slowly. You're such a warm guy. Haven't you heard the saying? Warm guys only end up in the friend zone. Haruto walked over and said meaningfully, Kota, you're right. Being too good to people means you won't be cherished. I'll go buy a bottle of ice water for you right now. At the entrance of the exhibition, Aiko first met the female classmate who had invited her. After entering the venue, she also saw Ren. He was wearing a white shirt, he looked handsome, and with the temperament of an art student, he gave off a very clean vibe. Ren walked over quickly, greeting her with a touch of infatuation flashing in his eyes. Aiko? I didn't expect you to be here too, he said, pretending it was a coincidence. Aiko's lingering melancholy had not faded. What happened? Why do you look so unhappy? Aiko shook her head and didn't speak. Ren didn't press her. Instead, he said, I've been here for a while. I saw a few paintings that I think you'd like. Since we ran into each other, why don't we walk around together? Sure. Before Aiko could speak, the girl who had invited her answered, Let's go, those paintings are over here. The girl deliberately fell a few steps behind. This left the two of them walking side by side. He started making conversation. Aiko, I really liked the birthday gift you gave me. Ren knew well how to provide emotional value. When someone gives you a gift, your praise is the best return. I'm glad you liked it, Aiko said, somewhat absent-mindedly. Ren had done his homework for this exhibition and spoke eloquently while exchanging ideas with Aiko. Aiko's slightly furrowed brows gradually smoothed out, and she became completely immersed in the world of art. The two wandered from one oil painting to another, sharing the inspiration and insights they had gained. Many people were gathered in front of a painting, which caught Aiko's attention. Ren had long known about that unusual painting over there, but he didn't want Aiko to see it, yet he couldn't find an excuse to stop her. Aiko walked closer and saw it with her own eyes. In a hall full of oil paintings, a simple sketch hung there, looking completely out of place. The painting was divided into 2 scenes. The top half showed a little boy and a little girl standing face to face in a sea of flowers swaying in the wind. The little boy had grown into an adult, but the sea of flowers remained. Yet the little girl was no longer in front of him. A simple use of negative space. was enough to move anyone's heart. The rough strokes looked like memories blurred by the passage of time. Compared to the oil paintings in the hall, this sketch was technically inferior, but it silently told a story to everyone who saw it. Regret and sadness lingered in the hearts of the viewers. Aiko watched it in silence. Ren, standing beside her, saw her expression and knew she was thinking about that fool. Coming to this exhibition was a huge mistake. After a long time, he tentatively said, "Aiko, there are still a few paintings over there we haven't seen. It's not worth giving up the whole forest for a single tree." Ren was overjoyed to hear her response, preparing to return to the rhythm of their previous conversation. But after seeing that sketch, Aiko lost interest. After glancing at 2 more oil paintings, she said she wanted to leave. Ren walked out of the exhibition with her. "Aiko, it's only 3 o'clock. Why don't we go back to the school studio and capture the inspiration we just had? Otherwise, it will slip away if we wait too long." Meanwhile, you had just woken up. Before you could even catch up on the lunch you had missed, you were dragged out by Haruto. After the intense game, your stomach was growling. "Brother will treat you to a meal." "You're treating me to a meal?" you asked, seeking confirmation. Since Haruto started dating, he hadn't had much surplus. It has to be said that dating is truly expensive. What's with that look? Isn't it normal for a brother to treat you to dinner? It was normal before college. I'm not valuing sex over friendship that much. My wallet is yours to slaughter today, okay? But stop nagging. My girlfriend just bought me a pair of shoes recently. Realizing his mistake, Haruto immediately shut his mouth. He had intended to do something good to help you relieve your stress. He didn't expect his big mouth to blurt out something about his relationship, which was basically twisting a knife in the heart of a brother whose spirit was already shattered. For a moment, he didn't know what to say to comfort you. Being a brother and drinking with you was no problem, but saying anything sappy was a bit difficult. You also fell silent. A sense of desolation flashed through your deep eyes. You took a breath. At least things are going well for you, right? You told yourself, a hollow sort of comfort. You finally decided to treat me to a meal, so I'm definitely going to slaughter you and make you spend big. Haruto saw your forced smile and said helplessly, "Slaughter away? If I don't have enough money, I'll sell a kidney." "Sorry, the gift for my girlfriend will probably have to be bought next month." Actually, you were planning to pay for the meal yourself later. Haruto suddenly blinked, staring ahead as if he had seen something unbelievable. Among the people walking side by side ahead was a cool, elegant woman in a white dress. Whether in terms of appearance or temperament, she was outstanding. Wasn't that the childhood friend your brother had been waiting for so bitterly last night? Aiko was out with another man on a weekend, and from a distance, they seemed to be hitting it off quite well. That man was Ren. Aiko was the reason for the conflict between you and your friend. He recognized it, and you must have seen it too. He turned to look at you. He discovered that there wasn't a trace of expression on your face. Your eyes were as deep as an ancient well. Aiko also recognized you in the distance. A flash of panic surged in her heart, and she subconsciously stepped a small distance away from Ren. You stopped walking, preparing to call out that name you had said 1,000 times, but in this scene, speaking it felt so difficult. Reality had caught her off guard. What happened next was something even Haruto didn't anticipate. You walked straight past Aiko without stopping, as if she were a total stranger. She looked back. You were already walking further and further away. "Aiko, wasn't that Kaito? Why didn't he say hello to you?" Ren, that manipulative man, used what seemed like an innocent comment to shift all the blame onto you. On the surface, Ren was concerned, but inside, he was overjoyed. It seemed the plan from last night had been very successful. Your relationship was on the verge of total collapse. Ren was dying to laugh. "Kaito, don't blame me for this. Perhaps this is the legendary, 'Those who are favored are fearless.'" He had seen Aiko's hesitation just a moment ago. When a person faces a choice, they often calculate the gains and losses, thinking about the consequences of their decision. Clearly, Aiko felt that if she went to your birthday party a little late, you wouldn't be angry. This is the sense of security Aiko relies on. Perhaps she isn't consciously aware of it, but it is etched into her subconscious. How cheap, Ren thought, admitting that his scheming was a bit inhumane. But flies don't bite seamless eggs. She, Aiko, just finds him very easy to talk to. To put it nicely, they have common topics. To put it bluntly, you cannot provide her with this kind of novelty. Ren feels that the whole childhood sweetheart and inseparable since childhood narrative is an outdated concept. less valuable than the waste paper thrown in the trash bin of an art studio. The reason is that when people are loved, they often don't know how to appreciate it. Love that is too proactive is not cherished. Every time he sees you thwarted, Ren feels great. Isn't defeating someone more handsome than himself worth celebrating? Moreover, the reason Ren's ex-girlfriend broke up with him can be summed up in one word: indifference. While talking, a vicious plan emerged in the mind of this manipulative man. Some tactics may be old, but they work. I'm not going to the studio, Ren. You go back to school first. The inspiration she had gained from the art exhibition was extinguished by that fleeting encounter. In Aiko's mind, only that rough sketch remained. Aiko, you don't look happy. Let me see you home. No need. You should be careful on your way. Ren was worried that being overly persistent would cause Aiko's resentment. Although he really wanted to know where she lived, he held back, playing the long game. This exhibition allows photography. I took a lot of photos. I'll send them to you tonight. This was his usual tactic, using art as an excuse to chat with Aiko. Bye. After Ren left, Aiko looked back, but the rolling crowd meant she could no longer see his figure. She returned to the familiar street and stood in front of your door, wanting to ring the bell. But thinking about the fact that you went toward the commercial district, it was impossible for you to have returned home faster than her. In other words, the empty house wouldn't have anyone to open the door for her. Here, Haruto was also silent. He didn't know what to say, even walking past the barbecue restaurant without calling to stop. Last night, Aiko didn't come to your birthday party, and you said she had something to do. What really happened? After a few seconds, you finally spoke. She went to a birthday party, but it wasn't mine. Whose was it? That Ren guy from earlier. Thinking about this, even Haruto fell silent. How you pampered Aiko was something all their old classmates had witnessed. In high school, Haruto knew there were female classmates who had crushes on his good friend, but they never dared to confess until graduation, because anyone with eyes could see that your heart belonged entirely to Aiko. Confessing would mean 100% rejection. A secret crush was better than being rejected. After entering college, their relationship changed so rapidly. Haruto recalled the words Kota said in the basketball court while drinking room temperature water. Warm guys always end up in the friend zone. He suddenly got angry. To hell with it. Normally, friends would advise peace over separation, but Haruto couldn't say that. His best friend isn't some loser, so why should he let her trample on his heart? Haruto sneered. Aiko, just wait for the regret. You abandoned a childhood friend who accompanied you for so many years to chase someone you just met. You can find many new people, but there is only one childhood sweetheart. Once the novelty of that new guy wears off, will he tolerate your flaws for the next 10 or 20 years? Thinking about this, Haruto smiled in relief. Kaito, you've loved someone for so long but couldn't get a happy ending. You must be tired, right? Don't worry, brother will find you someone you love. And who loves you too. Haruto took out his phone and clicked on his girlfriend's chat box. Babe, are there any single beautiful girls in your dormitory? Haruto, are you tired of living asking your girlfriend something like this? Accompanied by a sticker of kitchen knives. Aoi received the message from her boyfriend, expecting something sweet, but it was him asking for single girls in her dorm. Even a rabbit doesn't eat the grass around its burrow. Terrible. I was too anxious and didn't explain. I just want you to help my brother find a girlfriend. I absolutely don't have any other thoughts, I promise. Is your best friend single? Aoi didn't feel comfortable with this message. A boyfriend asking if her best friend is single? Could this be openly repairing the plank road while secretly crossing the Chenkang? Send me a photo and info of your friend first. Haruto didn't guess his girlfriend's intentions and immediately took a profile photo of you. You were already handsome. Your profile lines were sharp and perfect. Soon, Aoi sent a message. Tell your friend to come out for dinner as soon as possible. My best friend likes him. Aiko, I want to see if you can still be this leisurely and talk happily with other men when another woman takes your place. You'll surely regret it. The barbecue restaurant the two men had silently thought of was left behind, and they had almost circled around the whole area. Haruto insisted on treating you to a good meal. Seeing him spending money on his own relationship, you refused. We've already walked this far, you should just go home and eat. Haruto thought you might need some quiet time, so he didn't push. He went to a nearby convenience store, bought a few bottles of cold beer, and gave them to you to take home. Drink something to help you sleep. You waved goodbye. Everything was left unsaid. It was already 5:30 p.m., and the setting sun stretched your shadow long. You opened a can of cold beer and took a sip. You finally understood why people don't find alcohol bitter. Because there are things in life more bitter than it. In comparison, what is alcohol? Returning home, you took a shower, letting the cold water wash over your body. Coming out of the bathroom, you didn't open the fridge to satisfy your hunger. Instead, you took a cup of instant noodles from the cupboard. In a cozy and tidy room, an elegant and dignified Aiko held her phone, wanting to send you a message. "Are you back?" But the typed words were deleted. It seemed like anything she said was pale and powerless. In the past, she never had to think so much before messaging you, saying whatever came to mind. Now she was hesitating. Knock, knock, knock. Sora knocked on the door and then entered. Aiko asked her Aunt Miki. She has things to do and went to her parents. Home today. Only Kaito is at home. Why don't you have him come over for dinner? Sora said to her daughter. Her mother's words were like a timely rain for Aiko. She was in need of exactly this kind of excuse to see you. When a person needs an excuse just to see someone else, it probably means she did something wrong, or she lacks the courage. Aiko left her house. This path took less than a minute, but she had walked it for 20 years. Growing up, every time she rang your doorbell, her heart felt the anticipation of a spring bamboo shoot breaking through the soil. Only this time, it was full of panic. Aiko pressed the doorbell. The seconds of waiting felt so long. Inside, the kettle was boiling. Beep! The temperature was reached, and it automatically cut off the power. The cup of instant noodles was already opened. You poured the boiling water, soaking the noodles and seasoning. A scent wafted out. You stared at the rising white steam, lost in thought. You didn't know what you were thinking about. Perhaps mourning those high school days, or perhaps thinking about something else. The sudden sound of the doorbell shattered the illusion of memory and pulled you back to reality. Did Mom and Dad come back? Shouldn't they use their keys? You went to open the door with confusion. What came into view was a figure in a white dress, the beautiful and cold Aiko. Your heart didn't feel a hint of joy, only bitterness. How life likes to play tricks on people. That downpour that kept you from waiting for your person had extinguished your love. But now, you saw Aiko 3 times in one day. If this were in the past, you would have had wonderful dreams. Is it really as others say? The more you want something, the less you get it? When you stop looking, it appears by your side. How ironic. The evening breeze blew. Since you weren't standing far apart, you smelled the familiar light fragrance on Aiko. After you opened the door, you turned and walked back to the living room. The noodles on the table were getting soft. The two sat in the living room. One had nothing left to say, feeling exhausted. The other wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. Without Miki there to mediate, this pair of childhood sweethearts had nothing to say to each other. Where did you and Haruto go to play this afternoon? Just walked around, you replied casually. Then the living room fell into silence again. This silence was heartbreaking. When we ran into each other earlier, I wanted to say hello. Why did you walk so fast? Aiko spoke again, trying to make the atmosphere less tense. You replied nonchalantly, "Didn't you say not to give Ren any trouble?" So I stayed quiet, lest it make things inconvenient for you. For a moment, Aiko couldn't find any fault in that. It seemed correct, yet somehow very wrong. It felt like a deep thorn had been stuck into her heart. "It's not inconvenient at all," she said softly. "Are you having noodles?" you asked, looking at her. In reality, this was you asking her to leave. You knew Aiko didn't like instant noodles. If she wasn't going to eat them, there was nothing else to do, so she might as well leave. But you had loved Aiko for so long that she couldn't distinguish between your kind words and harsh ones, taking it as a normal sharing. She shook her head slightly. Instead, she took the noodles in front of you. "Eat less instant noodles. It's bad for your health. Mom asked me to tell you to come over for dinner." Hearing Aiko's words, your hand, which was reaching out to take back the noodles, paused. You were well taken care of by Sora when you were young. In your memories, Aunt Sora cared for you a lot. You picked up the keys. Yeah, lock the door. The two walked together on this path that could not be more familiar. Aiko looked at you beside her, feeling a strange sense of peace, as if all her worries had been blown away by the wind. Upon entering the house, you politely greeted Mr. Hiroshi and Mrs. Imai. The mother and daughter looked 90% alike. Mrs. Imai had the mature, intellectual aura that comes with the passage of time. "Kaito, why haven't you come to see your aunt lately? I made your favorite dishes tonight. Eat up." You looked at the table, which was full of dishes. Mr. Hiroshi quite liked it when you came over for dinner because, with you around, he could have a little drink, and his wife wouldn't say much. This time, he even set a glass for you. Come, have a couple of drinks with your uncle. Mr. Hiroshi poured the wine himself. He believed a man should drink a little, as it was beneficial for future work and social interactions. Coincidentally, you needed this glass of hard liquor. After clinking glasses, you downed it in one go. It felt like a dragon of fire extending from your throat to your stomach. Stop leading the boy astray, Mrs. Emi frowned. Kaito, don't listen to your uncle. If you don't want to drink, don't. You hear me? Mr. Hiroshi watched you down the fiery liquor without a change in expression. As someone who had been through it all, he knew you had something heavy on your mind. What on earth happened to these two children? It's all right, Mrs. Emi. I'm grown up now. Sometimes I need to drink a little. You took the initiative to excuse Mr. Hiroshi. Mrs. Emi's thoughts were diverted to another perspective. Indeed, the polite, obedient little boy who used to call her aunt was now a college student taller than she was. She felt a touch of sentimentality, as if returning to the days when she took care of the little boy and the little girl. But how had things ended up like this? Mrs. Emi turned her gaze toward Aiko. If the two were having a conflict, the one at fault was likely her own daughter. Aiko, have there been any unhappy things lately? Mrs. Emi handed you a chicken wing. Thank you, Mrs. Emi. I have nothing to be unhappy about lately. You said calmly, though your tone couldn't hide your loneliness. Although you weren't her own son, Mrs. Emi still felt a sting of pain for you. A little girl who had played with you for a long time one day met a boy who interested her more. You had struggled, and you had pleaded. When you and the boy she found more interesting clashed, and she stopped trusting you, you had lost completely. All you could do was turn around and leave, to start loving yourself again. It's been a long time since anyone drank with me. Let's have a few more tonight. Hearing this, you took the initiative to pick up the bottle, pouring for Mr. Hiroshi first, then for yourself. Mr. Hiroshi had been banned from drinking by Mrs. Emi for half a month and was eager to drink to his heart's content. Another small glass of the strong liquor went down, the heat surging in your throat again. You, however, were very clear-headed. If your worries were a piece of red-hot iron, this drink would only make it burn brighter. Drinking too much is bad for your health. Aiko's gaze made him shrink back slightly. Girls grow up and won't stay. Whether she's worried about her dad drinking too much or worried about me getting Kaito drunk remains to be seen. Mr. Hiroshi had initially wanted to get you half drunk so that everything would spill out easily, saving him the trouble of beating around the bush. But if you really got drunk and let it all out, no one present would be happy. After dinner, Mrs. Emi brought out a fruit platter. Kaito, have some fruit. You couldn't refuse such kindness. You had downed those few glasses of strong liquor quickly and hastily, and it was starting to get to your head. But leaving immediately after dinner would be very rude, so you decided to sit for another 10 minutes before going home. You picked up a piece of cantaloupe with a toothpick. The savory aftertaste of the meal and the bitterness of the alcohol were neutralized by the sweetness of the fruit. Mr. Hiroshi, reading his newspaper, ate with relish, while the TV in the living room played a currently popular drama. An ordinary evening, yet filled with warmth. The uncle was easygoing and open-minded. The aunt was gentle as water. Aiko, raised in such a family, could never lack love. People who are born without lacking love find it hard to learn to cherish it, because what others consider precious, she finds common. Happy days, day after day, taken for granted. Your father, however, due to work, was often sent to subsidiaries of the headquarters, sometimes not coming home for 14 months at a time. That is why you know how rare this kind of seemingly mundane life is. What do you want to watch? Aiko saw your blank expression and, thinking you were bored, asked softly, whatever you'd like. Let's just leave the news on for your uncle. Even though you were sitting on the same sofa, your tone was stiff and distant. When Aiko heard your words, a hint of sadness appeared on her cold, beautiful face. She felt an invisible barrier between the two of you, unseen, untouchable, yet undeniably real. Yet everything you said and did was flawless. She felt powerless, as if someone who was once inseparable from her could now only speak through glass. At the same time, a panic about completely losing something precious brewed in her heart. But it didn't matter. Tomorrow, the novelty Ren provided would temporarily overshadow many things, until it was too late to regret. After sitting for 10 minutes, you bid farewell to Mrs. Emi. Kaito, come over for dinner more often. Tell your aunt if you want to eat anything. Okay, thank you, aunt. I'm leaving now. Looking at the gentle Mrs. Emi, your heart felt conflicted. Would you be able to come over for dinner every few days like you did in high school? Probably not anymore. Aiko also stood up, looking like she wanted to see you out. It was only a 1-minute walk to the other side of the street. What was there to see off? That day of storm and rain, hadn't you walked back the 8 kilometers from the hotel to your home alone? You walked out the door, and the cool night air blew. The drunkenness from those few glasses, down so quickly and hastily, was amplified to the maximum. You had intended to tell Aiko there was no need to see you off, but in a haze, you saw scenes from the past. On a certain night in high school, you were also eating dinner at Aiko's house. After the meal, the young girl in her school uniform accompanied you for a long time through the streets and alleys lit by streetlights, seeing you off as an excuse. Several years later, while drunk, you saw that girl again, who only had eyes for you. You longed to return to the past and give her a hug that would never let go. Unfortunately, you weren't drunk enough. The cool breeze brought you a dream-like illusion, but it also woke you up. Suddenly, you understood the deeper meaning of the line. The flowers look the same year after year, but the people differ year after year. So the people differ had such a sadder explanation. This is far enough. I can go back myself. You couldn't tell who you were speaking to. Was it that young girl, or the beautiful and elegant Aiko in front of you? Having said that, you turned and left. Aiko watched your retreating figure, subconsciously calling your name, Kaito. The figure in the distance stopped under the streetlight. Just as she was about to say something, the sound of her parents chatting came from inside the house, and the words turned into, "Get some rest early." You didn't answer, walking alone past one streetlight after another. People often talk about what-ifs, but fate had already given opportunities. They just weren't seized, and as time passed, they turned into regrets. If Aiko had chosen to chase after you tonight, held your hand, and replaced "get some rest early" with other, less ordinary words added to the half-drunk you, would things have turned out differently? Perhaps those glasses of liquor and the cool night breeze that brought you the illusion were the opportunities fate gave Aiko. But opportunities are fleeting. You had already reached your home. Aiko watched that figure walking further and further away until it entered the house and disappeared from sight. The wind turned into silent loneliness, sweeping over her. Back in the living room, her father, who had been reading the paper on the sofa, was nowhere to be found, leaving only her mother. Aiko, did you have a fight with Kaito? Don't try to fool me. During dinner, Kaito didn't call your name even once. Aiko didn't know how to talk to her mother about it. Beyond the sound of the television in the living room, Mrs. Yumi sighed slightly, returning to her usual gentle self. My daughter, Mom isn't taking sides with Kaito. On the contrary, precisely because you are my own daughter, I'm saying these things to you. Kaito is a good boy. I don't want to see a rift between you two. Think about it carefully. Mrs. Emi's words made Aiko's mood even heavier. She went upstairs and hid in a bathtub filled with water. Shedding her white dress, the hot water nourished her smooth as jade skin, easing the physical fatigue. But it could not ease the fatigue in her heart. Aiko remembered what her mother said in the living room. She replayed the whole day, recalling her conversations with you, hoping to find that familiar, enthusiastic voice. But no matter how many times she recalled, she couldn't find your voice. The only thing she could remember was Ren calling her name at the art exhibition. Yet, Aiko couldn't find any joy in it. After her bath, the phone on the bed lit up. Aiko picked it up and unlocked it. It was Ren, who had sent many photos from today's art exhibition. He even picked one as a conversation starter. But Aiko felt down. After a simple reply, she wanted to end the chat. Ren, who mastered the art of retreating to advance, said, "Since you're tired, go to sleep early. We'll talk at the studio tomorrow. Good night." He displayed the green tea boys. Thoughtful and understanding sighed perfectly. Seeing the word good night, Aiko seemed to remember something. She then opened your chat thread and read the history message by message. Except for last night, you had sent her a good night every day. Rarely the same. I've set our spot at room 302 of the Nanyu Hotel. I have a surprise for you when you arrive. Do you want me to pick you up? As I scrolled with my fingertips, time seemed to flow backward, and soon I saw the chat history from last month. Aiko suddenly realized that the content of her chats with you was far less than those with Ren. She clicked on the input box, desperately wanting to send something to increase the number of messages and cover up a certain truth she was unwilling to admit. Are you asleep? The short message was like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no response. Aiko waited and waited, hoping for your reply and a good night until 11:59 p.m. You drank with your father, so sleeping early is normal. Aiko found an excuse to steady her panicked emotions. Good night. She sent a good night, just as the new day was about to begin. She, who usually fell asleep at 11 p.m., could not fall asleep for a long time, tossing and turning. Finally, she drifted into a dream in a drowsy state. Aiko had a dream. In elementary school, a new student transferred into the class. That new student was very good at drawing, and she had a great rapport with him. The new student said, "We get along so well. Why don't you leave him and be my seatmate instead?" Aiko turned her head. She found you standing at the door, watching her, without saying a word. The shrill sound of the alarm helped Aiko escape from this nightmare. At this moment, Aiko's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She didn't know if she had chosen the new student or you. Aiko picked up her phone and found that you hadn't replied to any messages. Last night, you slept very early, drifting off while still feeling the effects of the alcohol. You didn't even know your parents had come home at 10:30 p.m. The result was that early in the morning, Miki was nagging nonstop. "You're eating instant noodles again?" You couldn't even sleep peacefully. You estimated that even when you turned 30, your mother probably wouldn't let you eat instant noodles, citing reasons like how they are easy to cause internal heat. After washing up, you put on your backpack and claimed you had a class to attend, slipping away. The university campus in the early morning was bustling with people. You walked on the main road and checked your phone. You saw the good night Aiko sent last night. After looking at it for a while, you put the phone back in your pocket. Actually, you didn't have any classes this morning, nor did you need to go wait outside the art studio for someone to finish theirs. Seemingly aimless, you still had one place you could go on this vast campus. Half a year ago, because of Ren's smear campaign and Aiko's lack of trust, your heart was broken. You wanted to find a new environment to stay in, so you flipped through the club directory of the school. Unfortunately, the popular clubs were no longer recruiting. Just as your childhood sweetheart had abandoned you, no one wanted you. Through a twist of fate, you finally joined the literature club, which only had 3 members. The literature club's activity room became your safe haven. You always stayed until very late before heading back. You ensured that you wouldn't bump into Aiko on that familiar street. After making up with Aiko, you also frequently went to the literature club to sit for a while, and when the time was right, you would go pick her up after her class ended. It could be said that the literature club classroom contained the experiences of your journey from sorrow to joy. Now, you had slinked back here again. A confession plan without a heroine and a torrential night rain had made you see reality clearly. Pushing open the door of the literature club again, you felt as if a lifetime had passed. The club room was decorated very warmly, and the books were arranged in perfect order. Sitting by the window was a noble, elegant, and charming woman. The wind stirred her black hair, and she inadvertently tucked it behind her ear. Every movement was breathtaking. "Senior Sayuri, good morning." Every time you saw Sayuri, it wasn't just your awe at her beauty, but an inexplicable feeling that you were a cargo ship that had encountered a storm and steered into the safe harbor of the literature club. She was like a luxury cruise ship, but without a destination. She just happened to come to this harbor and settle down. You couldn't say why you had this feeling. Perhaps it was because you were both people wandering the ends of the earth. "Good morning." Sayuri's clear, intelligent eyes looked at you. Perhaps because you were a junior, both seniors in the club took great care of you. In any case, you felt that after joining the literature club, the seniors treated you as one of their own. The atmosphere of the club was very harmonious. You walked to your exclusive seat and discovered that there was a high-end electrostatic capacitive keyboard on the desk, which cost thousands, and next to it was a classic foreign masterpiece. "How is it?" "I gave you the keyboard, and Sayuri gave you the book. Does that mean I treat our junior even better?" As you stared blankly at the 2 items on the table, Nanami happened to walk in from the door and came quietly to your side. You hurriedly distanced yourself from this youthful, beautiful, and delicate senior. Nani's beauty was of the first love type. You were initially deceived by her beauty until you read the 2 youth literature novels she had published. You were emotionally devastated. Despite being such a youthful and lively beauty, the plots in her books kept people awake at night. "Senior Nanami, why did you give me such an expensive keyboard?" "It's a birthday gift. Wasn't your birthday the day before yesterday? Did you fill out the application form wrong? Our literature club has always had this tradition." On Friday, Senior Sayuri even bought a cake. "We waited for a day, but you never came, so we had to eat some of it and take the rest home for our roommates." "If I get fat, you're responsible," Nanami said crossly. "I'm sorry." Your tone was very sincere, especially hearing that Nanami had waited for you for so long. The feeling of waiting for someone is truly hard to bear. "All right, if you want to blame someone, blame Senior Sayuri." She originally wanted to call you, but Senior Sayuri said you usually come on Fridays, and that this kind of thing requires a sense of surprise. You hadn't expected Senior Sayuri's thoughts to be so delicate. Unfortunately, because of yourself, it all came to nothing. Don't be lazy now that you have the keyboard I gave you. Hurry up and update your novel. How long has it been since you stopped? Nanami's words caught you off guard. All 3 members of the literature club were professional writers with royalties. You were serializing a novel on a website about childhood sweethearts. Writing a novel, it's not that you fear being unconstrained or talented. It's that you fear most when the author adapts it from personal experience. Before you stopped updating, it had gone straight onto the charts. The book didn't have fiery, passionate kisses, but it was bittersweet and nostalgic, very much in line with everyone's feelings about first love during their student days. However, you were unable to write for a long time and had discontinued it indefinitely. Senior, I haven't had any inspiration lately. You haven't been called out by your readers, have you? In the comments section of your discontinued book, there was a high-ranking answer. The author was probably defeated by A, new arrival, and can't continue writing. Too much going on lately, no time. You open the packaging of the keyboard. Senior, this keyboard is great, I like it. Sayuri, sitting next to you, took in your evasive answer completely. I'll go water those green plants. After Nanami chatted with Sayuri for a few minutes, she left. After watering the plants, you returned to your seat, took your laptop out of your bag, and prepared to write. You sat straight for a long time, yet didn't write a single word, wasting the expensive keyboard. In the club room, there was only the sound of Sayuri turning the pages of her book. The curtains were blown by the wind. This was how you usually got along. With a gust of wind, the white paper on your desk was rolled up. It fell beneath the swaying hem of Sayuri's dress. She put down her book and picked it up, seeing that it featured a sketch of a dignified and elegant woman. For Aiko's sake, you even gave up the piano you loved. You took time to secretly learn drawing offline, but you really had no talent for it. Just learning the basics was already exhausting. This sketch was the limit of your ability so far. She is the heroine of your book? Sayuri's melodic voice made you silent. You remembered the girl in the school uniform you saw in a drunken haze last night. She should be the heroine of your book. Senior Sayuri, if there is a person who has accompanied you for a very long time, and then one day you meet someone who shares your interests and is full of novelty, you have common topics and get along very well, who would you choose? Is this the ending of your book? Sayuri changed to a gentler way of asking. Probably. You looked out the window, pretending not to care. I would choose the person who has accompanied me for a long time because novelty will eventually fade with time. How about you draw a picture of me like this as well? Consider it a return gift for your birthday. You smiled bitterly. Senior Sayuri, my skills aren't up to it. You should be more confident in yourself. Remembering that the seniors had waited for you for an entire day, you finally nodded. Sayuri didn't need to pose, she just needed to sit by the window and read as usual. You chose the profile angle, which was the scene you saw when you first pushed open the doors of the literature club. In the creative process, the more you pursue perfection, the more you are bound by so-called perfection. It is better to go with the flow, using your eyes to look and your heart to lead. Sayuri wasn't acting on a whim. She felt she shouldn't have asked who the woman on that paper was, as it clearly touched a sore spot for you, which is why she proposed a return gift to divert your attention from the woman in the drawing. The nightmare lingered in Aiko's mind. She desperately wanted to see you. After changing out of her pajamas and washing up, the mirror reflected a cold, beautiful woman. She had a class in the morning, so she arrived at your door early. Miki heard the doorbell and came to open the door. Aiko, have you had breakfast? Miki looked at the picturesque Aiko and sighed that being young is great. Aunt Miki, Kaito went to school half an hour ago. This news made the radiant Aiko's eyes dim significantly. Then I'll come back tonight. I have a class. I'll head off now. After saying goodbye to Miki, Aiko walked alone down the street. She remembered your retreating figure as you left last night, so lonely and desolate. At this moment, she tasted the same bitterness. There was no one to answer her call. In the past, when you painstakingly maintained this childhood sweetheart relationship, you would accompany Aimiko to school on mornings when she had class, even if it was an 8 a.m. start, just to walk side by side with her on this memory-filled street. If the weather was good, soft sunlight would spill onto the path, and she would call out the name of the person beside her. You would lift the corners of your mouth and ask, "What's wrong?" No matter how many times Aiko called you, you responded every single time, which was deeply reassuring. Now that person is no longer by her side. At this moment, in the literature club, you had spent 2 hours drawing a sketch for Sayuri. A mature, intellectual beauty sat by the window reading a book. The wind stirred her black hair and tousled the pages. The morning light filtering in from outside became the background, making her look absolutely stunning. You brought out the light and shadow techniques you weren't very proficient with, and fortunately you managed to pull it off. After Sayuri received the sketch, she looked at it quietly for a long time. Receiving a drawing made specifically for her was a very peculiar feeling. It's drawn very well. I will treasure this return gift. Senior, don't overpraise me, I know my own level. You went to the water dispenser to get a glass of water. This painting is a gift for me. Whether it's good or not, I get to decide. Perhaps in your eyes, as the artist, it isn't perfect yet. But in my eyes, it belongs only to me. It is one of a kind. That is enough. There wasn't a hint of falsehood in Sayuri's beautiful, melodic voice. You hadn't expected that someone of your drawing ability would ever be praised like this. You walked to the window. A gentle breeze brushed your face. From here, you could see university students returning to their dorms in 2s and 3s. Senior Sayuri, I'm sorry that I let you wait in vain for so long on Friday. Sayuri used her book to press down the corner of the sketch paper so the wind wouldn't carry it away, then turned her gaze toward you. She always felt that you were very preoccupied with this matter, to the point of it becoming an obsession. You had mentioned it to Nanami once, and now you were bringing it up again. You don't need to be so concerned. I am always here on Fridays reading anyway. Did you draw this for me, and then forget something else? She reminded you kindly. On Mondays in the past, you would arrive at the literature club at 8 a.m. and leave promptly at 11:30 a.m. You were so punctual that Sayuri could remember it by heart. But now it was nearly 12 p.m. and you hadn't left yet. But what else could you do? It would just be going to the art department to wait for Aiko to finish class. I didn't forget, it's just that there are some things I don't need to do anymore. I am free. A leaf drifted down from outside the window, and you reached out to catch it. The veins were clearly visible. From the moment it fell from the tree, its fate was sealed, to wither and turn into spring soil. No matter how lush and green it once was, it was all just the past. Junior, why are you still staying here today? Since that's the case, let's go to the cafeteria together. Nanami returned from class and saw the sketch being held down by the book. Not bad, huh? The junior who plays favorites will be severely punished by his seniors, you know. You are here today because you had been delayed until noon drawing for Senior Sayuri. You felt a headache coming on. Given your skill level, that sketch had consumed a lot of mental energy. It wasn't that you couldn't draw another one, but you couldn't reach the same level again. If she compared them, wouldn't it be like a dumb man eating bitter herbs, unable to explain his own suffering? The 1.8-meter tall junior was being cornered step by step by the 1.7-meter tall senior. Senior Nanami, can I draw it for you tomorrow? I don't have any inspiration at the moment. Nanami, don't make it difficult for the junior. He is probably tired. It's not too late to draw one for you tomorrow. Sayuri stepped in to break the deadlock. Yes, only Senior Sayuri is considerate of you, Nanami pouted. Sayuri, are you my best friend or his? You're always taking his side. This is what you call eating his food and being soft-mouthed, taking his gifts and being weak-handed. You also quite understood your senior Nanami. You gave a gift to someone who sent a keyboard worth thousands, but didn't give one to someone who sent a book. Anyone would feel that was unfair. You smiled helplessly, went back to the water dispenser, and filled a cup of warm water for her. Nanami was actually very good to you. She stepped down when given a way out. Senior, I have class tomorrow morning. I'll draw one for you in the afternoon. But I have to say in advance, I have no talent for drawing. I can't produce a painting worth thousands, so please be prepared for a loss. It cannot be worse than Senior Sayuri's. I'll do my best. You increasingly felt that the literature club was your safe haven. It wasn't about the price of the gifts. You could buy the keyboard worth thousands with your royalties, and a keyboard worth 100 would be enough. What was rare was that when you were waiting for someone who would never come, you suddenly looked back and found that there were people waiting for you. That feeling was like a ship drifting in the ocean finding a lighthouse. Sayuri was about to say something, but her phone screen lit up. The messages she received dampened her mood. It would be strange if a woman as mature and charming as her weren't pursued. You were unaware of any of this and promised, tomorrow for sure. After promising to appease Nanami, you planned to go home for lunch. Anyway, You didn't have classes in the afternoon and didn't need to return to school. You returned to that familiar street, and your home was right in front of you. While eating, Miki told you about Aiko coming over this morning. You just nodded. The food in your mouth didn't taste as good anymore. What an irony. After being wounded until you were covered in bruises, you had wept and despaired. Perhaps on that stormy night, mixed with your tears, you had abandoned the person you couldn't reach, yet she took the initiative to come toward you. You didn't go anywhere else but hid in your room to study. Raindrops tapped against the window, making a dense sound. You checked the time. It was already 5 p.m. Hearing the sound of the rain, you thought of that upright piano in the living room that had been neglected for a long time. You got up, went over, and lifted the lid. Your well-defined fingers lightly touched the keys. This was what you truly loved. The rustling sound of the rain outside evoked many memories. Soon, soft and melodious piano music filled the house. The two combined in a sad melody, turning the rain into tears. You played 3 songs before stopping. All your inner thoughts had been vented through the music. At school, Aiko, who had full classes all day, finally finished. Specialized courses and public classes alternated, leaving students exhausted. Just as things were finally coming to an end, the path home was blocked by heavy rain. Looking around, there was no familiar figure in the crowded teaching building. Aiko lowered her bright eyes. She didn't care how hard it was raining. What she cared about was that you hadn't come. The missed connections of the morning and evening told her a fact. You were avoiding her. On the side, Ren saw that you hadn't come and was overjoyed. Wouldn't he be able to share an umbrella with Aiko then? This rain was continuous and wouldn't stop for a while. It was truly a godsend. "Let me take you back," he gestured, raising the umbrella in his hand. Just as he was secretly pleased, the gentle and quiet Haruka nearby rarely spoke with a cold face. Someone is naturally coming to pick her up in a moment. Ren, you should be helpful to others. There are still many people in the class waiting for you. Haruka is the twin sister of your good brother, Haruto. Her gentle nature usually made it hard for her to speak coldly to others, but Ren was the exception. Anyone with eyes could see that Ren had ulterior motives toward Aiko. He was a latecomer, so what right did he have to interfere in someone else's decade-long childhood sweetheart relationship? Therefore, Haruka never had a good attitude toward Ren, the homewrecker, and always guarded against him for you. However, she couldn't stop their exchanges and drawing. A trace of anger flashed in Ren's eyes. "Is that so? I'd like to see who the person Haruka mentions is." Ren's surface manners were still quite impeccable. He knew that you were having a conflict with Aiko over the birthday party. You were unlikely to come. When the time came, he would still be able to take Aiko back. Anyway, this rain wouldn't stop for a while. Haruka said no more, took out her phone, and sent a message to her brother, Haruto, who was far away at TNI Normal University. Aiko watched Haruka take out her phone to send a message, and a flicker of expectation rose in her heart, expecting your figure to arrive with an umbrella through the rain, just like always. Haruto replied with an okay. Playing the piano on a rainy day seemed to be like a cup of strong black coffee. The more you played, the bitterer it became. The moment the melody reached its peak, the room was filled with the sound of a phone ringing. You sighed and went to answer it. "What is it? Are you free? Go send an umbrella to my sister. It won't stop for a while, and it won't be good if she catches a fever from the rain. As her big brother, I'm too far away to help. Besides, she used to call you sweeter than she called me when she was a kid." Conversations between good brothers were never long-winded. They went straight to the point. You looked out the window. It was already near evening and still raining heavily. You said to Haruka on the other end, "I'll be there soon." Haruto hung up the phone efficiently and sent a message to his sister. "Kaito is coming to pick you up now." Haruka received this message, and she no longer worried about how heavy the rain was. Her heart was very calm. Ren saw her look of assurance and muttered to himself, "Could he really be coming? That shouldn't be. If he were coming, he would have come long ago. Why wait until now?" You would indeed come, but not as Aiko's childhood friend, but as Haruka and Haruto's older brother figure. At this moment, students trapped in the teaching building were also making phone calls to roommates and friends. Those who had roommates or friends bringing umbrellas raised their heads and chests and left peacefully under the gaze of those without umbrellas. Aiko watched them leave one by one, and a sense of loneliness surged in her heart. She suddenly understood how precious it was that every time it rained, she could see someone in the crowd holding an umbrella waiting for her. The sound of the rain awakened her longing for you, far more intense than when she woke up from the nightmare in the morning. You were seen by Miki while looking for an umbrella. Going to pick up Aiko, right? The rain is quite heavy. Don't take a folding umbrella. Take 2 long-handled umbrellas. You and Haruka should each take one so you don't get your clothes wet. You didn't explain anything, took the 2 long umbrellas, and went out. More than 10 minutes later, you walked through the curtain of rain holding a black umbrella. It came into Haruka's view. With your upright posture, you looked like a majestic knight. I said someone would come to pick her up. You don't need to worry. Ren's expression looked unpleasant. You handed the long-handled black umbrella in your hand to Haruka. However, Haruka turned around and gave it to Aiko, confirming to Ren exactly what she had just said. Since that's the case, I'll be going then. Before Ren left, he didn't forget to call out Aiko's name right in front of you. Damn it. It seems the rift between you two still isn't deep enough. You didn't pay him any mind. Haruka only then realized you had only brought 2 umbrellas. 3 people, 2 umbrellas. After Haruka's clear, limpid eyes met yours, she pulled them away in a slight panic. I'll just call a classmate who's back at the dorm to bring me an umbrella. You guys go ahead. Your brother personally called and asked me to come pick you up. The umbrella is quite big. 2 people can share it. Aren't you staying on campus? This teaching building isn't that far from the women's dormitory. Your words carried a brotherly tone. When Haruka was in elementary school, she used to call you Chuyun-ni, big brother Chuyun. And in middle school too, but she hadn't called you that since she started high school. You suddenly recalled Haruto's words. A girl won't stay with her family forever. Sisters have an expiration date. Your casual words made Haruka's heart flutter. Her beautiful face became scorching, and even her delicate ears turned red. When Aiko heard your words, however, she felt the exact opposite of Haruka. Of course, she knew you had always treated Haruka like a younger sister, without any romantic feelings. But the thought of you sharing an umbrella with another woman made her feel deeply uncomfortable, as if someone were taking half of a candy coated in rainbow-colored sugar and giving it to someone else. Haruka, you take this umbrella, Aiko said. Although Haruka was reluctant, she felt it was appropriate. Who didn't know you liked Aiko? You should just share that one yourself. You firmly helped her decline. This scene was far beyond Haruka's expectations, and she wondered if she had misheard. Aiko's fair, slender hand holding the umbrella dropped helplessly. She thought you were angry, just like during the conflict last time. Let's go. Did you forget what you used to call me when you were little? Won't you let your older brother hold an umbrella for you? Haruka's face was like a peach blossom. She no longer wanted to call you brother, nor did she want to be your little sister, but it was too late for that realization. Even Haruka could clearly feel the chasm between you and Aiko. Yet the situation was simply unsolvable. Since the other black umbrella had been given to Aiko, what reason did you have to squeeze under someone else's umbrella? Sometimes you think very ordinary things are just the other person being indulgent. Only when they are no longer willing will you realize how rare those seemingly inconspicuous little things were. Haruka didn't have time to think too much, because you had already opened the umbrella and were waiting between the eaves and the rain. As long as she stepped forward, you would take her away from this torrential downpour. So, seeing Haruka's hesitation, you sighed. That little sister who was so well-behaved and sensible when she was young, who would call out Chuyun-ni the moment she saw you. She wasn't even willing to share an umbrella with you anymore. The difference was just too jarring. Come on, we can't wait for the rain to stop. She stepped out of the teaching building and under the black umbrella. Raindrops hit the top of the umbrella with a pitter-patter sound. Sharing an umbrella with someone on a rainy day is a very strange feeling. The rain isolates the people under the umbrella from the rest of the world, and because the space is limited, both parties are forced to stay close together. Haruka caught the scent of you. It was like steady pine incense, giving people a sense of great peace. She didn't dare look at the person beside her. Her heart was beating fast, and her beautiful face was burning. Her gaze fell on your hands, which were holding the umbrella with clear, distinct knuckles, hands so suited for playing the piano. Haruka hoped this rain would last a little longer, and that the person beside her would walk a little slower. Unlike the turmoil in her heart, you appeared somewhat sorrowful. The little sister from before had become gentle, graceful, and generous, yet she no longer called you Chuyun-ni. Do people really change when they grow up? Aiko is like that too. What is the meaning of growing up? That girl who used to have you entirely in her heart now had more than just you in her mind. That sister who used to call you Chuyun-ni had become so distant that she didn't speak. Both love and family affection had scattered with the wind. An umbrella can block the rain outside, but it cannot block the rain in one's heart. Aiko walked behind, holding her own umbrella alone. Even though the large umbrella was more than enough for one person, she felt like she was drifting in the wind and rain. She watched you and Haruka walk through the storm, together ahead, looking like two people leaning tightly on each other. Aiko finally understood where the sense of security you once gave her came from. An observer can always see things very clearly. The tall, upright figure blocked the direction the wind was blowing from, so the rain couldn't drift into the umbrella. The umbrella in your hand wasn't balanced. Instead, it was tilted toward Haruka. The tilted umbrella was the embodiment of love. But you didn't love Haruka. All these details were habits you had cultivated over the years while holding an umbrella for Aiko. They were the traces left in this world by that lost love. In the past, when it was a light or moderate rain, you wouldn't bring an extra umbrella so that you could stroll through the rain with the girl you loved. You were so careful, terrified, that Aiko would get even slightly wet. Whichever side the wind blew from, you stood on that side, and you tried your best to make more room under the umbrella. You gave the girl in the school uniform beside you true shelter from the wind and rain. Now the girl beside you is no longer the same person, but these things have become habits. You still tilted the umbrella toward the person next to you. What is the most regrettable thing in life? Loving someone you cannot have, or a relationship that starts but doesn't end? Perhaps neither is the answer. The most regrettable thing is having someone who is wonderful and who has loved you for a very long time. Aiko's heart felt empty at this moment, as if a huge chunk had been stolen. A thought even sprouted in her mind to throw away her umbrella and take Haruka's place. The school gate and the women's dormitory were not in the same direction. At the second intersection, you and Haruka turned left, but Aiko had to continue straight ahead. On rainy days, the dormitory supervisor allowed boyfriends to walk their girlfriends to the dormitory building, but they had to stop at the entrance. You followed the flow of people as a matter of course. On the way, many girls stared at you. Today you were wearing a Stan collar shirt, matched with that exceptionally handsome face. It immediately attracted the gaze of many beauties. Everyone loves beauty. Haruka had never felt the distance between the teaching building and the dormitory was so short. In a flash, they arrived. She left from under the umbrella and walked into the dormitory building. She could no longer smell that reassuring scent on you. She cherished every second spent sharing an umbrella with you. Now that it was time to say goodbye, in Haruka's eyes, this was a date in the rain. All right, my mission is accomplished. Could you call me Chiyuni like you used to? I haven't heard it since you started high school, you said, feigning a relaxed tone. Your vanity wasn't the reason. You just wanted to use Haruka to prove that some feelings don't change even when people grow up. Aiko had already given her answer. The gentle and quiet Haruka was like a blooming jasmine flower, and one could still faintly find traces of the little sister from back then. When she heard your request, seeing the busy dormitory building, you didn't force it. I'm kidding, hurry up and go back to the dorm. I'm leaving. You turned and walked away. Haruka watched you disappear into the rain. Chuya-ni. Coming out of the women's dormitory and walking along the campus main road toward the school gate, you discovered a light figure in the hazy mist of rain. A dreamlike, beautiful figure standing alone with an umbrella. What are you doing standing here? Waiting to walk home with you? Aiko's soft voice came through the rain, sounding a bit quieter. You didn't comment and silently continued walking forward. On this rainy day with an umbrella, you didn't need anyone to wait for you. If this sentence had appeared the night before last, it would have been a completely different scene. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Aiko walked on your left side. Two umbrellas, but they couldn't get close. They always remained a certain distance apart. You didn't speak. The sound of the rain stood between the two of you. Aiko's slightly furrowed brow never smoothed out. Can we go to that dessert shop you mentioned again tomorrow? I have classes in the morning and things to do in the afternoon. Besides, I already told you where it is. You weren't lying. You really did have a full schedule in the morning. It was meant to be a return gift for that keyboard worth thousands. Whether or not one has time is a very subjective question. People always prioritize important things. If it were the old you would have accompanied her on this trip no matter what. But what would have been gained by doing so? You put Aiko in first place. But did Aiko put you in first place? Probably not. Otherwise, you wouldn't have failed to wait for her on that rainy night. The topic that had been hard to pick up ended just like that. Aiko wanted to say something but held back. She really wanted to talk to you about something, even if it was just about how heavy the rain was. Because of the message sent last night, you hadn't replied. The way of communicating from one end of the world to the other via the internet had already failed for you two. Chatting is a two-person affair. All that remained was the most primitive and effective form of communication, face-to-face. If even meeting in person led to silence, wouldn't that be the same as being strangers? You once had endless things to say. Now, there is only silent stillness. Aiko only now realized the estrangement that had emerged between the two of you without anyone noticing. It was just that you had been trying hard to mend things. Once you stopped, the cracks were fully exposed. Even the topic she initiated was a dessert shop you had recommended. One person cannot simultaneously intervene in two people's lives. Since Aicheko spent her free time chatting with Ren about painting, she could never understand your life. For example, the fact that you joined the literature club. She didn't know. You wrote a novel about the two of you. You paid to learn drawing on weekends when you couldn't meet her. That bouquet of roses that was unwrapped at the birthday party. She knew none of it. Thinking back to those youthful days, that girl in the school uniform knew everything. What books you liked, whether you were happy today, and why you were unhappy. Since you are busy, I'll go tomorrow when Aiko didn't want to fall into silence and continued to speak, following the topic that should have already ended. No need to bother. Besides, my tastes have changed recently. I don't like sweets anymore. Bother. This polite formality was the first time you had ever used it with her. She felt that although you were right beside her, you were as far away as the ends of the earth. Her heart stung. During the conversation, the two of you returned to a street that could not have been more familiar. Keep the umbrella. No need to return it to my house after the rain stops. You started walking towards your home. The two identical umbrellas on the street went their separate ways. Soon, only one remained, appearing all the more desolate. Aiko watched the direction you departed in. She felt abandoned, and an infinite sense of sorrow welled up in her heart. In reality, it was not so. She was the one who had abandoned you in that pitch-black rainy night first. Perhaps you didn't give the umbrella to Aiku, but to the girl in the school uniform from the past. Let's stop here. Haruka returned to the dormitory. Most of the beauties had been soaked to some extent, but she was the exception. Someone saw Kaido personally send her back, and the flames of gossip burned brightly. Isn't that handsome guy chasing Aiko? Why did he personally send you back today? Could it be that Aiko chose Ren, and since he lost, he turned to pursuing you instead? Her roommate's words caused Haruka's joyful mood to plummet to the bottom. The other three girls wouldn't let it go. They were determined to get to the bottom of it. Once this was said, the girls vaguely felt something was wrong, but they couldn't put their finger on it. Haruka, do you think Aiko chose Ren or your brother? I personally think your brother is much more handsome than Ren. However, Aiko seems to have more to talk about with Ren. Haruka had no interest in discussing this topic and only said one sentence. If she doesn't choose my brother, it's her loss. The three girls looked at each other. It was the first time they had heard Haruka speak with such unquestionable conviction. In reality, only those who had seen how that little boy held that little girl in the palm of his hand back then could understand how objective this evaluation was. Haruka was well protected by you. Her chiffon-colored dress was almost dry like a blooming jasmine flower. The roommates who had been soaked were all taking showers and changing clothes. But her mind was not on this. Haruka opened her phone. What happened between Kaito-ni and Aiko? When Haruto saw this message, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. The story between them, long if told at length, short if told briefly. Simply put, Kaito-ni had been hurt to the core. Haruka saw her brother's reply and didn't recover for a long time. She couldn't believe it was true. Before she could even ask for more details, Haruto's next message arrived. Remember the birthday party that day? All us old classmates were saying we didn't see Aiko. The reason Kaito-ni gave was that she had an urgent matter she couldn't walk away from. Later, he told me that Aiko's so-called urgent matter that night was to attend someone else's birthday party. The next day, I saw him and Aiko walking side by side on the street, chatting away. Kaito-ni didn't say a word. He just brushed past her like a stranger. At the time, I always felt he should have said something or kept her there. I only realized after returning to the dorm and lying in bed that this was the most correct approach. You can't keep someone who wants to leave, and you can't chase away someone who wants to stay. If Kaito had truly questioned Aiko on the street, he would have been the one looking pathetic in the end. The Kaito of the past already died in that torrential night rain. The rain on that Saturday night was even heavier than it is now. Kaito called taxis for all of us to go back to school or home. When I turned back halfway to see him, I discovered he was walking back by himself. I watched with teary eyes as he was soaked by the rain, looking like a pathetic child no one wanted. As for comforting him, in this world, only one person could comfort him, but that person never came. Haruto sent a long string of messages, feeling much more relieved. But soon he became worried. Would his sister feel heartache for her kaitoni after reading this? 100% yes, right? He couldn't help but recall the carefree days of the past. The adorable little sister was his little pendant, following him everywhere. In those days, the internet wasn't very prevalent. When Haruto went to Kaito's house on weekends to read the latest paper-bound manga, Haruka followed too, reluctant to leave her older brother but shy, tugging at Haruto's hem and refusing to let go. Dealing with little girls was your specialty. You took the sweet, mellow chocolate balls your mother had bought for you and gave them to her as a formal greeting. The little girl hiding behind Haruto said shyly, "Thank you, Kaitoni." After a while, Haruka was no longer so much of a stranger to you, and she called you Kaitoni every time she saw you. Haruto began to feel displeased. "She's my sister! You already have another little girl as a playmate." Little sister is little sister, she's different. Different is just different. At that age, you couldn't explain why, but you just understood. One incident occurred that made Haruto unable to be jealous of you anymore. Kaito and Haruka were playing in the small park. Suddenly, a stray dog charged at her. Haruka's pretty face turned pale with fright. In her panic, she cried out, "Brother!" But when she came to her senses, it was you who had stepped forward. You pushed Haruka aside and were tackled and bitten on the arm by the stray dog. The janitor cleaning the park saw it and rushed over with a broom while yelling to drive it away. Adults passing by also helped. The stray dog was dealt with on the spot. Everyone hurriedly sent you to the hospital to treat the wounds and get vaccines. Your arm was a mess. The person who was originally sunny and cheerful became lethargic. It took several years for Miki to overcome the lingering fear of her sun going out. As cells divided and renewed, the scars on your arm gradually faded, as if they didn't exist. But if you looked closely, you could still find traces. Haruto could only sigh when he remembered this. Haruka didn't call you Kaito-ni in vain. At that critical moment, you were more dependable than her own biological brother. When she reached the age of blooming, Haruka realized her feelings for you were not mere sibling affection. After all, what girl would have shifty eyes and a racing heartbeat whenever she saw her brother? Thus, she abandoned the title of Kaito-ni, which she had used for years, hoping to change her position in your heart from little sister. This is why you said that Haruka never called you brother again after growing up. It wasn't that she had become distant. It was just too late. To you, she was still the little sister you had protected with your life back then. The position of lover had already been firmly occupied by Aiko. Haruto accidentally discovered the truth that his sister liked you. He wasn't angry like other overprotective brothers because you protected his sister so well that he felt inferior. How many times did Haruto drop hints to his good friend? The answer he got was always the same two words. Not lovers, just siblings. There was nothing he could do but feel helpless. After all, he couldn't blame his friend. It was Haruka who had started calling you Kaito-ni first. Haruto told Haruka the answer he got from you. After hearing it, she didn't argue or make a scene. She remained silent, like a flower withering. The next day, Haruto saw his sister's red eyes and knew she had been crying. Little sister, you should just give up, lest you can't even be siblings anymore. Haruka remained silent for a long time. She didn't say she would give up, but said, "I will be happy." Haruto sighed. His sister was perfect in every way, gentle, considerate, and well-educated. But this personality of hers was 10 times more stubborn than his. Once she decided on something, it was hard to change. Even though the answer was right before her eyes, she was still reluctant to let go of her love for you. She was unwilling to just be a pair of siblings. Of course she will be happy. But what about you? Since then, communication between Haruka and you became less frequent, because hiding a love as scorching as a bonfire is a very difficult thing to do. But she would still do things like today, preventing Ren from getting close to Aiko. Haruka felt heartbroken reading the long string of messages Haruto sent. She felt heartbroken for you. Especially that photo Haruto sent at the end. In the night rain, there was a figure in the distance soaked through. Even the rain couldn't wash away the sorrow on you. Haruka gently touched the screen. Tears blurred her vision. The Kaito-ni she missed day and night had actually been hurt so deeply by Aiko, she hadn't even had a chance to love him properly. Haruka didn't understand. Was Ren really that good? Good enough for Aiko to cruelly abandon the person who had accompanied her for over a decade? Actually, Aiko didn't come that night. At one moment, Haruka wondered if she had gone to attend Ren's birthday party. This thought lasted only for a second before being negated. It was too absurd. Maybe Aiko had some emergency at home? But she didn't expect such a result. Haruka suddenly understood why you gave everyone roses at the end of the party. Because Aiko didn't come. She regretted not saying a few more words to you just now, and not agreeing to your request to call you Kaito-ni. Love. Aiko had already wounded you until you were covered in bruises. You sought a shred of comfort from her, but were refused. Haruka no longer cared what her status was in your heart. She just wanted to be by your side immediately to accompany you through these difficult days. Even if only as a little sister, she wouldn't regret it. Seeing that Haruka hadn't replied for a long time, Haruto thought to himself, "This is bad. You mustn't impulsively confess your feelings or go find Aiko. It's better if we take it slow. I want to go see him now." "All right, I'll help you find an excuse." Haruto didn't say, "Didn't you just see him?" He understood the need to criticize less. His sister had waited so long, and now that the opportunity had finally arrived, she had to seize it properly. In reality, Haruka hadn't thought that much at all. She only knew that you must be feeling very terrible right now, and needed someone to be with you. And that was the truth. Otherwise, why would you have gone to the literature club so early in the morning? Haruka was already on her way when she replied to the message. You brought her back from the rain, and she went back out into the rain for your sake. Regardless of whether Haruto helped her find an excuse to meet or not, if "I like you" wasn't a valid reason, then she would go as a little sister. Anyway, Haruka had no further demands. There was no calculating scheme to take advantage of your vulnerability, no gloating that the two of you had finally broken up. She just wanted to accompany you quietly, to spend this sad time with you. There is nothing purer than this kind of love. This evening was destined to be lonely for you. Haruka didn't call you brother once. Even your parents were temporarily leaving you behind. When you arrived home, you realized your father was also off work. You greeted him. Did you go to school to pick up Aiko? You didn't say anything. If you said no, your father would surely ask more questions. It was better to say nothing. Kaito, your mother and I are going out for dinner tonight. You're on your own at home. I'll transfer some money to you. You were stunned, but soon remembered that today was your parents' wedding anniversary. Dad! Kaito-ni, hearing this, wondered if his son hadn't asked for living expenses for a long time. Did your mother give it to you, or was it your own money? Miki came out of the room. She had clearly put effort into choosing her outfit. Having aged gracefully, her temperament was even better, not losing to that of Kaori. Kaito-ni, hearing this, wondered if his son hadn't asked for living expenses for a long time. Did your mother give it to you, or was it your own money? Miki came out of the room. She had clearly put effort into choosing her outfit and had even changed into high heels. Having aged gracefully, her temperament was even better, not losing to that of Kaori. Does Mom look pretty in this outfit tonight? You felt you didn't even need dinner. The display of affection was filling enough. Was Mom really asking you? She was clearly asking your father. She was too embarrassed to ask directly, so she took a roundabout way. You immediately winked at your father. Very pretty. A satisfied smile appeared on Miki's face. Stay home tonight, and Mom will cook you something delicious tomorrow. If you feel bored being alone, you can go to Aunt Kaori's house. She won't ignore you. All right. Then you sent your parents off. As the car pulled out of the garage, you were left alone in the house. The rain outside grew lighter. You didn't want to do anything. The sky grew dark, and you didn't turn on the lights, sitting on the sofa and blending into the darkness. Your phone lit up, bringing a small amount of light into the room. Having trouble with your girlfriend? Come keep me company for a drink. What trouble? You were mentally exhausted, but you still forced yourself to give your good brother some psychological comfort. The affection your parents had shown was already making you feel a bit of pain. You really didn't want to touch the word girlfriend. I'm already at your door. Let's get drunk tonight. Ding dong. The sound of the doorbell verified the truth of the message. Haruto, fearing he wouldn't complete his sister's mission, came to pick you up in person. You stood up from the sofa and walked to the door. Upon opening it, you realized not only was Haruto there, but Haruka, whom you had just seen, was there too. The moisture from the rainy day had dampened a lock of her hair, adding a touch of delicate charm. You frowned. When you sent her back to the dormitory, you hadn't let her get wet at all. It's dark and you haven't even turned on the lights? It's pitch black. Saving electricity doesn't mean doing it like this, does it? Haruto, seeing you focus your gaze on his sister, worried you would ask why Haruka was there, spoke first. Usually, when you two drank away your sorrows, you avoided her. Bringing her along now was unreasonable. I am a loner. It doesn't matter if the lights are on or not. My parents aren't home today, so I don't need to go out. It's still drizzling outside, and I haven't even drunk those cans of beer you gave me last time. You flipped the light switch, and the pitch-black house became bright. That's better. Haruto wondered if he should take this opportunity to go buy some liquor, get his good brother drunk, and then send him to his sister's bed. You looked at the timing. A night with light rain. Everyone was home. Was a hotel bed really softer than a bed at home? Favorable conditions, favorable geography, favorable human relations. With your uncle and aunt gone and just you, all three conditions were met. He walked in and sat carelessly on the sofa, as if it were his own home. Have you eaten? Who knew Haruto would say shamelessly, I haven't, and Haruka is still hungry too. You were speechless, as if he weren't her brother. I'll make it for you. You turned and walked into the kitchen. Usually, when two grown men had something on their minds, they would just drink. But now Haruka was here too. How could you let her drink? In any case, you couldn't bear it. Why did Haruto bring Haruka along this time? Could his conflict with his girlfriend be related to Haruka? But no matter how much you racked your brain, you would never imagine that this was all just an excuse Haruka made up to see you. But then again, if Haruka hadn't come tonight, you really wouldn't have had anyone to keep you company. Your parents had left you behind to go on a date. Aiko was no longer the same Aiko. It was hard for her to appear when you needed her most. You estimated that you would have sat quietly in the dark house for hours, swallowed by loneliness. You opened the refrigerator, took a quick look, and decided on the menu for the night. Kaito ni, I'll help you. Hearing her voice, you didn't even have time to pick up the ingredients and turned your head to look. Haruka was standing right next to you. What's wrong? Haruka's second call made you realize you hadn't been hearing things. As expected, it was just because there were too many people at the dorm earlier that she felt embarrassed. Oh, she still had her brother in her heart. Nothing had changed. You felt a long-lost joy spreading in your heart. You go sit outside. Leave this to me. It's getting late. It'll be faster with one more person, Haruka said softly, taking down the apron hanging on the wall hook and putting it on. Gentle and quiet, she became even more virtuous and dignified, full of a wife-like feeling. Kaito-ni, help me tie my apron. She left you a graceful, beautiful view of her back. Kaito-ni, hurry. You helplessly helped Haruka tie her apron, your warm fingertips unintentionally grazing her soft waist through her clothes. It made Haruka's body tremble slightly, as if a faint electric current had passed through, tingling and numb. As the culprit, you didn't realize a thing and went straight to wash the rice. The kitchen wasn't small. It didn't feel crowded with two people cooking together, but rather filled with warmth. Seeing Haruka's skilled cooking, you secretly sighed that your brother really had a good sister. No wonder Haruto said last time that he didn't know how to cook. With his own sister around, he didn't have to do it himself. Based on your understanding of Haruka, she was gentle as water and understanding. She would definitely be a virtuous wife and a good mother after marriage. Kaito-ni, we're out of salt. Her soft voice interrupted your thoughts. I remember there are 2 packs in the top cabinet. You stopped what you were doing and came to Haruka's side. The salt was in the cabinet directly above her. You opened the high cabinet and took out a pack. If anyone were looking from the door, they would find this posture incredibly intimate. At this moment, Haruka only felt she was very, very close to the person she loved. Completely enveloped by your scent, her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. She only needed to step forward to kiss you. You hadn't really thought about it that much, but seeing the faint blush covering Haruka's beautiful face, you finally realized how close and intimate the two of you were. You quickly stepped back, widening the distance. Even real siblings had to keep a certain distance, let alone you. Sorry, I didn't notice for a second. Haruka took the salt from your hand. It's okay. The blush on her face took a long time to fade. In reality, let alone that you were acting unintentionally, even if you had truly pinned her against the wall in the kitchen, Haruka would have just closed her eyes, waited for your kiss to fall, and then melted into a puddle of spring water, letting you do whatever you wished. Unfortunately, the falling flowers had intentional feelings, but the flowing water had no such interest. Haruka didn't have enough courage. She was afraid that this kiss would make their relationship unknown. After Haruka became familiar with the kitchen layout, you were dispatched to watch over the pork rib and corn soup. She wanted to cook a meal for you herself. Haruto leaned quietly against the kitchen door, neither making a sound nor disturbing the two inside. This was probably the life his sister wanted, accompanying you like an ordinary family, day after day. Haruto looked at such a happy and harmonious scene and took out his phone to snap a photo. Don't say it. At first glance, the two of them looked no different from a newlywed couple. He thought about it, added the caption, men and women working together, blocked the two in the photo and their parents, and posted it to his social media. Someone was likely going to have trouble sleeping tonight. Eiko, what would you feel if you saw this post? Not long after, an old classmate asked point blank, "Are Haruka and Kaito together?" Haruto replied, "I'm just going to my best friend's house for a meal." This answer was clever. He didn't mention Haruka at all, leaving plenty of room for imagination. In the kitchen, you stared blankly at the simmering pork rib and corn soup. You had turned the medium heat down to low so it wouldn't boil over. "Kaito-ni, what are you thinking about?" The other 3 dishes were already done. Haruka came to your side. "I was wondering if the soup is flavorful enough. It's almost ready. I'll let you have the first taste." You always spoke to Haruka with an elder brother's doting affection. You washed a bowl and a spoon. Because it was too hot, you only ladled a little for Haruka to taste. "Be careful! It's hot!" Haruka saw that you weren't telling the truth. After all, the loneliness in your eyes couldn't be faked. "Kaito-ni, everything will slowly get better. Before that, I will stay by your side." Haruka left a spoonful of soup to cool slightly before tasting it. She thought it would be wonderful if things could stay this way forever, staying by this man's side every day, living life together, spending one ordinary day after another. This brief happiness gave Haruka infinite longing for the future. "Eiko, how could you so casually throw away something I would give anything to have? You will definitely regret it." Haruka changed the subject. She ladled another spoonful of fresh soup, blew on it gently, and held it to your lips. "Kaito-ni, is it tasty?" You drank the soup she offered. "It's perfectly seasoned. Drink plenty later, don't let your brother take it all." You made a joke, and after turning off the heat, you went to wash the dishes. You didn't see that Haruka didn't mind at all that you had used the spoon she had just used. The 3 dishes and 1 soup were soon set on the dining table, thanks to the efficiency of men and women working together. Haruto quickly washed his hands and started eating, not at all looking like someone having a conflict with his girlfriend. You went to the refrigerator to get the cans of beer from last time. However, Haruka ladled a bowl of hot soup for both you and Haruto. How about that? "My sister is very thoughtful, right?" Haruto said smugly. "I was just thinking in the kitchen. I wonder who will be lucky enough to marry her in the future." Haruka's hand holding the chopsticks paused, as if her deepest secret had been exposed. Haruto suspected that his friend hadn't just hurt his heart, but his brain as well. "I'm saying this beauty is excellent, and you actually say, 'She's great, but she doesn't belong to me'? If you have the guts, just ask for her. If you dare to ask, she'll throw herself at you like a butterfly. She might even warm your bed tonight. Do you really need to be here sighing over another woman?" Haruto's reasoning wasn't actually wrong. Perhaps even Miki wouldn't have guessed it. On this rainy night, a girl had exhausted every excuse to meet you, just to cook you a meal, hoping you wouldn't feel so lonely, so heartbroken, or so sad. You can't drink cold beer after having hot soup. This was Haruka's silent care. That's why she served them soup first, instead of rice. You looked at the 3 dishes and the soup on the table with some melancholy. Who was the guest here? Apart from the soup you made yourself, everything else was Haruka's work. You pushed the pork rib and corn soup toward Haruka. Girls might not always want the ribs, but they likely wouldn't refuse the corn soaked in the savory broth. Haruka saw all these small, doting gestures. "Tell me, what are you and your girlfriend fighting about this time?" Haruto took a sip of soup and said slowly, "The holidays are coming up. We originally planned to travel, but the price hikes for hotels and airfare during peak season, plus all the other expenses, are way beyond my budget. It seems we can't go anymore, so it's about money." You felt relieved for your friend. As long as it wasn't a rift in their relationship, it was fine. "Money? How much do you need?" You took out your phone, ready to transfer the funds. "Why would I want your money? I'm not dating you. I'm dating Ayumi Tanaka. If I can't afford the travel costs, she can pay for part of it, or we'll just stay local for the vacation." "Kaito, it's time to change your mindset. Giving endlessly without expecting anything in return might not get you results. It just makes you look like a pushover. Cheap." This was something Haruto had learned from you. You shouldn't be the only one giving in a relationship. In the end, it's likely to all be in vain. Childhood sweethearts who grow up together are like that, let alone love at first sight. You have to have principles and set boundaries when you love. While loving your partner, don't forget to love yourself. Haruka spoke up to stop him. She didn't want him to continue. She felt there was nothing wrong with loving someone purely. What was wrong was the person being loved not knowing how to cherish it. Haruto shrugged. This is what I learned from my best friend. Now I'm giving it back to him. There's nothing wrong with saying it. I'm helping you. You were silent for a moment and squeezed out a pale reply, unable to refute the facts that had already occurred. Don't think too much. Food is the most important thing. Since starting college, I haven't eaten my sister's cooking in a long time. I need to cherish this. Fine, let's make sure we clean our plates. Haruto was speechless. You've wasted all your reading comprehension skills over the years, haven't you? How did you get into Tianhai University if you don't even understand the subtext? Clean your plate. If you marry her, you can eat it every day. He angrily picked up a piece of corn to gnaw on. Haruto thought the corn was pretty good and ate several pieces. Then you piled the remaining 2 pieces of corn into Haruka's bowl. I'm just afraid that if you eat it all, Haruka won't get any. Haruto looked at the scraps in front of him and realized he had eaten almost all the corn in the pot. Fine, I'll move on to the other dishes then. It's not that I'm stingy. This clay pot is only so big, it doesn't hold much. Haruka looked at the corn in her bowl with mixed feelings. She was happy that the man she loved had personally served her, but sad that you only saw her as a little sister to be pampered. But no matter what, the corn was sweet. What about you? You aren't staying home for the 5-day holiday, right? Haruto eyed the plate of onion-fried pork tenderloin. You were used to planning. Of course, you had arrangements for the upcoming 5-day break. You had originally planned to take Aiko to a scenic spot in another province after confessing. It was hard to imagine how happy it would be to walk hand in hand with the person you loved, among a sea of blooming flowers. Every sweet word you said to her would have been witnessed by countless flowers, and the most beautiful blossom in that vast sea would have been by your side. If you had gone as planned, it would definitely have been a rare, wonderful memory. But from the moment Aiko chose to go to Ren's birthday party, that plan lost its meaning. I originally planned to travel, but now that I think about it, staying home is better, saves me from the crowds. Always cooped up at home isn't good. You should go see the beauty of the motherland, or go look at the sea. It's boundless. That feeling opens your heart, and you'll let go of a lot of things. Haruto saw through your excuse in a second. Crowds? If you need company, just ask. I have a candidate right here. Haruto's words made Haruka nervous. She was afraid you would refuse. But the mere chance that you might agree to go on a trip with her made that thought take root in her heart and sprout. Don't treat me like a 3-year-old. You pretended to be indifferent. You should focus your energy on your own love life, instead of coming to me to drink away your sorrows. But you're right, I should go see the beauty of the motherland. Haruka's high expectations were extinguished by your sentence. Being in love with someone is like this. Every word and action of his can tug at your heartstrings. Haruto also broke into a sweat. This risky probe hadn't succeeded. Sure enough, haste makes waste. My sister still has a long way to go to make her wish come true. After dinner, Haruka took the initiative to wash the dishes. Are you kidding? How can I let you do that? You gently pressed her shoulders. Sit down properly. You're not allowed in the kitchen. Faced with your slightly forceful tone, Haruka didn't hate it. Instead, she felt a warmth in her heart. Haruto watched his sister being so obedient in front of you, recalling how she used to cling to him when she was little, and felt a little bit of jealousy as a man. By the time dinner was finished, it was already 9 o'clock. This meal was completely beyond your expectations. You had intended to just get by casually tonight, but ended up with 3 dishes and a soup. The rain outside had subsided. Haruto said, "It's getting late. We'll get going. We'll come over for another meal another time." Haruka heard this, and a trace of lingering attachment surfaced in her eyes. Time seemed to have flown by. It felt like she had just arrived and was already leaving. "I'll help you call a taxi. I booked it on my phone. It'll be here soon," Haruto said. You saw the siblings out to the door. The rain had stopped, and a ride-hailing car with its brake lights on was waiting. The timing was perfect. "Kaito ni, goodbye. Send me a message when you get back," Haruka responded softly. "What are you worried about?" "She has her own biological brother here." Right. Your friends still occasionally felt jealous. It was like this in elementary school, and it's still like this now. Let's drink again next time. Let's go. Haruto opened the car door and motioned for his sister to get in first. After Haruka looked back and gave you a deep look, she sat in the back row. The night wind blew through her hair that reached her waist, and her silent longing took shape. Seeing this, you felt like something was missing, but you couldn't put your finger on it. After they left, the house was empty again, leaving only you. Sometimes, people can endure loneliness as long as they aren't placed in the midst of a crowd. Haruka and Haruto's company made the loneliness even more intense, corroding your broken heart like concentrated sulfuric acid. At the moment, Haruto was smiling foolishly at the message his girlfriend had just sent. Ayumi Tanaka said, "I will also pay for half of it." What a beautiful phrase. It meant that the other person truly wanted to build this relationship with you and maintain it persistently. He immediately sent a sweet, clingy sticker in reply. After a long time, the chat ended. He suddenly realized his own sister was still sitting right next to him. It's hard to understand how he had the nerve to be jealous of you. Haruto comforted the silent Haruka a little. "Sister, don't worry. There's basically no possibility for Aiko and Kaito ni anymore. To treat a childhood friend you grew up with this way, just for a new person who appeared out of nowhere, they are still in university. With or without Ren, there would be someone else. Does Kaito really have to tolerate her over and over? It's impossible." The most precious and rarest thing between them had already been lost. It's unclear if Aiko simply doesn't know how to cherish things or if she just hasn't learned how to be faithful. As a spectator to this childhood sweetheart romance, Haruto felt a bit uneasy about them reaching this point. After all, childhood sweethearts represent a longing in people's hearts for love, and now it was shattered right before his eyes. Kaito's example told him that even a decade plus of being childhood sweethearts could fail to lead to marriage. If that's the case, what about his own love at first sight? Would he also find it terrifying after the honeymoon phase passed? "Brother," Haruka asked in a low voice, "do you think Kaito ni will ever fall in love with me?" How could he not? You are no worse than Aiko. Over these years, Kaito gave too much to Aiko, while she gave him too little. He was like someone dying of thirst in a desert. As long as you love him, and let him feel what it's like to be loved by someone else, Kaito. This man dying of thirst in the desert will be the one begging you for water. Haruto checked the post he had just made about men and women working together. The likes and comments were overwhelming. Old classmates were all chiming in, asking questions, and some even tagged Aiko. It was an absolute explosion. Among all those likes, Aiko's was nowhere to be found. Had she seen it? She should have. Even if she hadn't, it didn't matter. Later, these old classmates would message her asking, "Did you and Kaito break up?" Wouldn't that be even more heartbreaking? Haruto intentionally let this matter ferment among friends. If anyone asked, "Is Haruka your girlfriend now?" that would be even better. Through the mouths of others, he wanted you to realize that the name Haruka could also go well with girlfriend. The more people who ask, the deeper the impression becomes, and the identity of being just a little sister will slowly be shaken. Aiko really was in no mood to check social media. Ever since you calmly rejected her request to go shopping the next day while in the rain, she had been absent-minded. She felt that you weren't just angry, but that you had changed. You had become like a stranger. Sayaka and Kenji both saw that their daughter was deeply troubled. Sayaka grew worried as well. She kept feeling that this wasn't just a simple lover's quarrel. "I'm full." Aiko put down her bowl and chopsticks, having no appetite for the table full of food, and turned to head upstairs. Left alone, the couple sighed. Children have their own destinies. Don't worry so much. Our daughter and Kaito have been together since they were small. Their feelings are strong. Small frictions are just temporary, Kenji said nonchalantly. Her husband's comfort did not make Sayaka cheer up. It's not that I'm overthinking it. Haven't you noticed that since they started university, these two haven't been as close as before? Besides that one time I took the initiative to call Kaito over, he hasn't been to our house in a long time. On weekends, I hoped Kaito would ask our daughter out to strengthen their relationship, so I would always ask where she was going when she went out. At first, she said she was going to see Kaito, but that worry didn't last long. Her excuse for going out on weekends changed to going to the school art studio or something similar. Going to find Kaito seemed, to her daughter. I suddenly had an absurd thought. Has my daughter fallen for someone else, causing her to hurt Kaito so deeply? How is that possible? Kenji suddenly felt that the delicious food was hard to swallow. I hope so. Knowing her daughter best, Sayaka looked toward the second floor. Daughter, Mom has said all she can to you. Don't go down the wrong path. In her room, Aiko's white dress still had traces of being soaked by the rain. She took off the dress and soaked in the bathtub. The hot water dissipated the chill. In Aiko's mind, the image of you sharing an umbrella with Haruka kept appearing. The two were very close. You tilted the umbrella toward her while your tall, sturdy body blocked the wind and rain. Every detail was impeccable, as if Haruka were the person you cherished in your heart. Aiko finally understood where that ubiquitous sense of security came from. It wasn't the large umbrella, but the person who held it for her. Aiko looked at how you loved her from a bystander's perspective, but she couldn't feel happy at all, because the love that once belonged exclusively to her was gradually drifting away. By the time she realized it, it would have long since vanished. Outside the bathroom, the phone kept receiving messages from others. Ren's were among them, along with messages from some of Aiko's close female high school classmates. After coming out of the bathroom, Aiko saw the glowing phone screen, picked it up, and felt an uneasy premonition. Some classmates asked implicitly about Haruto's post, while others asked bluntly, "Did you and Kaito break up?" All sorts of confusing remarks shot at her, like sharp swords. Following the trail, she clicked on the social feed. What caught her eyes were Haruto's caption and photo. In the photo, you were concentrating on preparing ingredients. Only your well-defined profile was captured. Haruka looked like a virtuous wife, beautiful and gentle, especially the way she looked at you, full of tenderness. The two of them looked as harmonious as a loving, newlywed couple. A normal daily record now looked exactly like a love declaration. Aiko stared blankly at the photo, a sense of detachment washing over her, as if a unique treasure that only belonged to her was being taken away by someone else. The person wearing an apron and cooking by your side should have been her, but now Haruka had replaced her. The more affectionate the gentle woman in the photo looked at you, the more panicked Aiko's heart became. A voice in her heart urged her to go to your house immediately, to see what was going on, and to take back her treasure from Haruka's hands. When Aiko was about to open the cabinet to find clothes to change out of her pajamas, she realized she had no reason to go find you now. As this thought emerged, Aiko realized that she and you had become strangers to this extent. The beauties had long forgotten the unpleasantness of being caught in the heavy rain that evening and were enjoying their wonderful university life. Haruka pushed open the door and stepped out. Attracting the attention of her three roommates, Akane asked, "Great beauty, are you back from a date?" Haruka didn't expect this word to be applied to her one day. These two short words brought back the memory of the near wall-pinning experience in the kitchen. She lacked the confidence to respond. Can you imagine the look of a gentle beauty blushing? This appearance couldn't fool her roommates. "Confess quickly. You're the prettiest among us. At least let us know who plucked this beautiful flower, right?" "Wait," someone said. "Where's your hair tie? That exquisite velvet one? Don't tell me you lost it." Once reminded, the roommates noticed that Haruka's waist-length hair was unbound, adding an extra touch of softness to her. The dormitory fell silent for a few seconds. Unless a girl takes her hair tie off and tosses it, it's almost impossible to lose it, unless it was given to someone. A man. Haruka ignored them. Being gentle in nature, she wasn't good at explaining these things, and she had given it away. With her roommates pointing out the truth, how could she counterattack? In this situation, silence was admission. Akane wouldn't let it go. "Let your love nourish those of us who have no romance. Who took you away? Just reveal a little bit." But she kept her mouth shut. Akanas had no choice, and went back to her face mask and drama series. Haruka quietly went to the dormitory balcony and opened your chat window. She originally wanted to send a text to let you know she was safe, but after some hesitation, she made a voice call. The closer she got, the less she could hide the love and longing in her heart. Haruka was afraid that one day you would find out she liked you, and she wouldn't even be able to be your little sister anymore. She wanted to hide it, but she wanted to hear your voice even more. At this moment, you were doing some final chores and were very happy to receive Haruka's call. It seemed she took your concern to heart. Besides her brother Haruto, there was still a place for you, her Kaito ni in her heart. You answered immediately. "Are you back at the dorm?" Haruka listened to the concerned voice coming through the phone and felt somewhat distracted. It was no wonder her roommate, who was in a relationship, could talk on the phone with her boyfriend for a long time, so this was what it felt like. She also hoped this phone call would continue forever. Kaito ni. If you could see the expression on Haruka's face right now, you would not believe what she was saying. The doorbell rang, echoing from one phone to the other. "Since you have already returned to the dormitory, I can rest easy. Someone is here at my place. Goodbye." The phone call that Haruka had gathered the courage to make was intercepted by the doorbell. She still had so much left to say. The phone screen dimmed and then went black. It's so late. Who would go to Kaitoni's house? I am afraid it could only be her, Eiko. Akane, who was eavesdropping, heard Haruka use the term Kaitoni and was 99% sure that the person on the other end of the line was the one her best friend loved. The hair tie wasn't lost, as Haruka claimed. She had likely given it to him. But why, after finishing the call, was her best friend not happy at all, and instead stood on the balcony alone for such a long time? Fate likes to play jokes. After you hung up the phone, you opened the door. You saw the person you once wanted to see most, but now wanted to see the least. Eiko. She seemed to have just bathed. Her skin was white as snow, yet at a time when she should have been wearing pajamas, she was dressed in an elegant white long dress. You, however, remained unmoved. You loved the girl whose heart was full of you, even if she was not as beautiful as the person before you. Return it to you. Eiko handed over the black umbrella. She really couldn't think of any excuse to see you, so she took out the umbrella you had given her. You frowned. Didn't I say that this umbrella was for you? You don't need to return it. Her gaze moved past you, looking into the house. It was quiet inside, unlike there being anyone else present. Haruka must have left. Upon receiving this news, her anxious heart finally settled a little. The two stood in a standoff for a long time. Finally, you came to a decision. You would no longer force anything upon Eiko. This umbrella was originally yours, so I will take it back. You took the black umbrella from her hands and turned back into the house. Kaito, walk with me. Just like before, okay? Eiko's pleading voice followed from behind. I'm tired. You walked inside. Leaving her alone outside, a few raindrops fell on her beautiful face. The rain began to fall again. This time she had no umbrella, and there would be no one to give her one. An inexplicable sadness and fear surged in her heart. In the past, you would never have refused her requests. But now Eiko felt that even if you were standing right in front of her, you were very far away. She felt as if she were about to lose you. Once this thought emerged, the panic in Eiko's heart spread like weeds. It felt as if a knife were cutting into her heart, making it hard to breathe. People only learn to cherish things once they lose them. But unfortunately, it is already too late. The fine rain soaked her elegant white dress. Sayaka felt heartbroken seeing her daughter in such a state. After returning to her bedroom, she had no desire to bathe or change clothes again. Ren's messages kept coming in intermittently, yet they failed to capture Eiko's attention. On the way back, she recalled every little thing since starting university. It was always you striving to run toward her, yet she had done nothing for you. A great sense of guilt weighed heavily on Eiko. She tried to send you a good night message, but it was like a stone dropped into the ocean. On the other side, Ren was a bit confused. You and Eiko should be having a conflict. When she clearly needs comfort, why is she acting like this toward him, her good friend? Something is wrong. To avoid future complications, I need to add more fuel to the fire, he calculated secretly. In the girls' dormitory, Akane could no longer bear to watch her best friend remain on the balcony, grieving alone. She went to Haruka's side. Is there something you want to tell me? You don't have to keep it bottled up. But loving Kaito was the deepest secret hidden in Haruka's heart. Even to her best friend, she didn't want to talk about it. She shook her head slightly to indicate she was fine and needed no comfort. Akane was puzzled. Haruka's gentleness and thoughtfulness were unparalleled. How could the person she liked not like her back? Could it really just be a sibling relationship? Getting busy is the best way to distract oneself. At this moment, you were checking the group assignment due tomorrow. If you looked closely, there were still a few empty beer cans in the room's trash, but the alcohol content wasn't high enough to get you drunk. Around 10:30, Miki and Kaito's father, returned. Is this hair tie Eiko's? Or did she give it to you? You were careless and didn't put away the hair tie a girl had given you. The significance was different. When Miki saw this exquisite velvet hair tie on the sofa, she couldn't have been happier. You saw the beautiful and exquisite velvet hair tie in your mother's hand, and realized why you felt something was missing when Haruka was getting into the car. Her long hair flowing in the wind, it turned out she had left her hair tie at your house. Mom, it's not hers, it's Haruka's, you said, taking the beautiful accessory from your mother's hand. Miki's soft tone carried a hint of surprise. Her impression of Haruka was second only to Eiko's. Back then, your son had been attacked by a stray dog while protecting her. So why did she leave this hair tie? They came over for dinner tonight. Didn't Eiko come? You didn't expect your mother to ask this. She came by a bit later. Tell Mom, do you like Aiko or do you like Haruka? Mom, I treat Haruka as a little sister. And Aiko? You have chased her for so many years. She should have agreed to be your girlfriend by now, right? Miki had to be ruthless and lay it all out so that her son wouldn't be caught in a dilemma. But you are not Aiko. You know clearly whom you love. It is precisely because of this that the one who loves most deeply is the one who gets hurt the most. Your silence worried Miki. Mom, don't worry about these things. Silly child, what are you saying? How can I not worry about your life's major affairs? Mom, you said, calling out to her. Whether it is a son or a daughter, they are all pieces of a mother's heart. Sometimes, the hearts are connected. Miki felt that her son was in immense pain. All right, remember to rest early, don't stay up late. You responded in a low voice. Miki was still uneasy and planned to call Sayaka. She had thought that her son and Aiko had taken advantage of their parents' absence to cement their relationship, but things had turned out otherwise. You returned to the computer desk, looking at the exquisite hair accessory in your hand, and took a photo to send to her. Are you asleep? Your hair tie fell at my house. I'll send it to you tomorrow. Haruka's class schedule was the same as Aiko's. She had classes tomorrow. You said this because Haruka had left a long time ago, and she should have noticed that her hair tie was left at your place. Why wasn't there a message? Was she afraid of troubling you? After bathing, Haruka put on her pajamas. She declined Akane's invitation to watch a drama together and prepared to go to sleep. However, the doorbell on the phone call made her very uneasy. With Aiko going to Kaitoni's house so late, would something happen between them? Haruka began to show signs of insomnia, but seeing the message you sent made her undoubtedly happy. After unlocking her phone, she saw the hair tie she had intentionally left behind. She had already prepared an explanation. Kaitoni, I have many hair ties like this, so you don't need to make a special trip to bring it to me. Keep it with you for now until I have time. You saw the chat bar indicating that Haruka was still typing, but there was no further message for a long time. Haruka wrote in the input box, Kaitoni, can you help me tie my hair yourself next time? She still didn't have the courage to send this message. She silently deleted the text and sent a photo she had prepared long ago, showing all kinds of hair ties. Seeing the photo, you understood that Haruka truly didn't lack this hair tie, so you replied, okay. Fundamentally, it was because you didn't want to go to the art department anymore. Didn't want to go to that place that was so familiar but no longer belonged to you. A secret crush is the most romantic and most difficult one-man show. A small promise or action from the other person is like the sweetest candy in the world. Haruka clearly knew this was nothing but deceiving herself. You agreeing to keep the hair tie for her was not accepting the hair tie, nor was it agreeing to be her boyfriend. But she was still willing. Haruka thought, since I cannot stay by your side due to various obstacles, I will leave something of mine by your side. That way, every time you see this, you will think of me. While Haruka was daydreaming, you sent another message. Looking at the two words, good night, she felt an indescribable happiness. Kaito ni, interchanging good night like this with the one she loved, was something Haruka had been looking forward to for a long time, and now it had been achieved so easily. She couldn't help but have more expectations for the future. With such a good start, could her love reach your heart? It definitely can. After finishing the chat with Haruka, you shifted your gaze to the velvet hair tie in your hand. It was exquisite and beautiful, and its soft color really made you think easily of its gentle owner. You placed the hair tie in the bottom drawer, where a thick photo album accompanied it. In the past, every time you pulled this drawer open, you would pick up the album and flip through it for a while before putting it down. But this time, you didn't pick up the album. You sat in front of the computer, not knowing what to do. You had hidden yourself in the ocean of knowledge after returning from the literary club, but the efficiency did not seem satisfactory. People breaking up after love at first sight suffer immensely, but losing a relationship of over a decade as childhood sweethearts is an absolute disaster. The bitterness of it truly hurts to the bone. You felt that the first half of your life had been denied and had lost much of its meaning. In this pitch black night, whether it was because you were too tired or simply unwilling to think anymore, you eventually drifted into a deep sleep. You had a dream, returning to the private room where the birthday party was held. That bouquet of gorgeous roses representing love had not yet been dismantled and given to someone else. The room seemed cleared, leaving only you and one other person. You looked at the graceful girl in front of you, wearing a white school uniform, feeling dizzy. Her flawless face was like a snow lotus beginning to bloom. The blue and white style of her uniform could only be called simple, let alone compared to an elegant white gown. But in your heart, she was the most beautiful. The girl took the bouquet of roses her movements very light and cherished. Her smile was more beautiful than the roses. The girl lightly smelled the fragrance of the flowers and then looked up at you. "Are you leaving me?" Your throat felt choked. It took a long time to answer her. "I am not leaving you." "That's true," the girl said, moving a little closer. "You smelled the fragrance from your memories. It existed back in high school when the two of you would ride bicycles home together." She would wrap her arms around the young man's waist from the back seat, leaning lightly on your back, which was just beginning to grow broad. You slowed down, hoping this time together would last a little longer. The girl didn't expose the young man's thoughts because she was breaking the rules too. In fact, her own bicycle wasn't broken at all. That nostalgic scent seemed to cross time and space, arriving in the dream. She gently wiped away the tears from the corner of your eyes. You had shed tears in front of good brothers, in front of Haruka, and in front of Aiko, but only in the dream, in front of this girl. Did you cry? Don't be sad. Don't cry. The girl held the bouquet and hugged you as if saying, "The flowers are yours, and I am yours too. You will definitely be happy. I have a secret to tell you." The dream began to fall apart. You couldn't hear the last words clearly, and you tried desperately to grab the girl's hand, but you couldn't catch her. The morning sunlight poured through the window into the room. The person on the bed woke up, but it was just falling from heaven into hell. You sat there blankly, your heart feeling extremely stifled. It was Miki's knocking that pulled you out of the swamp of suffocation. You acted like a robot, washing up and eating breakfast. The millet porridge was not to your liking. Miki saw that her son only drank one bowl and did not have any more. "It's not that, Mom. Your porridge is delicious, I just don't have an appetite today." Although your heart was bitter and unspeakable, you still considered Miki's feelings. After all, the woman in the world who loves you most is your mother. "I have class in the morning, I'm heading out." "Wait, won't you wait for Aiko? She came to look for you yesterday morning." "She might come today as well," Miki said. You did not answer, picked up your backpack, and left. Miki watched her son's abnormal behavior, having lost all desire to eat breakfast. What on earth is going on with these two children? Last night, Miki called Sayaka, but didn't get any useful information. Aiko wasn't willing to talk, and her own son wouldn't say anything either. There was no way to find out what was wrong. You scanned your face at the gate and walked into the grand campus entrance. The university campus was filled with the atmosphere of youth everywhere, but a sudden appearance destroyed the entire mood. At this moment, Ren stood in front, looking triumphant as he watched you walk over. You were expressionless, did not avoid him, and continued to walk forward. But Ren pressed on, coming right in front of you in a provocative manner. First, he gave a disdainful laugh. "Isn't this the high-spirited childhood sweetheart from before?" You looked at Ren, who was actively blocking the way and looking for trouble, and said coldly, "Don't you understand one principle? Don't block the path." A flash of anger crossed Ren's face. How dare he call me a hindrance? But he didn't snap, because he came today to provoke you and then play the victim. "Kaido, do you know what birthday gift Aiko gave me?" "It was a set of imported oil paints. What about you? What did she give you? Can you tell me?" "Oh, she seemed too busy to attend your birthday party. Look at my memory." Your eyes were incomparably deep, with a sharp glint. "Why aren't you talking? Or is it that you're so angry you want to hit me? I'm standing right in front of you, and I won't fight back. Unless you're a coward, of course." Ren leaned forward, acting like a petty villain. He wanted to irritate you into losing your temper, and then give him a beating in public on the main campus road. Perfect. The impact would be devastating. If it spread online, it would even involve the school's image. Once it got out, there would be only one result for you: expulsion. More than a decade of schooling would be ruined, and your life would be stained with an indelible mark. Ren is a person so calculating that cunning isn't enough to describe him. He should be called. Seeing you didn't take the bait, he increased the pressure. Half a year ago, weren't you boasting that you and Aiko were childhood sweethearts, and that you would never lose to me? Is this all you've got? A soulmate like me, who shares common hobbies and topics with Aiko, how could you compare to me with your old history? Kaito, let me tell you, people live in the present, not in the past. Don't tell me how wonderful your past was. The past is the past. What do you have to compare with me? I admit, I conspired with classmates to keep Aiko from your birthday party. However, if she didn't want to come, no matter how many ways I had, they would have been useless. This childhood sweetheart role of yours doesn't seem that important in her heart, does it? Ren's words were piercing, while he acted in an unbridled, annoying manner. What are you going to do about it? If you have the guts, do something. I see. You aren't her childhood sweetheart, you're just a lapdog. Don't keep saying childhood sweetheart in front of me again, you loser. Your fists quietly clenched, but the reason in your mind stayed in the lead. If I take the bait, I might get expelled. But if you just walked away, you would always be beneath him. Patience has its limits. As for debating, that's already a dead end. It must be said that Ren's strategy was venomous and absolute. The current scene was like the, quote, two horses drinking from the spring in chess. Kato, however, at such a desperate moment, you heard someone calling your name. Yumeko had arrived behind you at some point. Today, she was wearing a purple long dress, showcasing elegance and charm to the fullest. You were just about to speak, but Yumeko walked to your side and hooked your arm. Her fragrance was intoxicating. Do you have classes this morning? The simple inquiry, bolstered by her intimate tone, made their relationship seem extraordinary to bystanders. You looked at the beautiful woman within arm's reach, feeling a storm in your heart, but also a sense of inexplicable calm. During the conversation, Yumeko walked forward while holding your arm. Ren subconsciously stepped out of the way. All his arrogance and smugness evaporated the moment Yumeko appeared and held your arm. He didn't even dare to keep his eyes on Yumeko, dodging in panic, not even having the courage to meet her gaze, because this type of goddess was on a different level than him. Damn it, why is your luck so good? You have a cold, beautiful childhood friend, and now you've hooked up with a top-tier goddess who is a masterpiece of humanity. Ren was gnashing his teeth in hatred. Originally, he wanted to break your composure, but now his own had shattered. He smashed his fist against a streetlight pole, grimacing in pain. Don't think you'll have it easy. I have plenty of ways to get you. After walking a short distance, Yumeko quietly let go of your arm. You didn't doubt her perceptiveness for a second. It seems the senior, through various clues in the clubroom, has already guessed that I've been defeated. How much of my conversation with Ren did she hear? Thinking of this, you felt bitter, but you were more touched than anything. At your most difficult moment, she humbled herself to save you. What Yumeko was holding on to wasn't your arm, but your dignity. Senior, Yumeko anticipated what you were going to say and changed the subject. Don't forget what you promised Mayu after class. I will make time in the afternoon. Reaching the fork in the road, the two had different destinations. All right, I have things to do. Yumeko did not press for more. This morning, fate seemed to have arranged for her to appear during your most dire moments, and afterward, she left as calmly as a breeze. Goodbye, Senior. You watched her leave, but the scene from just moments ago kept flashing in your mind. Honestly, you felt some melancholy, Senior. Having finished today's courses, you didn't forget what you promised your Senior Mayu, to draw a sketch for her, and it couldn't be worse than the one for Senior Yumeko. You didn't feel that your drawing was worth a keyboard costing over $1,000, so you packed 3 sets of afternoon tea on your way to the literary club. That's the giver personality, not caring much for oneself, but remembering others. Kindness, clearly. You pushed open the door to the club activity room, and what caught your eyes was a familiar and beautiful scene. On this cool and pleasant afternoon, Yumeko sat by the window. However, she seemed a little tired, placing her book on the table and looking out at the blue sky and white clouds. The calmness of the afternoon made the events of the morning feel even more dreamlike. Recalling it again, it was like the wind, hard to tell if it was real or not. It blew past, leaving you with a sensation, but you could neither see nor grasp it. In the activity room, there was another beautiful silhouette. Her aura was exquisite, the type of woman one might consider a first love. Would you like some afternoon tea? You asked Mayu, holding up the 3 exquisite paper bags. It's rare for my junior to be this observant, knowing how to please your senior. Mayu was worrying over her new book. Your afternoon tea came at just the right time for her. Is there a portion for me? Yumiko's alluring red lips curled into a smile. Of course. I thought you only had your Senior Mayu on your mind. Facing Yumiko's teasing, you didn't think much of it. The afternoon tea packaging was delicate, containing a cup of Ceylon black tea and some delicious, beautiful little cakes. The 2 seniors had always taken good care of you, or perhaps one could say they spoiled you, having fed you many delicious things, so they didn't need to stand on ceremony with their junior. After finishing the tea, Mayu urged you to fulfill yesterday's promise. You took out your specialized paper and pens from your desk. then handed a pure, flawless lily from the vase to Mayu. Senior! Not to mention, this scene alone was very pleasing to the eye. The flower was beautiful, but the person was even more so. You were confident in drawing a good picture. Perhaps it was because your mood was good today that the drawing felt effortless. With a light rub of the eraser on the shaded areas, light was born on the drawing paper. The activity room was very quiet, except for the vibration of Yumeko's phone when it received messages. Later, as she received more, she even canceled the vibration alert. Over an hour later, a beauty who was lightly smelling a flower appeared on the blank paper. It was indescribably beautiful. Mayu was quite satisfied when she received the drawing. Yumeko put down her book and signaled for her best friend to show her the drawing. It's no worse than yours. Yumeko examined the drawing carefully and found that while the technical level was the same as her own, the artistic conception was different. This one emphasized the beauty of the subject, while hers contained a hint of loneliness. While Yumeko was admiring the drawing, Mayu saw a very sensational message pop up on her best friend's phone. Are you free to have dinner tonight? Don't look away, there's a handsome guy inviting you. I don't want to go, Yumeko said while handing the drawing back to Mayu. Cat burglar? In the past, when someone pestered you, you'd block them immediately. All those messages just now were from him, right? Relationships are different, huh? Rekindling an old flame? Mayu lived up to her reputation as a writer who had published 2 youth literature novels. Her words were always professionally sharp. Don't let your imagination run wild. Yumeko picked up her unfinished cup of tea and took a sip. He's just a friend. Then why don't you want to go? Mayu asked with a puzzled look. His grandfather and mine have a life-or-death friendship. The relationship between our families is quite good. In high school, he often came to my house with his parents. After coming and going, we became familiar and eventually friends. Later, he went abroad to study and would occasionally send some emails. Some time ago, his father fell ill, so he had to stop his studies and return to take over the company. Is he pursuing you? Mayu raised the critical question. Yes. Yumeko's tone held a hint of helplessness. Have you ever been moved by him? No. Then just reject him directly, Mayu said. The other guy is likely not a good catch either. If he really liked my best friend, would he have been willing to go abroad? Now that you've transformed from your innocent high school appearance into an endlessly charming mature woman, of course he wants a piece of that. I rejected him very clearly. He said that whether 2 people are suitable or not can only be known after spending time together. He won't give up, and hopes I'll give him a chance. Our parents and elders all favor him, and are pushing us to be together. So much so that I had to move out. He's probably trying to play the "a persistent man will eventually win over a cold woman" card, using your friendship as a pretext to push his luck, quote, Mayu said, hitting the nail on the head. Actually, it's easy to solve. Just say you're going to dinner with your boyfriend tonight. Pestering a woman who already has a boyfriend is a violation of morality. He will certainly retreat. If he still keeps on acting shameless, you don't need to worry about the friendship. With your looks, isn't it normal for you to have a boyfriend, Junior? You were tidying up your things. Usually, you wouldn't get involved in such topics. I'm saying if you liked a girl, would you abandon her to study abroad? Your movements of putting away the pencils and paper paused. You seemed to think of something, but quickly returned to normal. I would always stay by her side. Mayu received a satisfactory answer, but she did not notice the sadness in your eyes. Did you hear that, Senior? Yumeko put down her cup of Ceylon tea. She felt Mayu's words weren't unreasonable. Recently, she had been very annoyed by the well-meaning advice of her parents and elders. Even her grandfather, who had always loved her, often called to talk about it. But she was truly weary of arranged business marriages. Were her parents not a living example? The 2 lived lives of separate hearts under one roof. Tonight, I am going to dinner with my boyfriend. Originally, she thought that by sending this message, Yumeko would provide a dignified way out for both of them. However, 2 minutes later, Kenji's message came in. Can you let me see this competitor? For the sake of so many years of friendship, at least let me lose clearly. I will be waiting for you and your boyfriend at the Kyushui Pavilion in Ujinji at 6 o'clock tonight. I am sure you will have the courage to attend. Mayu had never seen such a difficult and capable suitor. His strength lay in the fact that no matter how sharp your moves were, he could silently neutralize them and still achieve his own goals. After circling around the point, this person's goal remained unchanged. He wanted to have dinner with your best friend. He was deeply calculating. If you were so affectionate, why did you go abroad in the first place? Yumeko frowned slightly. Things were gradually drifting off track and becoming tricky. Don't worry, since he wants to see your boyfriend, just bring your boyfriend along and let him take a good look, Mayu suggested. You mean, conversations between smart people are easy and effortless. Yumeko's beautiful eyes looked toward you. Doesn't our club have a great handsome guy? How could you think your junior can't be presented? I personally think he's more than enough. Junior, the time for you to perform has come. How about helping senior Yumeko be her temporary boyfriend tonight? Accompany her to the banquet and properly defeat someone who is acting shamelessly. Finished. Senior has a reward for you. Mayu walked to the table and sat face to face with you. Or could it be that the other guy is a rich second generation, and you don't have the confidence to beat him? I, for one, am very optimistic about you. Her mature, soft face slowly leaned closer. Senior, that's too close. You had to lean back a bit. Mayu loved seeing you like this. If Senior Yumeko needs it, I will help. Just consider it as a return for this morning. Mayu was puzzled by the, quote, return for this morning. Did her junior and her best friend have some secret they couldn't talk about? It didn't look like it. She remembered very clearly. You had been in the club for over half a year. Your personality was good, you were polite, and you had never revealed that kind of burning intensity in your eyes. Occasionally, she would tease this unbelievably handsome junior. The feeling was like digging for buried treasure. When you called her senior, her mood became even better. You speak very reasonably. Do you have a girlfriend? A loser will also accumulate some experience. If you were a winner in love, you wouldn't have joined the literary club. Sometimes fate is just that miraculous. Yumeko hadn't expected that after helping her junior out in the morning, she would be facing the same problem within a single day. Should she call it lucky or unfortunate? She had never been a person to dwell on things. Since it was like this, she would leave it to her junior. It is I who should thank you, senior. You shook your head slightly. The show starts at 6. Before that, we still need to do some preparations. Junior, come with me. Yumeko solved her pressing problem. A charming smile appeared on her enchanting face. Okay. You quickly packed up your drawing tools and left the club with her. The two walked side by side on campus. Yumeko explained a few necessary points and then comforted you. Junior, don't feel any pressure. Leave the rest to me. I understand. The two arrived at the campus parking lot. Yumeko's ride was a red luxury sports coupe. You had long guessed that your senior's family background wasn't simple. Just from her aura, one could guess as much. You pulled open the car door and sat in the passenger seat. After driving slowly out of the campus, the car headed toward the commercial center of the city. When Yumeko led you into a brand-name menswear store, you finally understood what she meant by preparations. Hello, welcome, a well-groomed clerk approached. Is there anything I can help you with? Please just let me know. Yumeko waved the clerk away and personally helped you pick out clothes. Her aesthetic sense was beyond question. She chose a classic combination of a white shirt and black trousers, formal yet youthful. You walked toward the fitting room carrying the 2 pieces of clothing. A minute later, the door opened and you stepped out in the white shirt. Simple, yet elegant. Paired with your handsome face, the staff waiting nearby couldn't take their eyes off you. Yumeko extended her slender fingers, meticulously straightening your collar. You subconsciously wanted to step back. Senior, a temporary boyfriend is still a boyfriend. Helping you fix your collar is a girlfriend's duty. We should act intimate. And call me by my name. When I hook my arm into yours later, don't be as stiff as you were this morning, or it will be easy to give the game away. Her enchanting voice carried a playful tone. I'll try my best. After Yumeko finished adjusting your collar, she took a moment to look you over, her beautiful eyes showing satisfaction. Please bag up the clothes from the fitting room as well. Yumeko handed the clerk a bank card to pay. She knew you were someone who valued the past. This was the first time a girl your age had bought clothes for you, and a strange feeling churned in your heart. Was this what the dynamic between a couple in love felt like? Leaving the shop, there wasn't much time left. Yumeko headed toward Ujinki with her temporary boyfriend. Ujinki was a high-end restaurant. As soon as you got out of the car, Yumeko hooked her arm into yours. Noticing your stiffness, she said gently, Don't be nervous. Tonight, you are my boyfriend, not my junior. Under Yumeko's psychological suggestion, you relaxed significantly. Inside the room, a handsome and refined man in a crisp suit was waiting quietly, just as he thought Yumeko wouldn't be coming tonight. The door was pushed open by the ushering waiter, and a couple, arms linked in perfect intimacy, made their entrance. Kenji had always been very confident in his appearance, but when he saw the man Yumeko was holding on to, His eyes blinked ever so slightly. You didn't know what trick you had used, but in the short distance from the entrance to the private room, you had found the secret to playing the boyfriend role. Your gaze fell upon Yumeko, your deep eyes always revealing a hint of tenderness. Kenji felt a lump in his throat. The way the two of you matched made him doubt the answers he had received from the elders of the Yumeko family. It was clear that he should have been the one to have the advantage. Although he was roaring inside, he remained composed on the surface. Yumeko said to you first, "Darling, this is Kenji, the friend who invited us to dinner." Then she said to Kenji, "My boyfriend, Kaido. Nice to meet you." You extended your right hand in an easygoing, generous manner, invisibly exerting an air of superiority over him. "Nice to meet you," Kenji said, shaking your hand with a fake smile. You weren't the least bit anxious, acting as if you were truly Yumeko's official boyfriend, here to meet a defeated rival who wouldn't give up. You thoughtfully pulled out the chair to help Yumeko sit down. In reality, Yumeko couldn't understand how, in such a short time, you seemed like a completely different person. When you got out of the car, you were still her junior. Now, you had become a perfect boyfriend. The tenderness in your actions and eyes could not be faked. I heard from Yumeko that you just returned from abroad, so we, the hosts, should be the ones treating you to a welcoming dinner. You sat down and noticed there was no cutlery for you, but you weren't the slightest bit annoyed. Yumeko? Is that something you can call her? Trying to seize the initiative, are you? Not a friendly visitor, then. Kenji searched his memory, but he had never heard of any prominent Kaito family in the city. Since you had no status, you dared to act wealthy in front of him. Kaito, in which industry do you excel? Yumeko's heart tightened at those words. In her impression, Kenji shouldn't be this kind of person. Was this the other side he had been hiding? Trying to crush your confidence through his superior family background? Yumeko was not going to sit by and watch. A temporary boyfriend is still a boyfriend. Just as she was about to speak, a warm, large hand gripped her wrist under the table, then let go. You gave her a reassuring look. I'm still a student. Yumeko and I are still enjoying our wonderful university days. There's nothing to excel at yet. Kenji felt he had been choked back. He had asked you what your status was. The reply was, my girlfriend is Yumeko. You called the waiter to bring an extra set of cutlery, and then ordered dishes. Since you couldn't ask, you just had to pick them. Whether intentional or not, Kenji chose an expensive bottle of Romane Conti. Added to the already high price of the meal, the cost was definitely something a simple college student could not afford. There was a trace of worry in Yumeko's beautiful eyes. She hadn't thought about you paying when you came, but now the situation had changed, and you might lose face. Yumeko was already looking for a reasonable excuse to step in and pay. Kenji was calculating. He had lived a life of indulgence abroad, so drinking wine of this caliber was normal. However, he also wanted to see the scene of you letting your girlfriend pay. Normally, it wouldn't matter, but in this setting, any man would be unable to lift his head. No woman likes her boyfriend to be a kept man, which was equivalent to planting a thorn in the relationship. You remained calm, sitting firmly as if fishing on a bank. If you weren't sure about something, you wouldn't open your mouth. Since you said you would treat him to this meal, you could certainly afford it. This bottle of wine, which could be bought with money, was not worth half of your dignity. If Senior Yumeko hadn't supported you this morning, you couldn't imagine how embarrassed you would have been. After the dishes were served, the atmosphere became less turbulent. After the waiter presented the wine, he opened and decanted it. Red wine was poured into the glasses. Don't drink too much. Just a little is fine. We have to go watch a movie after dinner. Your voice was filled with tenderness. In Kenji's eyes, Yumeko had always been a noble, thorny rose. Such a woman was destined not to be constrained. It was precisely because of this that she was so fascinating. You get to manage her, he thought to himself. Next, Kenji could no longer smile. I'll only drink this one glass. Darling, you shouldn't drink too much either. Let's finish the movie and drink again when we get home. The noble, enchanting woman showed every sign of being in love. Her tone of voice filled with flirtatiousness. I still have to drive you home later. The two of you acted in perfect, affectionate harmony. Kenji tried to steer the conversation toward the recent cooperation between their two groups, hoping that would leave you unable to join the conversation. As the future heir, Yumeko knew a little about her family situation, but she didn't want to talk about it. I don't plan to take over the family business for the time being. I still want to pursue further studies at a better business school after graduation. We are here as friends tonight, not as businessmen. Kenji smiled bitterly. Seeing you and Kaido so affectionate, I was just wondering if I hadn't gone abroad back then. Yumeko frowned, cutting him off. This dinner had completely overturned her impression of Kenji. He used to be polite and knew his boundaries. Now, he kept using little tricks, like a desperate scavenger. Kenji, I never liked you. Don't say things that will make my boyfriend misunderstand. For the sake of our years of friendship, you asked to see my boyfriend, and I have let you see him. Yumeko changed from her flirtatious tone. She was now like a queen, forcefully setting the conclusion to this matter. Kenji had tried to be clever but only ended up failing. He had wanted to play the emotional card, but he hadn't expected Yumeko's reaction to be so intense. But he had a way to handle it. Kaito, don't mind me. When one drinks too much, it's inevitable to get sentimental. I was the foolish one. I wish you both happiness. You must treat Yumeko well. Kenji raised his glass, signaling for a toast. You smiled and said, that is my own business. It is only natural for a boyfriend to treat his girlfriend well. I am not after Yumeko's money. Wouldn't you agree? Kenji broke into a cold sweat behind his back, as if his entire self had been seen through. Indeed, Yumeko's man was not simple. The two glasses clinked together, making a crisp sound. Seeing Kenji say those words, Yumeko's expression softened slightly. The goal of the night had been achieved. However, you felt Kenji wouldn't give up so easily. What he said now was just a temporary strategy, which made you even more certain that Kenji had ulterior motives in getting close to Yumeko. Like, who wouldn't like a woman of peerless elegance like the senior? It's normal for men not to understand women, but men definitely understand men. Subsequently, Kenji finished the wine in his glass in one gulp. You set yours aside. From then on, Kenji seemed to have truly given up. He took the initiative to talk about foreign culture, and even recommended quite a few tourist destinations. Kaito, if you have the chance, you should take your girlfriend there. You turned to ask your girlfriend for her opinion. The holiday is coming up soon. Where do you want to go on vacation, darling? Can we go to the seaside? Whatever you want. I'll look at some travel guides when I get back. In a few words, you and Yumeko reached a consensus, appearing like a couple deeply in love. Kenji's skeptical attitude toward you was long gone. On the surface, he was toasting and chatting merrily. Inwardly, he was thinking about how to split the two of you up. After all, Yumeko dared not tell her family she had a boyfriend. I'll let you enjoy yourselves for a little while. The atmosphere of this welcome dinner rose and fell, but the second half was quite harmonious. Kenji played the part of a good man who could take it, let it go, and offer sincere blessings. The scene Kenji had expected did not unfold. Just as Yumeko took out her bank card, you casually settled the bill, as if the red wine from the famous winery was nothing more than ordinary. In this battle between men, Kenji hadn't won a single percent, and you hadn't lost. Having had wine, Yumeko naturally couldn't drive, so she handed the keys to the red sports coupe to you. Inside the car, under the ambient lighting, the mood was somewhat ambiguous, especially since Yumeko had resolved her recent worries and had a few more glasses of wine. She wasn't drunk, but the enchanting charm of her whole person could no longer be restrained. Every move she made carried immense allure. Didn't you say you'd drink less? Seeing her looking so provocative, you thought she was somewhat tipsy. You regretted it as soon as you said it. The act was over, and you had no standing to manage her. I'm not drunk, Kaito. Do you want to go see a movie with me? Even though you kept your eyes fixed straight ahead, that enchanting voice still pierced through your ears and into your heart, as if a feather had lightly grazed you, both numbing and itchy. Senior, where do you live? Let me drive you home. You didn't continue the conversation. The two seniors in the club were one more mature and intellectual than the other. You could barely maintain your composure against Mayu's bitterness. Facing Yumeko, you stood no chance of winning. Seeing that you didn't dare to look at her and tried to change the subject, Yumeko found it amusing and blossomed with a radiant smile. You're driving now. She buckled her seatbelt and sat quietly, not disturbing you, waiting at the traffic light for the final few seconds of red. Yumeko didn't understand the meaning behind your words. She vaguely knew it wasn't referring to the events of the morning, because that was a tit-for-tat situation already settled. So what were you referring to? It was the first time Yumeko couldn't guess the thoughts of this junior. In truth, you were talking about the role of the temporary boyfriend. This dinner of scheming and plotting had given you something you had craved, the feeling of being firmly chosen by someone, even if it was just a lie. But Yumeko had firmly chosen you between yourself and Kenji, especially when she had decisively helped you refute Kenji. Your heartbroken spirit was briefly numbed by this feeling. The car drove past one traffic light after another. Yumeko chatted with you every so often. 20 minutes later, you reached the destination, a slightly small 2-story apartment. You had originally thought this future CEO would live in a villa area. You didn't expect it to be like this. Yumiko took out another set of keys. With a press, the garage door opened automatically. You slowly drove the luxury sports coupe into the garage. Drive this car home later. A mature, beautiful senior really knows how to take care of someone. It's a pity you couldn't afford the consequences. If you drove this car home, would people think you were being kept by someone? No need. I'll just take a taxi. You parked the car and turned off the engine. Just as you were unbuckling your seatbelt, Yumiko leaned in close. Kaito, I give your performance tonight 99 points. The remaining point is deducted because you're oblivious to romance. The enchanting whisper in your ear stirred your spirit. My temporary boyfriend, if you don't mind, come inside for a cup of tea before you go. Yumiko sat back in the passenger seat, opened the door, and got out. At the same time, the garage door slowly descended. You had no way out, so you could only follow her through the interior door into this two-story apartment. Passing through the garage door, a warm-toned living room came into view, cozy and tidy. You could see that the hostess had spent a lot of heart and soul furnishing the place. It was strange, but you could imagine the scene of senior Yumiko sitting on the sofa drinking coffee at night. Because the warm-toned style of this small apartment was a bit too much, it made the person living there seem all the more lonely. Sit wherever you like. What would you like to drink? Yumiko asked. Plain water. You sat on the sofa without being reserved, your eyes surveying the layout of the first floor. Everyone has curiosity. Why not show it openly? At the very least, it doesn't look like you're pretending. In the corner of the living room, a vertical piano stood silently. The delicate, flawless black lacquer reflected a bit of the light, as if issuing a silent invitation. Want to try? Yumiko made you a cup of tea. She didn't just brush you off with a glass of plain water. May I? This proposal left you uncertain. People who love the piano generally don't want others touching their instrument. Of course. Tonight you are my temporary boyfriend. How could I refuse such a small request? The soundproofing of the house is very good, so don't worry about disturbing the neighbors. Yumiko sat elegantly on the sofa, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. The word bashful didn't apply to you. Since the hostess had given you the right to use the piano, you certainly had to try a vertical piano worth hundreds of thousands. You lifted the piano lid. Your slender, powerful fingers tapped lightly on the black and white keys. You played a few simple notes, and the tone was completely incomparable to the piano at home. Your fingertips began to dance continuously. People can lie, but music cannot. A sorrowful melody slowly played out, the beautiful notes turning into raindrops in a heavy downpour. Through the piano music, Yumiko seemed to realize a different side of you. She felt that the boy in the white shirt sitting in front of the black piano shouldn't be like this. So she came to your side and sat down next to you. When the interlude of the piece paused, a pair of perfect, flawless hands leapt onto the black and white keys. You turned your head to look at her. An improvised four-hand duet. This piano seemed to become a bridge for your souls. The two of you didn't speak, yet you could understand each other's thoughts through the melody. Yumiko's joining in made the piece feel less sorrowful, like a rainbow appearing in the rain. When the final note fell, it came to a perfect end. Yumiko hadn't expected that besides being able to draw, you also played the piano so well. You must learn to use music to heal yourself. Those flawless hands began to linger on the black and white keys once more. A soothing, relaxing peace flowed out, echoing in this cozy house. You listened quietly, but ripples stirred in your heart. Perhaps at this very moment, your wounded heart was being healed by the music. The two of you sat on the piano bench together, one playing, one listening, exceptionally harmonious. If this were captured in a photo, no one would deny that they were a deeply loving couple. If Kenji saw this scene, he would probably be gnashing his teeth with jealousy. Senior, whoever becomes your boyfriend in the future will surely be very happy. Are you saying in a roundabout way that you are very happy now? You didn't avoid Mayu's bitterness and answered directly, yes. Today you had gained many things you had never obtained before. Support from others, being chosen by others. After finishing the piano, the two sat on the sofa drinking tea, just like in the literary club before. Not speaking didn't make you feel awkward either. Perhaps it was too lonely living alone. Yumiko actually felt a sense of peace with you coming to her home. As for defenses, she knew you didn't have any base intentions. The clock on the wall was slowly ticking. You felt that a man and a woman shouldn't stay at the senior's house for too long. so you propose to leave. Senior, I'll head back now. The rideshare will be here soon. Let me see you out, Yumeko said, as if you were truly her boyfriend. The two stood in the cool night breeze. The phone showed the car was only a few hundred meters away. Senior, let me guess, Kaito. You want some rewards between a boyfriend and girlfriend, right? You're gonna say, I'm still your boyfriend right now? The enchanting voice was full of ambiguity. You smiled bitterly. Is the mature, intellectual senior always this calm when facing younger boys? You misunderstood. I meant that you drank half a bottle of red wine, so it's not good to take a shower too soon. You could already see the license plate in the distance. It seemed your car had arrived. Yumeko hadn't expected that today you would work so hard to help her and even pay a large sum from your royalties to treat her to dinner. Is there such a thing as selfless contribution in the world? There shouldn't be. You were bound to want something from her, but who would have thought that before leaving you wouldn't ask for a farewell hug, but instead leave her with words of concern? It had been a long time since Yumeko experienced the feeling of being cared for, like the warm sun of spring, without any impurities. Tonight, you get 100 points. The car pulled up slowly in front of you. You didn't respond to Yumeko's evaluation. Senior Yumeko. Yes, see you tomorrow. A 100-point temporary boyfriend is, after all, still a temporary boyfriend. According to the agreement, you automatically broke up after midnight. Sitting in the passenger seat, you watched the noble, enchanting woman move further and further away through the rearview mirror. Young man, you're quite lucky. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. Senior is nothing. Don't be timid. Don't wait to regret it after missing your chance. You listened to the tone of the driver. He sounded nostalgic, as if he were a man with a story of his own. You didn't want to talk about this, so you skillfully changed the subject, asking the driver how his recent income had been. As a result, the driver poured out his heart to you. You recalled the scene of Yumeko defending you in front of Kenji. You had finally won a battle, though the one you truly wanted to win had happened 6 months ago. As you got out of the car, the driver added a few more words. Don't be afraid to pursue girls. Summon up your courage. If there are flowers to be plucked, pluck them now. You also wished him more earnings to pay off his loan soon. Returning home, it was already past 9. Hana and Kaito's father, Ren, were watching TV in the living room, sitting very close together. Only when their son was away did this loving couple have private space. You wondered if you should move out so as not to disturb your parents' happy time. Dad. Hana saw that her son was the opposite of his usual self, dressed as appropriately as could be. Yumeko's eye for choosing clothes was truly impressive. At this moment, you were handsome and dashing, especially the collar on your white shirt that your girlfriend had personally adjusted, stiff and just right. Kaito, you're back from your date tonight? Not bad. You look much more handsome in this outfit than your dad did when he was young. Ren had no objection to his wife's words. He saw his own youthful style in you. Besides, with a mother like you, isn't it normal for the child to be even better? A friend helped me out this morning, and she needed some help this afternoon, so I'm only back now. Hana affirmed, but the she her son mentioned was indistinguishable from the language alone. Otherwise, Hana wouldn't have been so calm. Have you eaten? You just sit comfortably. I've already eaten. Yuki came looking for you just a moment ago. You walked toward the second floor while unbuttoning your cuffs. Your tone and expression were as calm as water, as if you had just heard of a minor matter. Aren't you going to visit Aunt Shiori's house? I don't want to disturb them. Your tall, straight silhouette disappeared around the corner of the stairs, with only your voice trailing behind. Hana sighed slightly upon seeing this. Anyone could tell that her son was making excuses. It wasn't even 9:30 p.m. yet. Back when he was in high school, he would still be at Aunt Shiori's house watching TV on weekends. You returned to your room and sat for a few minutes before heading into the bathroom to shower. The good mood you originally had was shattered by your mother's unintentional remark. Under the shower head, the warm water could not wash away your terrible mood. After a long time, you finally dried your hair, stepped out of the bathroom, and sat at your computer desk. Lacking any desire to play games, you ultimately chose to shut down the machine, turn off the lights, and go to sleep. In the pitch-black room, the phone by your pillow suddenly lit up. The message contained only 2 words. Good night. It did not come from Yuki. Instead, it came from an unexpected person, Yumeko. This message was like a brilliant shooting star streaking across the night sky, bringing with it countless specks of starlight. You inexplicably recalled that ever since the afternoon until you boarded the rideshare to go home, this senior of yours had not used the term junior to address you. You also remembered Yumeko saying, quote, temporary boyfriend, not fake boyfriend. Put that way, everything seemed to make sense. The gentle help with straightening your collar at the clothing store. Coming back from Yujinki, letting you come inside to sit for a while. When you didn't want to trouble her and ask for plain water, she brewed tea for you instead. And she allowed you to play that piano which belongs solely to her, and even performed a solo for you. These were all treatments reserved for a boyfriend. You stared blankly at your phone screen, feeling as if you had searched for her among the crowds 1,000 times, only to find her in the dim light. The things you had pursued for many years, which Yuki had never given you, were instead given to you by someone else. Perhaps heaven felt you were too miserable and granted you a firework-like romance. Beautiful, yet impossible to keep. It vanished in the blink of an eye. You had briefly tasted the flavor of being loved. But was this really being loved? Or was it a tragedy? Those who have seen the light find it difficult to endure the darkness. Just like this gentle and thoughtful good-night text, it was, in reality, Yumeko's farewell to you, her temporary boyfriend. From tomorrow on, the relationship between the two of you would return to that of senior and junior. Yumeko would no longer gently straighten your collar, nor would she proactively invite you to see a movie. Some things are just like that. Once you miss them forever. You sat silently for a long while before replying to Yumeko, personally drawing a period to this dreamy day. You closed your eyes, recalling this mirage-like love. When it arrived, you didn't notice it. When it left, you couldn't keep it. It is also possible that it never arrived at all, and was merely a refracted illusion, leaving you to die of thirst in the desert of love. At that moment, you didn't even know when you had fallen asleep. In the early morning, your internal clock woke you up on time. You suddenly understood why some people drink to get drunk. Although alcohol cannot soothe your heart, it can grant you the right to sleep. You don't have to be painfully trapped in a sleepless night, unable to escape. Today was another day full of classes. You had no choice but to get up. After finishing breakfast, you set off half an hour earlier than usual. Passing by the Tianhai attached high school, you could see the high school students wearing their blue and white uniforms inside. You were very familiar with that uniform, having worn it for 3 years. Your hurried footsteps gradually slowed down, then stopped, even though you could only catch a glimpse of a corner of the campus. The memories of the past couldn't stop surging up. You didn't dare to stay any longer and hurried away. Yuki had classes today as well. Once again, on this morning with perfect sunlight, she came to your house and rang the doorbell. Hearing the sound, Hana opened the door, but the answer she gave was the same as yesterday. You had already left for school. Yuki politely said goodbye. She knew you were avoiding her. Just like half a year ago, this street, so familiar and filled with countless memories, seemed to have become an insurmountable chasm. You would no longer walk across the street to find her. That short distance of 100 meters had become infinitely remote. It turned out that being able to see someone was such a lucky and luxurious thing. When Yuki passed by the Tianhai attached high school, she also stopped for a moment. She would never have thought that the place she was standing at was where you had also stayed not long ago. She walked through the bustling crowd, but felt empty inside. In the art classroom, most of the students had already arrived. Yuki, good morning. Yuki replied with a distracted, good morning. Seeing her in this state, Reiji didn't know how happy he was. It was highly likely that the conflict between you two had intensified, reaching the edge of collapse. Reiji pretended to be in a difficult position. There is something I want to tell you. Yesterday, I happened to run into that friend of yours. He seemed to be harboring resentment about you coming to my birthday party. His tone was a bit extreme, and he said a lot of things to me. Did you two fight because of me? Perhaps this gift will help him calm down. Reiji took out that set of imported oil paints and handed them over hypocritically. Hearing Reiji's words, Yuki was slightly dazed. The discomfort of having her social circle forcibly interfered with by others, which she had felt half a year ago, was gone. Instead, hearing that you were very angry made her feel somewhat happy, because people only get angry about things they care about. Who would care about things they don't value? Regarding the birthday party, she felt she owed you an explanation. In those few seconds, Yuki thought about so many things. That feeling, hidden in her subconscious, of being about to lose someone, drove her to make a decision she hadn't been able to make before. Reiji, I apologize to you on his behalf. This should have been a matter between us, and it shouldn't have involved you. I will talk to Kaito and give him an explanation. This kind of thing won't happen again. As for this gift, you keep it. Yuki, you should take it back. Reiji put on a hurt expression and forced a strained smile. He left the set of imported oil paints on Yuki's desk and walked away, looking as aggrieved as could be. Yuki's reaction made Reiji's heart sink. What did she mean by a matter between us? Was his plan too rushed? Or, after this break with Kaito, did she realize how important he was? But it didn't matter. As long as she went to find you to bring this up, he would win. When a woman pleads on behalf of another man, the right and wrong no longer matter. Sometimes, taking a stand is what comes first. Reiji was already starting to imagine the two of you, and then he would play the role of the caring, warm man to console her. A perfect plan. Maybe then he could finally shed the, quote, friend identity. Reiji fantasized wildly, but the image of Yumeko proactively hooking your arm and the two of you leaving together yesterday rushed into his mind. In just an instant, all his smugness dissipated without a trace, because a goddess-like older woman like Yumeko was someone out of his reach. He didn't even have the chance to interact with her. Damn it, what does that guy have to deserve this? The morning classes passed by without notice. The good news was that it was time to eat. The bad news was that there were more classes in the afternoon. The students packed their things and headed toward the cafeteria. Reiji actually wanted to go to the cafeteria with Yuki, but after thinking it over, he decided to play hard to get. Since he was playing the victim, he shouldn't crowd her now, so he abandoned the idea. The cafeteria at Tianhai University was inexpensive and had a spacious, bright environment. The surrounding boys cast their gazes toward two of the tables, whether intentionally or not, because the pretty girls from the art department were sitting there. At a glance, Yuki and Kaori were particularly eye-catching. Compared to their classmates who couldn't stop talking, the two of them were exceptionally quiet. Yuki, who do you think is better? Reiji, or that handsome guy who often waits for you after class? A girl who couldn't suppress her gossip fire asked cunningly. In an instant, the chatter of the other girls stopped. Obviously, they all wanted to know the answer. That handsome guy who always waits for you after class, could he be your boyfriend? When Yuki heard her classmate ask if Kaito was her boyfriend, a very subtle feeling echoed in her heart. For some reason, she remembered the taste of that fruit candy from elementary school. Choose whoever you like. If you like both, choose the second one. Because if you truly liked the first one, you wouldn't like the second one. It's better for everyone. Kaori put down her chopsticks and looked at Yuki. That subtle feeling in Yuki's heart was shattered by the words of her old friend. You want to say something? Yuki, stop lying to yourself. You and Reiji are just good friends. When you talk about art with him, aren't you happy? He gives you a sense of novelty that Kaito couldn't give you, right? You can lie to yourself, but you can't lie to us, the outsiders. In the past, you only allowed one boy your age to call you by your first name. Now there's another one. I see how you and Reiji interact. Why lie to yourself? Why not just choose him? Before you refute, ask your heart. Kaori was rarely this angry. It didn't matter who Yuki was with, but it broke her heart that she had hurt her Kaito so deeply. A few short sentences ruthlessly tore through Yuki's final line of defense. I don't have those kinds of feelings for Reiji. Don't say these excuses to cover up your heart. I don't care. You can keep lying to yourself. Just don't regret it. Kaori left the table with her tray. The friendship she once had with Yuki had gone up in flames, but just as she said, she didn't care. After Kaori left, Yuki had no appetite to eat. Ask my heart? The beautiful past was like an old movie, flashing frame by frame. She remembered it all very clearly. This movie suddenly stuttered after she started college. Was she really coveting the novelty brought by Reiji? As this question surfaced, the long chat logs on her messaging app uncontrollably appeared in her mind. Contrasting with them were the scattered, sparse chat logs with someone else. It's not like that. Yuki's heart became chaotic. She was desperate to do something to overturn Kaori's words. After Kaori returned to the dormitory, she missed her Kaito. She opened her phone and sent you a message. Are you at school? You received the message from Kaori and were somewhat surprised. Since that night, you felt the gentle younger sister who used to cling to you had returned. For you, in your current state, this was nothing less than spiritual consolation. Kaori guessed that you had classes in the afternoon, so you were lingering on campus. I want to see you. Unfortunately, Kaori didn't have the courage to send that. She changed, I want to see you, to, if you need something, should I go to the girls' dormitory to find you? Kaito, just tell me where you are. Running toward the person you love is never too far, as long as there is a clear place to reach, the small grassy slope on the west side of the soccer field. I'll be there soon. Tianhai University is not short of money. The landscaping is very well done. Apart from the ornamental lawns, there are several terraced lawns specifically for students to hang out in. This place even has a nickname, Lover's Slope. By evening, couples appear here, holding hands and cuddling together on the soft grass. After you discovered this pleasant spot, you had considered bringing Asuka here to sit, but unfortunately, it never happened. When you cleared your mind here, you would fantasize about proposing to Asuka after graduation, getting married, and slowly growing old together throughout the years. You even whispered to yourself back then, if that were to really happen, there would be no one in the world happier than me. Looking back now, it feels like a colossal joke. A reply from Kaori popped up in the chat window. I'll be there soon. In fact, you had subconsciously developed the habit of waiting for Asuka to finish class, waiting for her to respond to your love. Kaori walked over slowly. You wouldn't say anything, but I'll be there soon made you understand a few things. What is the point of waiting? People who want to find you don't need you to wait, get bored, or feel unhappy. The wind under the shade dispersed the regret in your heart about not being able to bring Asuka here. You don't know how long you had been letting your thoughts wander. A gentle, graceful figure appeared in your field of vision. Kaori's mother was a woman raised in the water towns of Jiangnan. Now it seems Kaori has completely inherited her mother's water-like tenderness and natural beauty. You sighed inwardly that your willful younger sister had grown up. Kaori came to your side. You noticed she was still carrying a convenience store bag. Those lustrous, fair hands reached inside and took out a bottle of lemon-flavored soda, handing it to you. How did you know I liked drinking this? I saw you drinking it often back in high school, Kaiso. Kaori didn't mind at all that she was wearing a skirt today as she sat down next to you. As you unscrewed the cap and tilted your head back to drink, she quietly watched the well-defined profile of the person she loved, not daring to look too long. After you finished a sip of the lemon soda, you looked over. She immediately shifted her gaze away in a guilty manner. Are you troubled by something? Kaori shook her head slightly. I just remembered it's been a long time since we chatted face-to-face like this, Kaito. Has Ren ignored you as his own younger sister since he started dating? You asked tentatively. Usually, when Kaori found you, it was because she had something she needed. Little did you know, this was just an excuse for Kaori. She only had one purpose. She wanted to see you. The more you thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. For the past few nights, Ren hadn't called you to get online. He was probably drowning in the river of love. It's normal to be in a bad mood when you see your brother stolen away by another woman. Don't worry, Ren will experience what you're feeling now. I guarantee he'll be 10 times more miserable than you are. Far away at Tianhai Normal University, Ren, who was holding his girlfriend's hand, suddenly sneezed. Who is cursing me? Based on your understanding of your good brother, he was the type to be jealous even of himself, let alone Kaori's future boyfriend. He would probably have a serious talk with his future brother-in-law. Kaito, what about you? You didn't expect Kaori to ask you that. I, of course, want you to be happy. As long as you're happy, I don't care. A kind person who has been rained on will always want to hold an umbrella for others. You truly hoped Kaori wouldn't end up as scarred and battered in love as you were. Kaori wasn't surprised by your answer, because her Kaito had always been like this, always wishing the best for her. Kaito. Kaori hesitated, wanting to speak, but holding back. Do you have someone you like? Yes. This person is right before my eyes, Kaori said in her heart. She was afraid you would see through her thoughts, so she lowered her gaze and took her water bottle out of the bag. Kaito, where do you want to go for the holiday? I'm going to see the sea. What about you? My mother wants me to go back to visit my grandparents. That's nice. You remembered Ren mentioning not long ago that he was going on a trip with his girlfriend, though you weren't sure if he had enough money. If Ren is busy later and you're bored, just come find me. I'll take you shopping and to eat good food. I'm your brother too. Hearing your comforting words, Kaori couldn't feel happy at all. She didn't want to be the younger sister to the person by her side. She wanted to be your girlfriend. When someone is clearly within reach, who would be content with just being like siblings? Don't find me annoying then, Kaito. How could I? At this moment, the two of you sat on the grassy slope chatting, not feeling bored at all. With your body and mind relaxed, you began to yawn. Last night, you tossed and turned until the small hours before finally falling asleep, and you attended several demanding classes in the morning. Fatigue washed over you. Kaori saw it in her eyes. It was clear you hadn't slept well last night. Besides Asuka, who else could keep you awake at night? Kaito, rest for a little while. Kaori straightened her skirt and her snow-white hand gently patted her thigh, signaling that you could lie down. You didn't expect Kaori to offer you a lap pillow. She was such a gentle person. If it were before you were 10, you would have lain down without hesitation. Back then, you were both just children, and there wasn't so much formality. Now, Kaori was already a great beauty. Men and women are different. Even as siblings, such intimate actions were inappropriate. I'll just nap here for a little bit. It won't be comfortable sleeping on the lawn. Kaori reached out and wrapped her arms around your arm, using the slope of the terrace to guide you into lying down. You only felt a gentle softness and smelled a scent like gardenias, as if you were lying in flowing spring water. You just wanted to speak, but Kaori pressed a pale finger against your thin lips, signaling for silence. Kaito, all these years, you've done so much for me that I have kept it all in my heart, but I haven't been able to do anything for you. This time, just treat it as a younger sister's gratitude to her brother. Kaito, sleep now. Don't think so much. When the time comes, I'll wake you up. Her hand gently stroked your hair, extremely tenderly. In just a few sentences, she positioned the seemingly intimate act between lovers as a fraternal bond. She could only love you in this way. Kaori, I never thought about getting any reward from you. You don't have to be so mindful. Since the day you accepted me as your brother, these are all things I should do. I know, Kaito. In this world, apart from parents, there is no one else worth your unrequited, wholehearted devotion. Promise me you have to learn to cherish yourself. You only allow yourself to spoil your younger sister, but you don't allow me to spoil my brother? That doesn't make sense. For a moment, you couldn't argue. Being kind to others and others being kind to you, that is the norm. In the silence, Kaori gently wiped away the tears that had fallen from your yawning. It was even gentler than the slow, soft breeze. Wake me up in 10 minutes. The scent of gardenias from Kaori lingered at your nose, pleasant and soothing. As the breeze brushed your face, your heavy eyelids slowly closed. You were truly, truly tired. Except for the night you were lulled to sleep by alcohol and dreamt of the girl in her school uniform all the other nights. So you intended to lie down for a moment to put Kaori at ease, but you ended up falling asleep. Kaori noticed your breathing had become steady and called out softly, Kaito? The person in her arms didn't respond. He was asleep. The person she thought about day and night was sleeping peacefully before her eyes, within reach. Kaori couldn't help but have an illusion. You belonged only to her now. Kaori reached out her fair hand and gently smoothed your furrowed brows. If I hadn't called you brother when we first met, would you have treated me like a childhood friend, just like Asuka? Kaito, how I wish I could go back to the time I first met you. Perhaps then I wouldn't be in such pain, and you wouldn't have been heartbroken by Asuka. Kaito, stop loving her. She doesn't know how to cherish you, okay? I will love you for my whole life. This woman, gentle as water but hiding surging waves of love in her heart, fulfilled her wish and left a kiss on her lover's cheek. You, fast asleep, could not hear Kaori's confession. There is a rumor at Tianhai University. Couples who go to lovers' slope together will find happiness. At this very moment, in the eyes of passers-by, Kaori and you were a deeply loving couple. Kaito, wake up! A melodious voice woke you from your dream. You slowly opened your eyes. What came into view was Kaori's gentle and beautiful face. You had slept very comfortably and felt much more refreshed. Oh no, I fell asleep without realizing it. How long have I been asleep? As you sat up, Kaori's heart was filled with loss. That moment had been so fleeting. For Kaori, who loved someone, it was far from enough. There is only half an hour left before class. Half an hour? Didn't I sleep for an hour? Are your legs numb? You should have woken me up earlier. Don't make yourself suffer, you said self-reproachfully. I'm fine, just sitting here. If you have class, Kaito, you should go first. I still have time. I can't just leave you here alone. You had experienced the feeling of numb legs. It was like countless ants crawling, truly unpleasant. Kaori, however, didn't seem to care much. Suffering is relative. If this level of pain could buy back the time they had just shared, she was willing to keep hurting forever. About 70 minutes later, she said it was time to go, and the two left the place called Lover's Slope side by side. As class time approached, the campus paths were crowded with students. The eyes of the male students were all drawn to Kaori, who was by your side. A woman who has found happiness always radiates a more refined aura. Kaito-kun, is that promise you made still valid? When have I ever lied to you? Come find me whenever you're bored, and I'll take you shopping and to eat good food. Then, Kaito-kun, if you ever have any worries, remember to tell me too. The lap pillow from just now, you can have it as many times as you want. After saying this, Kaori headed off in the direction of the art classroom, leaving you with a beautiful, slender silhouette. Many years of rigid stereotyping had caused you to mistake love for familial affection. You never thought in the direction that Kaori might actually like you, simply assuming that because her brother Haruto had been neglecting her while dating, she was just trying to compensate through you. But you were wrong, terribly wrong. From the day when you were children, when she was attacked by a stray dog and was so terrified she couldn't move, you were the one who stood up and shielded her. Even her own brother, Haruto, might not be able to surpass the position you hold in Kaori's heart, because in that moment, she had called out, "Brother," and you were the one who came. With the holidays approaching, many courses were crammed together, and the afternoon was packed with classes. You didn't find it tedious and listened attentively until the end. You organized your books and stationery into your gray backpack, sighing as a busy day finally drew to a close, unaware that a huge challenge was waiting for you. As you stepped out of the imposing main gate of Tenkai University, a custom-made luxury car was parked quietly nearby. 2 bodyguards in suits blocked your path. "Kaito-san, someone wants to see you. Please come with me." Their tone was as cold and emotionless as a robot. Your thoughts raced, ruling out all your interpersonal relationships. Last night you felt that Kenji was just putting on an act and wouldn't give up so easily. You hadn't expected that only a day later, that intuition would come true. You more or less guessed who wanted to see you, and followed the bodyguards to that stretched luxury sedan with composure. "Please." The bodyguard opened the door. Once you got in, you discovered that the person inside was someone you had seen on television, Tomoharu, a renowned titan of the business world. This made the atmosphere inside the luxuriously decorated, spacious car feel suffocating. A good upbringing prompted you to greet him, "Tomoharu-san." Tomoharu, however, continued to flip through the documents in his hands and did not respond. You understood immediately. This was a show of power, meant to put you in your place. The luxury car, worth tens of millions, began to move. You cast your gaze toward the window. As a native of Tenkai City, you recognized that the car was heading toward the elevated highway around the city. It seemed this conversation wouldn't be over anytime soon. Once on the highway, you could vaguely see the surface of the sea in the distance. You understood Tomoharu's attitude toward you. A father-in-law and a son-in-law are natural enemies. If it weren't for the law, this business mogul would probably tie you to a giant boulder and sink you to the bottom of the ocean. To pour endless effort into something, only to have it taken away by a young man from who knows where, box and all. Who could endure that? Tomoharu finished reading the file and sized you up. You remained neither humble nor pushy, keeping your composure. "How long have you known my daughter?" His words pulled your wandering thoughts back. "Yumeko and I met in the literature club half a year ago. She's the future heiress of the Tomoharu group," Tomoharu stated. "You seem to disagree with us being together." You cut straight to the chase. There was no point in being evasive or sycophantic in front of such a business mogul. Even under immense pressure, you couldn't act like a coward. As long as you showed a firm attitude toward this relationship, this overtime match could be considered a success. You would leave the rest to Yumeko. "What makes you think you're qualified to marry my daughter? Setting everything else aside, this car alone is something you probably couldn't afford in a lifetime." Tomoharu's tone held no arrogance, nor was it intentionally difficult. It was flat and calm. The tone of stating facts is the most hurtful. This sentence acted like a sharp blade, piercing the most sensitive spot. You had learned a truth long ago. It didn't matter if others looked down on you. What mattered most was that you looked up to yourself. If you looked down on yourself, then there was no hope for anything. Regarding things that haven't happened yet, I don't think anyone can jump to conclusions. Although a beautiful love needs money as support, love cannot be entirely about money. I have the ability to give Yumeko a happy life. Please, give me some time to prove myself. Every young person thinks they have a bright future and knows no bounds. Tomoharu was unmoved. Neither I nor her mother agree with our daughter being with someone from a different social standing. 2 sentences were enough to declare the verdict. Iron-willed and decisive. It gave you a taste of this legendary figure's character. No matter what, as long as Yumeko doesn't give up, I won't give up either. Tomoharu was indifferent to your vow. Changing the subject, he seemed to have insight into human nature. You are not people from the same world. True love can never withstand the reality of matching social status. I only have one daughter, Yumeko, and I don't want to hurt our father-daughter bond because of you, turning into the heinous villain in her eyes. Moreover, people have a psychology of rebellion. The more I interfere, the harder it will be for you to break up. It's better to let reality teach you a lesson, but some things are red lines. You shouldn't do them, and you can't do them. Is that clear? After receiving news from Kenji last night, Tomoharu had sent people to investigate, and discovered that, after you dropped his daughter off, you had stayed in that small apartment for a full half-hour before coming out. This situation was unprecedented. Simply put, the old father was panicking. There was another layer of preparation for why Tomoharu hadn't taken action against you yet. Wasn't his daughter bent on studying abroad at a top business school? Then things would be much easier to handle. You nodded. Seeing you agree, Tomoharu's tone softened a little. He turned to pick up his phone and dialed his daughter's number. In the literature club, Yumiko and Nao were both there. Nao was waiting for you, wanting to ask about the situation from yesterday. Yumiko didn't know if she was waiting for someone, but she had been there for a long time anyway. From the blazing sun at noon to the sunset glow spilling into the literature club through the windows. You said the junior can play the piano too. Is it good? Nao kept questioning her best friend. It's good. Yumiko's phone rang. The caller ID showed father. After getting home, the childhood friend discovered that you were innocent. She knew you had been schemed against. She also guessed that this was a conspiracy from the heavens, but only after cruelly abandoning you did she realize she regretted it. At this moment, Yumiko saw the caller ID, but there were no ripples in her beautiful eyes. Father, is something the matter? Have dinner with your father tonight. I'm having someone pick you up now. I'm dining at school. The cold voice of his daughter coming from the other end of the line made this titan of the business world sigh. Kaito is here too. Hearing this, Yumiko's heart tightened. Her father looking for you was definitely not a good thing. The news had traveled so fast. Kenji could not be ruled out of this. I want him to listen to the phone. Sitting opposite Tomoharu, you witnessed a man's transition from an authoritarian leader to a father. You took the phone. You subconsciously wanted to call her senior, but fortunately, you hit the brakes. The tone from the other end of the line was different from before. It was no longer calm. Yumiko's voice was always pleasant, but at this moment, you heard the concern within it. Did you suffer any grievances? Tomoharu-san just chatted with me for a moment, asking when we met. You didn't mention how Tomoharu had belittled you, but it couldn't fool Yumiko. She had experienced her father's ruthlessness and knew he wouldn't just be concerned about when you met. Suppression was inevitable. I'll be there soon. You panicked slightly. You had heard the same words for the second time today. Yumiko and Kaori were both actively running toward you. Yeah. You handed the phone back to Tomoharu. The father and daughter chatted for a bit. Yumiko asked for the location and rushed over. After hanging up the phone, Tomoharu had to reevaluate you. He only mentioned your name, and his daughter rushed over anxiously. Exactly how much weight did this brat carry in his daughter's heart? For the first time in his life, Tomoharu was jealous of someone else, even though he would never admit it. Half an hour later, the luxury car parked steadily in front of the Southern Pearl Hotel. When the door opened, you had already caught sight of that extremely charming figure. Yumiko had actually arrived before you. She walked straight over and hooked your arm. If you want to see Kaito, just tell me. Why did you have to go find him yourself? You felt a wave of dizziness. The belittling and suppression you had encountered in the car just now seemed not to matter at all. The senior seemed to be forever defending you. You have a boyfriend, so naturally I, as a father, have to vet him. Let's go in first. Tomoharu flipped the page without a trace. The style inside the Southern Pearl Hotel was not grand and luxurious, but rather leaned toward the classical. The seat Yumiko took was right next to you. Tomoharu, on the other hand, looked like a lone wolf. The waiters filed in, and the carefully prepared tea and dishes soon filled the table. Yumiko placed food on your plate, seemingly knowing you had just been wronged and wanting to make up for it now. Darling, try it and see if it's to your taste. Tomoharu's appearance made you regain the identity of the temporary boyfriend, something that should have ended with that goodnight text. Tomoharu could not watch anymore. He suddenly felt that tying up this brat in front of him with a rock and sinking him to the bottom of the sea was the best choice. You should also move back in. I'll wait until Mom moves back in. Then I'll move back too. You saw the enchanting smile on Yumiko's face gradually fade. Family matters. As a temporary boyfriend, you neither understood them nor could you intervene. This sentence also left Tomoharu speechless. He and Rensetsu were legally married. but in reality, they had long been separated. Recalling his wife, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, he actually felt a bit of longing. Make a call and have your mother come over too. That way, this meal can be considered a family dinner. Family dinner. What a tempting word for Yumeko. But leaving aside the fact that her parents' relationship had long since broken down, even if her mother were to give her daughter face and attend the banquet, she could not ignore your feelings. Her father alone already put you under great pressure. If her mother were added, she didn't dare to imagine that scene. Forget it. Mom won't come. Her daughter's words made Tomoharu realize he was a total failure. In front of Yumeko, he was not the business titan who could summon wind and rain, but a father. You saw so many different sides of this legendary figure today. A suffocating intensity, a father's love mixed with guilt. Nowadays, he looks a bit pathetic. You felt that the relationships in this wealthy family were something ordinary people could never reach. As expected, every family has its own difficult scriptures to read, even if they are rich. Without you knowing the reason, you were quietly favored by Yumeko once again. If you weren't there, Yumeko would have tried to call her mother no matter what. Eat more. Yumeko did not continue chatting with her father, avoiding the risk of neglecting you. Like a couple in the throes of new love, she served food to you. Shall we go watch a movie? This was the second time Yumeko had asked you. Last time, you hadn't taken it to heart. What kind of genre would you like to see? I'll book the tickets in a moment. That is something you should consider as a boyfriend. You once again felt that mirage-like love when the senior dated. It must have been more or less like this, right? The dinner that was supposed to be an interrogation of you ended up being handled well by Yumeko, protecting you so that Tomoharu couldn't exert half a bit of pressure on you. If you had to say there was any, Tomoharu's cold gaze should count. What do you think of Kaito-kun? Yumeko asked. His daughter had finally called him. Dad, after such a long time, could Tomoharu deny it? Not bad, Tomoharu gave a dishonest evaluation. In reality, in his eyes, the gap between their family backgrounds was too wide. You immediately realized the situation. Thank you for the compliment, Tomoharu-san. From now on, even if Tomoharu disapproved, he acknowledged your status as his daughter's boyfriend and would not push Kenji and Yumeko together. Yumeko, about what you said before regarding going abroad to study at a top business school, I will arrange it for you. After all, you are the successor to the Tomoharu group, and going out to sharpen yourself is a good choice. Yumeko didn't expect that something her father had firmly opposed in the past would be agreed to so easily. Was it because she had called him Dad? Or was it you understood that this was a difficult puzzle set by Tomoharu, an attempt to use time and space to break you and Yumeko up? Unfortunately, this trick was completely useless against you, the temporary boyfriend. You felt a sense of emotion. The senior was already in her final year at Tenkai University. In the near future, in the shelter of the literature club, that luxury cruise ship would sail toward a new destination, leaving you, a cargo ship weathered by storms, to keep watch alone. But you still sincerely felt happy for Yumeko. Often you would inadvertently see her reading many books in that field. Presumably, studying at a better business school was something she had always wanted to do. A life plan already set would naturally not be changed because of a temporary boyfriend like you. Your path and Yumeko's path were like two intersecting straight lines. Different angles gave your lives a point of intersection. In this intersection, perhaps good memories were hidden, lingering briefly before disappearing forever. This meal was neither long nor short. After it ended, you, as the boyfriend, and Yumeko saw Tomoharu into his car. Dad hopes you will still consider moving back home. The place where I live now is not worse than home. The daughter's reply left the old father feeling utterly helpless. Only when the luxury car, worth tens of millions, disappeared into the traffic did you relax. You looked at the noble and elegant Yumeko beside you. Her charming face was clouded with sadness. You knew she hadn't wanted to come to this dinner, but the senior had rushed over without a second thought. It's still early. Walk with me. Okay. As the streetlights came on, the two walked aimlessly through the bustling commercial district. What did father say to you? Yumeko broke the silence. You didn't want to lie to her, so you picked the most pleasant thing. He said, "You and I are not people of the same world. Don't take these words to heart. My father is just like that, authoritarian. I'm not that fragile. I'll just listen and let it pass. Lend me your phone for a second." You thought Yumiko's phone was low on battery and she needed to make a call, so you unlocked it without hesitation and gave it to her. Yumeko did use your phone to make a call, but only to her own number. saving a new contact in your directory. If my father looks for you privately again, call me immediately. Passing by a shop on the street, you asked Yumeko to wait a moment. Yumeko watched you go to the counter to queue and gradually became lost in thought. A broken, dysfunctional family was the eternal scar in her heart. When Tomoharu mentioned family dinner tonight, Yumeko was overwhelmed by various emotions, unable to express happiness. A long while later, you brought her back a white cloud. The book said that when people are sad, eating something sweet makes it less painful. Yumeko looked at the fluffy white cotton candy in her hands. The feeling of being cared for was like bright sunshine on snow. The various negative emotions gathered in her heart melted and disappeared. Yumeko tore open the transparent packaging and took a light bite with her alluring red lips. The fine sugar threads melted on her tongue, turning into sweetness. It's very sweet. Yumeko broke into a smile. Seeing her smile, you didn't ask why she was unhappy. To question someone about their sorrow is tantamount to tearing open a scabbed wound. Yumeko's phone rang. She didn't look at it, but instead savored the fluffy cotton candy. The sweet feeling seemed to reach the bottom of her heart. Yumeko and you walked until you reached the side of the bund. The shimmering water surface reflected the brilliant lights of the skyscrapers on both sides. Like a dream, you praised it. Are you talking about the scenery or the person? Yumeko's mood had been healed. You could tell from her intoxicating voice. You objectively gave an answer. You've improved since last night, learning to say sweet words to coax people. You and Yumeko gazed at the water surface covered in the glow of the sunset, appreciating it quietly. The crowd surged. Fates met and parted. Two different life trajectories crossed and overlapped at this moment. On the Bund, there were no man and woman more compatible than you two. Even in the future, when Yumeko goes abroad to study and pursues her dreams, encountering more humanity and scenery along the way, she will not forget the brilliant, flowing lights of the river tonight. And even more so, she will not forget that in the pitch-black night, someone gave her a white cloud. You pondered the time. The movie tickets you booked had already started. It was too late to go now, but that was fine. The night view before you was not necessarily worse than a movie. After all, a movie is someone else's story, while life is one's own. The two admired the view for a long time. The brilliant reflection on the water surface suddenly rippled. The night wind was cool, blowing Yumeko's skirt as she swayed. Senior, it's time to go back. Give me 2 more minutes. Yumeko turned her head to look at you and smiled. You felt that she seemed to like this night, so you said nothing more. The long night was endless, and 2 minutes were very short, passing in a flash. You walked back the way you came. Yumeko was distressed when she arrived, but the return trip was completely different. When your concerns swept away the haze in her heart, the nature of this aimless stroll changed. It became a date. A girl and a boy walking together through the bustling streets, seeing charming scenery. Most importantly, the boy made the girl feel happy. If this isn't a date, then what is it? Yumeko was the one who could best personally experience it while being immersed in it. Only she didn't expose it. After reaching the Southern Pearl Hotel, you thought the temporary boyfriend act for the night had come to an end, and you wanted to take a taxi home. But you were stopped by Yumeko. Take my car. I'll give you a ride. Senior, my home is in the other direction. Going back and forth would take twice the time. Didn't you also accompany me for a long time? Just consider it a return gift. As Yumeko pressed the electronic key, the lights of the red sports coupe in the parking space lit up. Not only that, she personally opened the passenger door. Her beautiful, clear eyes looked at you, who was standing in place, and the meaning was very clear. Come on, in this situation, to refuse any further would be hypocritical. You sat into the passenger seat efficiently. The faint fragrance floating in the car was very charming, which inevitably made you think of a term. A beautiful woman in a fragrant car. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at that familiar street. As you stepped out of the car, Yumeko said to you, Kaito-kun, I am very happy tonight. Thank you, senior. All right. Yumeko interrupted you, seemingly afraid you would refuse, just like he had rejected her invitation to the movie yesterday. See you tomorrow. You stopped delaying her time, nodded, and closed the door. Taking out your keys and opening the front door, you thought that by this time, your parents should have finished dinner. Unexpectedly, in the living room, besides your mother, there was another figure deeply rooted in your memories, Yuki-chan. At this moment, Yuki-chan was wearing an elegant white long dress, looking like a fairy who did not touch the smoke and fire of the human world. Kaito-kun. Her cold voice carried longing. For some time now, the boy who had grown up with her and walked through many years of time had been avoiding her. On the familiar street, only your lonely shadow remained. She missed you. If it were the past, you would see Yuki-chan waiting for you as soon as you got home, which would definitely have brought an indescribable sense of surprise. But now, looking at the girl in front of you who is impossibly beautiful, you feel no joy, but rather an unspeakable bitterness. You want to turn a blind eye? Aoi, however, does not give you that chance. She gets up and pulls you over. Yuki-chan has been waiting for you for a long time. You two should talk properly. She leaves the living room, leaving space for you and Yuki-chan, childhood sweethearts. You cannot guess the purpose of Yuki-chan's visit this time, nor do you want to guess. You are tired. You sit on different sofas. The air is very quiet, as if memories are flowing. Finally, Yuki-chan breaks the silence. Kaito-kun, I plan to apply to transfer to another class. She sees no change in your expression, seeing no curiosity or desire to ask further. The you of the past would certainly have asked her why she wanted to change classes. A flash of sorrow crosses her bright eyes. I really didn't mean to miss your birthday party. I won't refuse any compensation you want. Today, Ren also returned the birthday gift I gave him that day. In this matter, I was the one who did wrong. Stop talking, you suddenly speak up. If you came to me carrying guilt for him, I don't think there is anything for us to talk about. Let me say this one last time. Some things are simply not as you see them. Which class you transfer to, and how you are with Ren are your freedom. There is no need to tell me. As things stand, you don't want to say anything more. What needed to be said was already said half a year ago. Yuki-chan refuses to take back that birthday gift. You hadn't even touched it, but finally, tonight, you pick it up for the first time since returning to your room. Take this back. As you ruthlessly and formally return the gift you had meticulously prepared, Yuki-chan's eyes redden. She doesn't even have the courage to touch the gift. Once taken back, it means that some things are truly broken. You finish speaking and turn to walk up to the second floor. At this moment, Yuki-chan is no longer as cold as a fairy. Tears appear in her bright eyes. She rushes forward, disregarding everything, and grabs your hand. She is afraid that if she lets go, the person who has accompanied her for many years will disappear. Kaito-kun, I didn't come to you carrying guilt for Ren. I'm afraid of your coldness toward me, of you hiding and refusing to see me. Can we go back to the way we were before? Okay? The tears sliding from the corners of her eyes fall onto the back of your hand. You can feel their scorching heat. You do not look back. The bright light of the living room cannot illuminate the emotions on your face. Don't mention the past anymore. You are no longer the you of the past. You shake off Yuki-chan's hand and walk up the stairs to the second floor. Aoi hears the commotion and is worried about you, but she sees Yuki-chan with reddened eyes. Yuki-chan, you! Aoi-san, I'm leaving first. Yuki-chan does not want Aoi to see her crying, so she hurriedly wipes them away. But when she gets outside, tears blur her vision, dripping onto this street that bears countless memories. The more beautiful the past was, the more painful it is now. Yuki-chan cannot imagine a woman appearing in the future to replace her position, holding the hand of the man who should have been her lover, strolling together on this street. Just the thought of this brings bone-deep pain. Kaito-kun, don't leave me. The development of things far exceeds Aoi's expectations. Yuki-chan, who left in tears, and you, who refused to go out, and the gift on the coffee table that has not yet been opened. Wasn't her son's birthday a long time ago? Why is the gift untouched? She sighs slightly and puts the gift from the coffee table into the cabinet. Your room is pitch black. You sit quietly by the bed, silent. No one knows your current mood. It must hurt, right? People are not computers. You cannot simply press a few buttons to delete expired memories. Yuki-chan's words about returning to the past are like lighting the fuse of a bomb. Countless past times uncontrollably emerge in your mind. The cicada sounds from that sweltering summer seem to echo in your ears. You and she were cooling off under the large locust tree, and you asked the young girl, "Will you always be by my side?" Kaito-kun, why have you become so sentimental? We already promised each other. Don't be afraid. I won't leave you. The girl leans in proactively, taking out a tissue to wipe the sweat from your forehead. That summer was very hot and very beautiful. When winter arrived, you would personally help the girl put on her scarf and say, "It looks really good." The girl's face immediately turned as red as sunset clouds, the youth that stunned Kaito-kun. The many years the two have walked together, as long as the other is by their side, there is no fear of cold or heat. Your phone lights up again and again, but its owner ignores it, as if becoming a statue, buried in this long, dark night. You are trapped in memories for a night without sleep, heartache. All feelings disappear after dawn. When a person is in too much pain, the brain starts a protective mechanism, making feelings numb. You walk out of the room blankly. Seeing your mother's figure in the kitchen, your heart feels much better. The person in this world who loves you most is by your side. Because of what happened last night, Aoi is deeply worried. She wants to ask, but there is nowhere to start. Her son is grown up and has his own ideas. Don't sleep a bit more? Breakfast will take a while. You slept early last night, so you hurriedly wash your hands to help Aoi in the kitchen. The porridge is almost cooked. You only need to fry a few sunny-side-up eggs. How could Aoi not see that her son is lying? With your help, a light and nutritious breakfast is quickly served on the table. The atmosphere is harmonious. After drinking a bowl of porridge, Deki slowly asks, "Who sent you back last night?" You didn't expect your father to ask this question. He probably happened to see you get out of a multi-million-dollar car from the second-floor window. "We met in the club." You see a look of inquiry in your father's eyes and add, "She is going abroad to study soon." Hearing this, Deki feels relieved. Poor people don't dote on rich girls, even if your own family is not poor. After many years of hard work, he was also transferred to the company headquarters as a high-level executive. But everything is relative. For children to drive cars worth millions, such a family must have immense financial power. Daiki doesn't think his son is bad or unworthy of her. He thinks you are great. Your morals, grades, and athletic ability have no flaws. But marriage is not just a matter of two people. It involves family and family. An unequal road to marriage is very difficult. The holidays are almost here, and your mother and I plan to travel. "Kaito, will you stay home or come with us?" Daiki says. "Dad, I have other plans. Don't worry about me." Your parents. Relationship has not faded with time, but rather become better and better. You don't want to be a third wheel. In fact, you plan to move out after graduation. Once you leave this extremely familiar street, it will be hard for the two of you to meet again. That relationship of many years will gradually drown in the quicksand of time. As long as you don't dig it up, it doesn't exist. News in university classes usually spreads very quickly. Less than 2 hours after Yuki-chan submitted her application for a class transfer, other classmates already knew. She was heartbroken last night. It was precisely this heart-wrenching pain that kept her from despair. Can a 20-year relationship really be let go in just a few days? It cannot be let go. She must still have a chance to go back to the way things were with you. Even if it is difficult, she will not give up. For what Kaori said in the cafeteria, applying for another class is the answer she gives. For you, Yuki-chan abandons all the friends she made at university, including Ren, to adapt to a new environment. If nothing unexpected happens, when she returns from the holidays, she will be arranged into another class in the same major. In the 2 professional classes in the morning, Yuki-chan does not listen at all. On the white drawing paper, she draws a certain scene from her memory, stroke by stroke. In the painting, a boy in a blue and white school uniform is riding a bicycle, and the young girl sitting in the back seat is holding his waist, leaning gently against his back with a happy smile on the corner of her mouth. It is exactly the scene of you and her coming home from high school. That day, she said her bicycle was broken, but it actually wasn't. She is immersed in memories of the past. The bell rings, and the students go to the cafeteria one after another, leaving only Ren behind. He doesn't understand. Even though it was a bitter scheme, Yuki-chan doesn't look very interested. Kaito-kun and she must have had a fight. But the development of events exceeds Ren's expectations. Yuki-chan is actually going to another class. His long efforts have been dashed in an instant. "Yuki, why are you going to another class? Did Kaito-kun force you? What right does he have to interfere with your studies? Don't listen to him. We get along so well, I can't bear to let you go." Ren is worthy of being a green tea man. In just a few words, he puts you in the position of a villain while setting himself up as a devoted lover. "Kaito-kun didn't force me. I volunteered to go to another class. He doesn't want me to get too close to you." Ren is almost choked. It is rare to find a soulmate. After you go to another class, you will never find someone like me who has resonance in painting again. Kaito-kun, he knows nothing about art. Yuki-chan looks at the young boy in the painting and says, "If I have to choose between art and him, I would rather never touch art again for the rest of my life." Ren cannot believe this sentence came from Yuki-chan's mouth. Her passion for painting is even greater than his own. Sometimes, even he cannot bear to stay in the art studio for a long time. Yet Yuki-chan can do it. Now, she says she can give up the thing she likes most for you. Ren thought he had occupied the right time, place, and people, and that breaking up you and this childhood sweetheart couple was just a matter of time. Now he realizes he was wrong. The one who truly occupies the right time, place, and people is you. Once you leave her, she will chase after you, even to the ends of the earth. He cannot enter Yuki-chan's heart at all, because she already has someone in her heart. The favor he gained through art is like smoke. It dissipates with a blow and is completely incomparable to true love. Up to this point, Ren thoroughly understands the childhood sweetheart love you talked about. People who haven't experienced it won't understand how heavy that relationship is. Even if he provokes, sows discord, and pretends to be a victim, he still ends up in a complete mess. He cannot accept this result. Suddenly, Ren remembers the scene of Yumeko hooking her arm and laughs out of rage. Yuki-chan, I like you, but you are so heartless to me. Just wait. If I can't get happiness, you won't get happiness either. As things stand, telling you is fine. Kaito-kun never came to trouble me. He flaunted that you went to my birthday party and gave me a birthday gift. I dare not imagine how uncomfortable he was at that time. Returning the gift to you was just a means to gain sympathy. As I expected, you should have mentioned this to him, right? Ren laughs, laughing triumphantly. Every word he says subverts Yuki-chan's cognition. The previously well-disguised image of a good friend is gone. Yuki-chan's face turns pale, and she scolds. Think about me! Yuki-chan, I am indeed sleepy, but the person who hurt Kaito-kun is you. By the way, let me kindly tell you some news. When I went to trouble Kaito-kun, a woman helped him. The woman's appearance and temperament are not a bit worse than yours. Sooner or later, she will replace your position in Kaito-kun's heart. Originally, I was still jealous of his luck with women, but now I wish he and that woman would be together forever. Ren is not Kaito-kun. He is small-minded and treacherous. Kaito-kun is not happy, yet he hopes his good brother and sister can get happiness. Ren is a petty person. If he cannot get happiness, he cannot watch others get happiness, so that after failing, he does not hesitate to reveal his entire sinister plan, just to sting Yuki-chan. I should even thank Kaito-kun. He protected you too well, making you forget the treachery of the human heart. You think everyone in the world is like him? Yuki-chan, you won't be happy. Ren says everything he wants to say. He looks at the heartbroken Yuki-chan with a cold glance. Then he turns and leaves. In the large art studio, only Yuki-chan is left. Ren's lies just now have revealed the bloody truth. Her heart also becomes bloody, painful, and breathless. It turns out I have always misunderstood you. The little boy who would love her more than he loved himself has been scarred all over by her. In the long years of walking hand in hand with you, Yuki-chan has almost never had a chance to shed tears. Within a mere 2 days, she was repeating the same mistakes. Tears blurred her vision once again. She gradually lost sight of the boy in the painting who had ridden his bicycle to take her home. Yuki-chan reached out to try and touch you in the painting, sobbing and saying she was sorry. But some things are beyond repair even when you apologize. You hadn't replied to any of the messages she had sent during this time. It was as if they had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Once, 2 hearts that were inseparable were now worlds apart. As her tears fell, there was no longer anyone to gently wipe them away, no longer anyone to heal her with a warm embrace. The little boy who grew up by her side and loved her to the bone had been lost by her own hands. As this thought arose, it tore her heart to pieces. Yuki-chan could no longer care about anything. Brushes, paints, and books were all abandoned in the classroom. She only wanted to return to that familiar street to see you. When Yuki-chan stood at your door and pressed the doorbell, hoping for the appearance of the person who had walked through 20 years of time with her, her fantasy fell through. No one came to open the door. Aoi was not at home, and the boy who hadn't slept all night was sleeping soundly. A door separated the childhood sweethearts who had grown up together, innocent and inseparable. In the afternoon, Yuki-chan remembered you had class, so she went outside the corresponding classroom and waited quietly. She could faintly hear many obscure and difficult technical terms. Entering a different field is like crossing a mountain. Yuki-chan didn't understand the meaning. Was it like this when you used to wait for her outside the art classroom? Once, Yuki-chan had advised you, "No need to wait for me after class. We can see each other when we get home." But you had told her, Waiting for someone is a very boring thing. A casual sentence, but only today did Yuki-chan understand its value. In this ever-changing world, the greatest happiness is having someone willing to wait for you. When you are happy, he is there. When you are sad, he is also there. Future life is full of uncertainties, but if someone is willing to walk with you, no matter how rugged the road is, he will hold your hand and say, "I'm here." Today, however, the person who was willing to wait for her after class had his heart broken by her. Yuki-chan experienced your feelings. Listening to the hard-to-understand professional terminology, every second felt like a long time. But as long as she thought that you were the end of her waiting, she was willing to endure it. After a long time, the bell rang, and many young men and women poured out of the classroom. Their eyes were all attracted to Yuki-chan involuntarily. Yuki-chan couldn't see you in the crowd, so she asked a female classmate. The deputy monitor, Ayan, answered her. "Kaito-kun has taken leave." Yuki-chan had an illusion that you had completely disappeared from her world. She couldn't grab you or keep you. It turns out that in love, as long as one side stops running toward the other, you won't be able to find them even if you search the whole world. Tears flickered in Yuki-chan's eyes. Perhaps this was heaven's punishment, preventing her from ever finding that little boy who had accompanied her as she grew up. The furthest distance in this world is not being worlds apart, but when you and he brush past each other in a surging crowd, and neither of you notices. Yuki-chan sent you a text message. It was very short, only 3 words. A person will meet many people in their life, and will also miss many people. Missing some people doesn't matter, but missing others will leave you with lifelong regrets. Yuki-chan understood that in her life, you would always be the only one. No one would ever love her more than you, and no one would ever walk through nearly 20 years of summer cicadas and winter snows with her again. She was willing to spend her whole life making up for the harm she had caused you. As the evening sunset shone through the window into your room, you slowly woke up. People often say that you shouldn't sleep too long for a nap. Otherwise, when you wake up in the evening, you will have a feeling of being abandoned by the whole world. You deeply felt the loss and loneliness occupying the entire room. It pressed down on you, leaving you breathless, as if in another life. You charged your dead phone, and upon turning it on, the message from Yuki-chan came into view. A mere 3 words, but containing infinite emotions. "I'm sorry." Perhaps because you were hurt too deeply, seeing this message did not bring the joy of a misunderstanding being cleared up. Yuki-chan had figured out some of the truth, but it didn't matter anymore. The human brain has a contradictory side. The more you forbid yourself from thinking about something, the more your thoughts spread in that direction. During this time, you often dreamed of those beautiful memories of the past, as if you had returned to the past and were there in person. But when you woke up, it was all for nothing. 20 years of beautiful memories and cruel reality had become 2 extremes, seemingly tearing your soul apart. One half staying in the past, and the other half returning to the present, continuing to gasp for breath. You suddenly wanted to escape this room, which was full of loneliness except for the afterglow of the sunset. Perhaps sitting on the beach, watching the vast ocean, would make you feel more at ease. Your phone rang. It was a message from Hiroshi. After looking at the address Hiroshi sent, you replied and set off with your keys. At an open-air barbecue shop near Tenkai Normal University, Hiroshi had already ordered drinks and food. Once the barbecue was almost all served, he opened a cold beer for you, and the 2 of you clinked glasses. Taking a painful gulp of the bitter, stinging beer, you thought of Kaori, who had come to find you that day. How is your relationship with your girlfriend lately? Hiroshi was surprised. His good brother, who was hurt by love, actually took the initiative to bring up this aspect. Shouldn't he be avoiding it like a plague? If you and Yuki-chan had achieved a happy ending, he would definitely be flaunting his love in front of you. After all, who could be sweeter than the love of childhood sweethearts? But now, he didn't dare to say too much, and said vaguely, you nodded, having no appetite for the table full of barbecue, drinking your beer sullenly. Being too busy to remember me while dating is fine, but don't forget Kaori, a sister who loves her brother, now that he is circling another woman, must not be feeling good inside. Your words hit the nail on Hiroshi's conscience. He gave a few dry laughs. In the past, he would have immediately said to you, "Don't worry, I'm her brother." Now he was in a difficult position and had a headache. Yari said she wants to see Kaori when the holiday ends. You must come to the dinner to save the situation. Hiroshi was worried that his sister would not treat his girlfriend well, just as his good brother said. There is a strange woman who snatched away the affection that originally belonged to her. If she can sit down and eat together harmoniously, that would be strange. Why are you asking me for a sister-in-law dinner? You had only drunk 2 sips of cold beer, but what Hiroshi said made you feel drunk. Come on, to prevent you and your girlfriend from teaming up to bully my sister, I will definitely come. Thinking of Kaori sitting alone across from Hiroshi and Yari, her own brother, who used to hold her in the palm of his hand, now holding another woman's hand and telling her, "This is your future sister-in-law," you couldn't help but feel uneasy. Hey, don't describe me as a bad person who wants a girlfriend and abandons his sister. If you've eaten, stop your mouth with such a big oyster. Hard to say. You've been ignoring Kaori lately. She even came to find me. The way of heaven has a cycle. You wait. When Carrie is dating, if she doesn't answer your calls and doesn't reply to your messages, you will understand her mood now. Don't come to me crying. Hiroshi continued to eat barbecue and drink cold beer, not worried about the situation you described at all. I wish my sister would start dating immediately. Preferably, she would get married right after graduation. You are truly her brother. It is precisely because he is her brother that he thinks this way. He knows his sister too well. Just like her mother, don't look at her gentle and watery nature, but once she decides on something, she will never regret it. And who could be better than you, who stood up for her when you were young and ignorant? No one. She loves you to death. She won't be able to love anyone else in this life. Why are you looking at me with those eyes? Are you trying to borrow money? You asked, confused, borrowing your person to use, along with your family register. The empty beer bottles on the ground were increasing. Happy people are allergic to alcohol and don't want to drink too much bitter beer. Sad people crave alcohol, attempting to trade it for a night of peaceful sleep. Hiroshi counted the beer bottles for a while, then looked at his lonely and down-and-out good brother. He sighed in his heart. Yuki-chan, you have turned Kaito-kun into a drunkard. How could you bear to hurt him? Still drinking? It took you a second to reply to him. Yeah. Seeing his brother halfway drunk, Hiroshi thought it was a good time to say some things he couldn't usually say. My sister isn't any worse than Yuki-chan. Why don't you guys try being together? The biting cold beer flowed down your throat. You couldn't hear your good brother's words clearly. Hiroshi had to repeat it again. I said, my sister Kaori is not any worse than your childhood sweetheart. Why don't you try being together? What Kaito-kun needed was not cold and bitter beer. It would only make your heart hurt more. You needed a love as warm as the sun, someone who loves you. Hiroshi's tone was somewhere between a joke and not a joke. It was hard to tell. You're drunk. Don't play matchmaker recklessly. Kaori finally started to get close to me like before. Just say this in front of me. If you go to tell Kaori, and in case she has any estrangement from me because of this, causing the relationship to deteriorate, I won't finish with you. Your answer was within Hiroshi's expectations. He picked up his beer and took a deep drink, holding back from shouting at the block of wood opposite him. The reason she no longer calls you brother is because she doesn't want to be your sister. Once the truth is revealed, there is no turning back. The timing was not yet ripe. Sometimes Hiroshi wondered if his sister was lucky or unlucky to meet you. It should be lucky, right? When she was attacked by a stray dog and was too scared to move, a defenseless little girl, wouldn't he have been able to easily squeeze her throat? None of that happiness would have been possible to talk about. In any case, you reversed his sister's destiny. To be able to meet such a person is a top-tier blessing, not to mention that the other party guards Kaori like a sister. Hiroshi was helpless and annoyed. Then why is it that a person like you, who doesn't steal or grab, does nothing wrong, and has paid so much, cannot get happiness? Hiroshi, who had fallen in love, felt the world was so beautiful before tonight. Now he felt the world was so messed up. The person you love doesn't love you. The person who loves you, you don't love. It's a mess. He raised his beer bottle and clinked it with yours. The two of them drank for a long time. A beautiful woman appeared in this lively open-air barbecue shop. This happiness had nothing to do with you. It was Hiroshi's girlfriend, Yari. Sorry, she insisted on coming to pick me up. For this barbecue, Hiroshi didn't even bring Kaori. The girlfriend's arrival had already broken the rules. And for you right now, other people's happiness was like the violent sun in the desert that would scorch you. Drinking is about enough. As the words fell, Yari arrived at their position. Yari, this is Kaito-kun, my good brother. Hiroshi introduced. Yari had an impression of you. Last time, Hiroshi asked her to introduce you to some single beauties, and he even sent a photo over. Yari thought that the photo had mobile phone beauty filters. Meeting today, she found that you were much more handsome in person than in the photo. especially the profound and melancholy temperament on you. You could tell at a glance that you were in a state of heartbreak. "Hello." You nodded at her, then greeted the waiter to come over to prepare to check out. "I said I'd pay for this meal." Seeing you scan the code to pay, Hiroshi tried to stop you. "You pay or I pay, it's the same." You didn't pause and paid directly. The brothers' gathering came to an end, mainly because someone's girlfriend came to pick him up, and you were embarrassed not to let Hiroshi go. "We'll gather again after you come back from your holiday trip. Have fun." Hiroshi shook your hand. "You should go out and walk around too. Don't be half dead all day. It hurts me to watch." "Okay." Outside the barbecue shop, Hiroshi held Yari's hand and walked toward Tenkai Normal University. You were left alone in the cold night wind, waiting for the ride-hailing car to arrive. Watching their intimate figures in the distance, you couldn't help but wonder if one day in the future, someone would come to pick you up in the night while you were half drunk. Just this ethereal assumption filled you with an uncontrollable longing. Returning home, it was pitch black. Your parents had gone to sleep early for their trip tomorrow. You exhaled in relief. It wouldn't be good if your mother saw you reeking of alcohol. Although it is not advisable to shower after drinking, you couldn't care less about your mood. If you didn't act quickly, the accumulated intoxication would slowly fade, and your mind would start wandering again. When you finished your shower, dried your hair, and were about to turn off the lights to go to sleep, a video call from Kaori came through. After Hiroshi returned home, he told her that you had been drinking tonight, and that it would be a good idea to call and chat with you. A man is physically and mentally weak after drinking. Calling the person you like always comes with a bit of nervousness. Kaori's slender, fair fingers clicked the video call option rather than the voice call. After all, she wouldn't be able to see you during the next few days of holiday. You answered quickly. The image on the phone screen shifted, and a gentle, water-like woman appeared. Kaori had already bathed and was wearing loose, modest pajamas, which still couldn't hide her exquisite figure. "Aren't you asleep yet?" After drinking, your voice was slightly hoarse and your expression was weary. This brought a wave of heartbreak to Kaori. In fact, Kaori was also preparing to go to sleep, as she had a flight to her grandmother's house tomorrow. "Don't drink so much next time, just a few beers. Nothing to get drunk on." The conversation fell into a brief silence. Kaori looked at the person she liked, trapped in a love of shattered glass and stung to death, yet she was powerless to help. She wanted to reach out and say to you, "Will you come with me? Let me love you." If she were to speak her burning hot love aloud right now, you would not accept this confession from a sister, and it would only be counterproductive. Maybe she wouldn't even be able to call and comfort you in the future. "Kaito-kun, what exactly do I have to do for you to fall in love with me?" Was it because he remembered Hiroshi saying that after the holiday ended, he would let Kaori meet his girlfriend? Could she accept that the brother who held her in the palm of his hand was gone forever in love? That would probably be very difficult. You looked at Kaori on the screen, and an irrepressible thought appeared in your mind. Cancel it. Cancel this dinner. That way, the pain would come a little later, but it would come eventually. You were very depressed. You discovered that you couldn't fully protect your sister, Kaori. You were helpless against the pain Hiroshi brought her. Perhaps people grow up gradually in the midst of such unavoidable pain. Has Hiroshi mentioned his girlfriend to you? You wanted to warn Kaori in advance. My brother said he wants me to meet her after the holiday ends, Kaori replied. Actually, my brother doesn't need to be so concerned about me. If he likes her, then I like her. You didn't want to talk about this heavy topic anymore. I heard the scenery near your grandmother's house is very good. Remember to take 2 photos and send them to me. Knowing you were free during the holiday, Kaori was deeply moved. She really wanted to take the person she liked to visit her other hometown, but since Hiroshi wasn't there, she had no excuse to take you away, she replied dejectedly. You chatted with her for a while, and seeing it was late, you said goodnight. From the other side came a good night, as gentle and winding as a spring stream. Not until the video call ended did you remember a question. What was the purpose of Kaori calling in the middle of the night? The long accumulated drunkenness kept you from thinking too much, and you soon fell into a deep sleep. Tonight, some could seek a night of peace with the help of alcohol, while others suffered in the long night. In another bedroom, the dim light of the night lamp fell on the bed. The woman sleeping there frowned slightly, with fine sweat on her fair forehead. Ayane had a dream that she was trapped in a sea of fire, being roasted by scorching flames. The next morning, you saw your parents off to their trip, and you were left all alone in the big house. However, you were also going to leave in a moment. You had booked a plane ticket to a city in the south where spring lasts all year round. It is rumored that travelers from all over the world gather there, and there are unforgettable love stories. You had never been to that city, but you hoped it would bring you different life insights. Half an hour later, you packed your luggage and set off on the road to the airport. Almost as soon as you left, Yuki-chan arrived. It seemed heaven was truly punishing her, making her miss you forever. The city on a holiday was very congested, but you were not in a hurry. You could already see the huge building, Tenkai Airport, from afar. Soon, you would be sitting on a passenger plane, flying to a brand new city. However, the phone in your pocket rang at an inopportune time. You looked at the caller ID displayed on the screen. Ayane. You didn't expect the upperclassman to call you at this time. Could it be that Ren was pestering her again and she urgently needed to be rescued? Besides that, you couldn't think of a second reason. You picked up the call. The voice on the other end was very weak. Kaito-kun? I have a fever, can you come over? These simple words seemed to consume all the strength on the other end of the line, leaving only heavy breathing. When this sudden, unexpected event happened, just as your trip was about to begin, you abandoned the Tenkai airport you were about to reach and told the driver to turn around at the next intersection. You were very glad you didn't get on the plane. If the upperclassman had heard the unable to connect prompt, would she have had the strength to dial the next number? What if something happened? You kept the line open. However, Ayane could only respond vaguely at first. You were frantic with anxiety. The feverish Ayane was delirious. She vaguely heard your voice, and her remaining reason had only one thought. She expected you to come quickly. There was also a traffic jam on the way back. You could no longer pass every traffic light calmly. After an agonizing wait, you arrived at that 2-story small apartment and hurried out of the car after paying extra. Upperclassman! You pressed the doorbell and shouted. There was no response in the apartment, silent enough to be distressing. You were impatient and wanted to break the door by force. But after Ayane bought this 2-story apartment, she had changed the door and locked to better ones. The anti-theft door that protected her safety had now become the biggest stumbling block. Even if you kicked it fiercely or smashed it with a stone until your hand was split and bleeding, the sturdy anti-theft door only suffered surface damage. You didn't know how long it would take to break it open. Ayane couldn't wait. At this moment, you took out your phone. The blood flowing from your hand stained the screen. You quickly wiped it with your clothes and dialed the police team, explaining the cause and effect. 10 minutes later, several police officers arrived at the scene with a registered locksmith. You felt as if you had seen the dawn of hope. The locksmith was very professional. It took less than 5 minutes to open the sturdy anti-theft door. You rushed into the house, surveyed the familiar first floor, and didn't find Ayane. You then anxiously ran up the stairs to the second floor, and finally found her in the bedroom. That slim and graceful figure. Ayane's face showed a sickly red. After sensing someone shaking her shoulders gently, her beautiful, watery eyes slowly opened. Relying on her remaining reason to recognize the visitor, she called out your name. Kaito-kun, I feel so bad. You had never seen such a fragile side of her. Usually, the upperclassman was noble and elegant, and this sentence carried the meaning of wanting to be saved. I will take you to the hospital immediately. You picked Ayane up from the bed in a princess carry. The slim body was not heavy, but it was very hot. So hot that you could feel the scalding temperature through the clothes. Quick, quick! The team leading officer saw the patient was in bad shape and immediately drove you to the nearest hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital and getting out of the car, you thanked him profusely. Little did you know that arriving at the hospital was not the end of the troubles. As the seasons changed, people with influenza and high fever were everywhere. Ayane in your arms leaned closely against your chest. You could feel the upperclassman's body shivering with cold, yet her forehead was burning hot. The hospital calling number was long overdue. You could only hold her tighter, giving her useless comfort, while carefully protecting her to ensure the thermometer didn't move. Upperclassmen, please endure it a little longer. It will be our turn soon. The electronic clock outside the hospital corridor ticked second by second. Your heartstrings were pulled into it. There is no such thing as 100% empathy in the world, but you wanted to bear this pain instead of the woman in your arms. Ayane had given you warmth when you were embarrassed and down and out, even if that warmth was for the sake of taking care of a junior, not out of love. You also wanted to repay her. As the buzzer sounded, you saw the light of dawn and brought Ayane to the doctor. The doctor looked at the thermometer and, through questions and symptoms, quickly diagnosed it as seasonal influenza and gave you some instructions. You remembered them carefully in your heart. You began to run between the payment counters. The doctor said she couldn't take medicine on an empty stomach. You asked the nurse, found the convenience store next to the inpatient department, and bought bread and milk. Ayan was dispirited, but she barely ate half of it under your coaxing, then took medicine and started an IV drip. The hospital lobby was a bit cold, so you draped your not-so-thick coat over Ayan. Ayan nestled against your shoulder, as if you were her only reliance in this world. A night of fever had burned away Ayane's strength and composure, exposing her fragile side in front of you, who had come to save her at a critical moment. How can one truly be said to know a person? Is it through holding hands? Or lingering over every inch of her skin? These seemed to be no match for having seen her most fragile side. At this moment, she was completely unguarded, her closed heart completely open to you. Spiritual love is far more sincere than physical love. You stared at the IV bottle for nearly an hour and a half before calling the nurse to change the bottle. During the IV drip, Ayan felt cold, and her soft body leaned closer to you. "Upperclassman, are you feeling better?" Your other hand rested gently on her fair forehead. It was not as scalding as when you first arrived at the hospital. Ayan let you do these small, caring actions. Next, you didn't make any more noise to disturb her. You knew she didn't want to talk now. The liquid in the bottle dropped little by little, and time flowed away with it. The IV drip took almost 3 hours. Added to the time before, it was already past noon before you knew it. Compared to her previous terrible state, Ayane no longer needed you to carry her. On the way home by taxi, she was still leaning on your shoulder, holding your hand. Perhaps because the medicine was working fully, Ayane gradually fell asleep. When you arrived home, you didn't wake her up. You gently picked her up, then slowly placed her on the big bed in her bedroom and covered her with a quilt. At the end, you weren't at ease, so you checked her forehead temperature again to make sure the fever had subsided. You felt hungry and thirsty as you relaxed, and there was a throbbing pain in your hand. But you saw that Ayane's eyebrows were no longer tightly locked. Everything was worth it. You sat down by the bed and took out your phone. Originally, at this time, you should have been in that southern city where spring lasts all year round, visiting various attractions. Everything had been disrupted by a single phone call from Ayane. For her sake, you changed your planned trajectory and stayed in Tenkai City. Would she be able to give you a beautiful future in return? After resting for a while, you got up to look for something to eat in the downstairs refrigerator. The large refrigerator was fully stocked, so you just randomly grabbed 2 items. After filling your stomach, you didn't forget to boil a kettle of water, lest the upperclassmen have no hot water to drink when she woke up. Ayane slept for several hours after returning from the hospital, and it was already dark when she woke up. Seeing that she had a fever and a poor appetite, you cooked a light and nutritious meat porridge, and you personally fed Ayane as she leaned against the bed. Now that the high fever had subsided, that extremely uncomfortable feeling disappeared with it, but Ayane was still very weak, and her incredibly charming face was slightly pale. You brought a spoonful of the perfectly tempered meat porridge to her lips. Ayane parted her red lips slightly, making for a remarkably harmonious scene. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were her attentive boyfriend. "I'm full." The beauty on the bed looked at you, her voice sounding a bit powerless. "Eating more will help you recover faster. Let's finish the rest, okay?" You scooped another spoonful and held it out to Ayane's lips. She hesitated for a moment, but still obediently ate it. As the porridge in the bowl slowly reached the bottom, you inexplicably felt a sense of satisfaction. The usually unparalleled upperclassman was actually being so obedient, eating more, simply because you asked her to. However, you hoped it was happiness that made Ayane drop her defenses, rather than unbearable illness. Because no matter how confident and composed a woman is, she will eventually become gentle in the arms of the person she cares about. After she finished the porridge, you poured a cup of warm water at a comfortable temperature. The care and attentiveness of the person before her eyes were enough to provide solace to her soul. That feeling was like coming across a warm campfire in a world of ice and snow. "Upperclassman, you've helped me before, so there's no need to say thank you." You poured another cup of hot water. You reached out and touched the fair forehead of the sick beauty resting on the bed. Ayane did not refuse. Her temperature had returned to normal. During the IV drip, she felt that this slightly warm hand made her feel very secure, and now that the high fever had broken, she could feel it even more clearly. Ayane watched your retreating figure as you took the bowl to wash it, but the sensation on her forehead lingered, reaching straight to her heart. Worrying that she might feel lonely with no one around, you quickly returned to the room. The tacit understanding and habits the two of you had developed in the literature club meant that you didn't feel awkward even when you weren't talking. You sat by the edge of the bed. Your gaze couldn't constantly stare at the upperclassman, who had lost her powerful aura but remained noble and beautiful. You began to look around at the layout of the bedroom, which was grand, minimalist, and yet aesthetically pleasing. A girl's private bedroom was always off-limits to male peers. In fact, you were the only man who had ever come into this room since Ayane bought this 2-story apartment, and you were even sitting by her bedside. Ayan reached for the slim laptop on the nightstand. "Watch a movie with me." The screen on the wall slowly lowered, and the projector turned on. "I'll go turn off the lights." You were happy to fulfill the patient's requests as much as possible, though you hadn't expected that the movie you failed to watch on the previous 2 occasions would actually be completed at a time like this. Things in life are truly unpredictable. The lights went out, leaving the projector as the only source of light in the room. It was dark, yet it carried an indescribable touch of ambiguity. Ayan leaned a bit closer to you as you sat by the bedside. Before it started, the room was quiet enough to hear each other's breathing. It was a Japanese action blockbuster, very popular, and required a separate fee on the video app to watch. Ayane was afraid you would be too bored just keeping her company. You weren't a blockhead, and you couldn't help but steal a glance at this woman whose temperament and appearance were flawless, still looking out for you even while she was sick. Not to your liking? I actually quite like this franchise. In the dim light, you felt Ayane's beautiful eyes grow even more intense, so you quickly shifted your gaze to the movie that was starting, but you didn't manage to finish it, because an hour later, Ayane fell asleep, resting against your shoulder. She had originally intended to stay awake and finish it with you, but her illness-weakened body, combined with the sleep-inducing components in the medicine, eventually caused her to drift off. You merely felt your shoulder grow slightly heavier and turned your head to look. What met your eyes was an exquisitely beautiful face. The pale complexion did not diminish Ayane's beauty at all. Instead, it made one feel a protective tenderness. During the day, you had held her in your arms without being able to pay attention to anything else. Now, however, a faint, subtle fragrance floated in the air. "Upperclassman?" Leaning against your shoulder, Ayane gave no response. "Sleep. Get plenty of rest," you whispered, supporting Ayane's slender back to gently lower her down flat before pulling the quilt up over her. Reaching over for the laptop, you stopped the movie. Silence returned to the room. In the end, the two of you still hadn't managed to finish a movie together. You turned on the night lamp. Its faint glow only capable of illuminating a small space around the head of the bed, yet it failed to conceal Ayan's beauty. Under the dim lighting, she gained a touch of mystery, making one want to lean in closer to look. You did not hesitate at all, feeling nothing but concern. Some things are like the beautiful moonlight outside the window. It will shine upon you, but it disappears as soon as dawn breaks, slipping away no matter how hard you try to hold on to it. But it didn't matter. It would turn into an eternity within your memories. After double-checking her temperature, you went to another room to grab a mat and a blanket, returning to set up a makeshift bed on the floor. In the end, you simply couldn't put your mind at ease. Back when you used to get fevers, it was easy to suffer a relapse in the middle of the night. To eliminate any accidents, you felt that sleeping on the floor for a night was perfectly acceptable. Ding dong! The sound of an incoming message from your phone broke the silence of the room quite harshly. Your immediate reaction was not to look at the screen, but to check whether Ayan on the bed had been woken up. Fortunately, she hadn't. After silently switching it to silent mode, you finally looked at the message sent by Hiroshi. Hiroshi had clearly thoroughly enjoyed himself today, eating and drinking to his heart's content. Returning to his hotel in the evening, he saw his best friend's like, so he casually checked your social feed, only to find that not a single new photo had been posted. Something wasn't right. The two best friends had agreed to split up and enjoy their respective trips, so why was there total silence? Could you still be staying at home? Where are you? Weren't you supposed to go to the Spring City? Send over a few travel photos for me to see? Ran into a bit of an accident. Someone needs me. When Hiroshi saw this reply, he instantly felt unsettled. Did you reconcile with Yuki-chan? If so, what about his own sister? Yuki-chan? He replied with those two words. In truth, the saying that fate is like a set of interlocking gears isn't without reason. If it weren't for Yuki-chan, you never would have joined the literature club, and you never would have crossed paths with Ayane. The care and attentiveness that Ayan was enjoying right now should have belonged entirely to Yuki-chan alone. She simply hadn't cherished it. In the semi-transparent bathroom of the hotel, Miyabi stepped out, wrapped in a bath towel. Although she couldn't quite match up to Yuki-chan and the others, scoring a 90 out of 100 was not an issue. Hiroshi, who was busy texting, was so preoccupied with his sister's lifelong happiness that he didn't notice his girlfriend's proactive advance at all. It wasn't until a pair of soft arms wrapped around his neck that he finally reacted. After waiting for a long time, you noticed that Hiroshi had suddenly cut off all communication and stopped replying to messages. Realizing a certain possibility, you stopped waiting for your best friend's texts. Once the phone screen went dark, you, exhausted in both mind and body, drifted off to sleep. Someone was calling your name. You woke up abruptly. You discovered that Ayan was calling out to you in a daze. The temperature that had previously receded had become burning hot once again in the dead of night. You slowly opened your eyes, and as the voice in your dream overlapped with reality, you became completely awake in an instant. It turned out that it wasn't a dream at all. The upperclassman was actually calling your name in her semi-conscious state. You quickly turned on the light. The scene before you now was almost identical to what you had witnessed when breaking through the door in the morning. Ayan lay on the bed, drenched in sweat, her face flushed with a sickly red. There was no telling exactly when the high fever had made its comeback. Recognizing the blurred figure shifting in front of her, she exhausted all her remaining strength to reach out her hand to touch you. Upperclassman, don't be afraid. You gripped her outstretched hand. While comforting her, you noticed the thermos, a cup, and the medicine were right on the nightstand. You poured the water and unwrapped the medicine packets in one seamless motion. Leaning against the bed, Aeon took the medicine under your care. You touched her forehead, and it was indeed alarmingly hot. Since it would take some time for the medication to take effect, you needed to find a towel for a cold compress. Your thoughts raced, and you turned to step out of the room. However, a fair, slender hand that had been devoid of strength tightly tugged at the corner of your clothes. Don't go. Seeing Ayan so incredibly fragile made you feel as though she were made of delicate glass. If you were to pull away from this feeble grasp, she would plummet into a helpless abyss. When you hadn't been around last night, how on earth had she managed to endure it all? A deep sense of tenderness filled your heart. Sitting back down on the edge of the bed, you cradled her fair hand in yours. Upperclassman? I'm not leaving. I'm just going to the bathroom to get a towel. Wait for me, okay? After a few gentle whispered words, you released her hand and practically sprinted to the bathroom. When you returned, you were carrying a basin filled with water and a soaked towel. The entire process took less than half a minute. You helped Ayan lie down after taking her medicine, wrung out the towel, and placed it over her burning forehead. Having completed all this, you took hold of Ayan's hand once more, providing her with emotional support and solace. I'm here. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, the deepest part of the night, and the darkest period just before the sun rises. Yet, the light remained on in this room. The beautiful woman on the bed was currently being tormented by a high fever. The saving grace in this misfortune was that someone was tightly holding her hand, keeping her company through this seemingly endless night. Delirious from the fever, Ayani's subconscious took over, and she called out your name over and over again to find a sense of security. You were incredibly patient, never growing tired of it, and responded to every single call. You had never imagined that a day would come where you would be so desperately needed by someone. For someone starved of affection, this was by no means a burden. At this very moment, you were Ayane's entire world. Not long ago, when the high fever roared back, she had woken up in a completely muddled state. The pitch-black night had transformed into a cage of loneliness, anxiety, and unease, wrapping around her consciousness like thorny vines. Ayan had called out helplessly, just like a drowning person. The moment she heard you say, "Upperclassman, don't be afraid," the feeling was in no way inferior to the first rays of dawn, piercing through the clouds, signaling the arrival of a new day. The repeating sound of splashing water echoed in the room as you cooled the warm towel once again. You had no idea how many times you had wrung out the towel over the course of the night. 10 times, 20 times, it no longer mattered. Between the effects of the medicine and the cold compress, Ayani's temperature finally returned to normal, and she drifted off into a heavy sleep. Finding a moment to rest, you looked at her slightly sorrowful yet beautiful sleeping face, using your fingertips to gently brush aside a few stray strands of her hair. In the deep expanse of the dark night, it felt as though time had stopped flowing entirely. You didn't pull out your phone to pass the time, choosing instead to silently watch over Ayani, who was at her absolute most vulnerable. Gradually, sitting in the chair, you leaned against the edge of the bed and fell asleep. For the remainder of the night, Ayane slept peacefully, and the boundless sea of fire in her dreams vanished completely. Feeling relaxed all over her body, she propped herself up and sat up. Suddenly, she saw you asleep, curled up by the edge of the bed. Scene after scene flashed through her mind. This man's thoughtful comfort, his unwavering companionship, and the towel that kept turning hot and cold. From childhood to adulthood, Ayane had grown up amidst praise. In high school and university, the love letters she received were too numerous to count. Some coveted her devastatingly beautiful appearance, while others coveted her vast family wealth. Yet the person before her eyes seemed neither to covet her beauty nor her money. Ayane couldn't help but stretch out her hand, skimming across your well-defined face as lightly as a dragonfly skimming the water, before slowly draping a blanket over you. Ayane's rippling, beautiful eyes quietly looked at you as you slept soundly, wondering what she was thinking. Working tirelessly day and night had truly exhausted you. Even in that awkward position by the bed, you still slept for a long time? You had a dream. Junichiro found out that you were staying over at his daughter's place, an unmarried man and woman alone together. He sent a horde of people to sink you to the bottom of the river. The upperclassmen arrived just in time, pleading desperately. The father and daughter reached a deal. You couldn't hear the contents of the conversation clearly. At the airport security checkpoint, the upperclassman looked at you with tears in her eyes, seemingly saying something. But you still couldn't hear it clearly. In the end, she walked into the security checkpoint without looking back. You didn't know if it was determination or reluctance. It should have been reluctance. Your subconscious put an end to this nightmare just as you were about to wake up. Ayane seamlessly withdrew her gaze without leaving a trace. It was already noon, and the ambient light was somewhat harsh for you after staying up all night. You blinked your eyes. For a moment, Ayane appeared hazy and indistinct in your eyes, as if draped in a layer of radiance. Upperclassman, do you feel any better? What time is it now? You wanted to stretch, only to find a blanket draped over you. 12 o'clock noon. Seeing that your first words upon waking up were to show concern for her, the sunlight outside the window seemed to shine directly into Ayane's heart, filling it with warmth. You didn't expect to sleep until this hour. Putting breakfast aside, you had almost missed lunch. It was fine if you didn't eat, but a patient couldn't go without food. Moreover, the doctor had prescribed a total of 3 days of medicine, which had to be taken on time. I'll go make lunch right away. Wait a moment. Your sleepiness hadn't fully dissipated, so you habitually reached out to check the fair forehead of the beauty on the bed, out of the routine established by your day and night companionship. In the midst of her suffering, Ayane would lean against your shoulder and hold your hand tightly without letting go. And you had appeared at her most helpless moment, picking her up and rushing her to the hospital. The security provided by that broad chest had already become an indelible memory. The two of you were sharing a room, only lacking sharing the same bed. Compared to physical distance, perhaps the distance between your souls was even closer. At least, it was for Ayane. Her fair forehead was no longer burning, feeling like fine silk to the touch. The tops of Ayane's ears flushed slightly red, the heat hadn't fully receded. Sensing that her temperature had returned to normal, you yawned and headed to the kitchen. Half an hour later, a steaming bowl of meat porridge was brought inside. Ayane was much better, so doing it herself was no longer a problem. Yet she still didn't refuse you feeding her the porridge by hand. Seeing Ayane finish 2 bowls of meat porridge, you nodded secretly, thinking she should be recovering soon. I want to change into a different set of clothes. The 2 bouts of high fever had left Ayane feeling sticky all over. She had a slight obsession with cleanliness, but since she couldn't take a bath at this stage, she could only endure it for a bit. Then I'll step out for a moment. Call me when you're done. This is your bedroom, upperclassman. Do you need me to help you grab your clothes? Just grab any set from the second wardrobe. Following her words, you opened the second wardrobe, which was filled entirely with loose loungewear. Every piece was of excellent texture and style, leaving you dazzled. Most importantly, the bottom 2 drawers of the wardrobe were incredibly glamorous, filled with a woman's intimate undergarments. Having picked out a top and trousers, you found yourself in a dilemma. Should you grab them or not? You felt those stylish pieces of fabric were like burning coals in your hands. You certainly couldn't ask right now. Upperclassman, are you going to change your underwear? Saying such an utterly low EQ phrase would make things awkward for both of you. The best approach was to hand everything over to her, as if nothing were unusual. You adjusted your breathing, and when you took hold of them, the texture was incredibly soft. When Ayane saw that you had brought a complete set of clothing, a few layers of blush surfaced on her breathtakingly beautiful face. You placed them by the bed and stepped outside, closing the door behind you. Leaning against the door, you breathed a sigh of relief and pulled out your phone from your pocket to distract yourself. Inside the bedroom, Ayane shed her garments, her slender and graceful figure half concealed. She thought about how you were right outside the door at this moment, making her mood a bit subtle. Though she wasn't worried or afraid that you would burst in, with you guarding the outside, she felt very safe, a feeling that was hard to define or express. 2 minutes later, she was fully dressed and called out to the door. All right. Hearing Ayane's voice, you opened the door and walked back in. The beauty on the bed was wearing a beige set of loungewear, and her charming face had regained some color, no longer looking slightly pale like yesterday. Seeing this, you felt that the Ayane from your impressions had returned. I'll borrow the bathroom to take a shower. Use it as you like. Before leaving, you also took away the clothes she had changed out of. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Before today, Ayane had never imagined that a man would appear in her life, stepping onto the stage at her most helpless moment to rescue her from jeopardy, and even being willing to cook and wash clothes for her. In the bathroom, you had absolutely no idea what Ayane was thinking. The hot water sprayed from the shower head, easing your fatigue. After showering, you put both sets of clothes into the washing machine in separate batches, washing by hand the items that couldn't be machine washed. After hanging up the clothes to dry, you stood on the rooftop for a while to look at the scenery. This two-story apartment was in an excellent location, offering a clear view of the bustling holiday crowds. Looking at the couples holding hands below and the strangers brushing past one another, you stared blankly in a daze. Before you knew how much time had passed, a pleasant voice came from behind you. What are you looking at? Upperclassmen? Why did you come up to the rooftop? Ayane tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. She had waited in the bedroom for a long time without your return, and her tentative calls received no reply. Ayane searched through this familiar home, first floor, second floor, but your figure was nowhere to be seen. A highly unacceptable thought arose from her heart. You have left because you had things to do. When she came to the rooftop and saw your figure, she felt a sense of recovering something lost. It seems we didn't finish watching it. Shall we continue? Watch, watch, watch. Let's head down quickly. The wind on the rooftop is strong. You couldn't care less about looking at any scenery now. Ayane, having just suffered a high fever, was like a greenhouse rose that couldn't withstand even a bit of wind. If she caught a cold again, all previous efforts would be completely wasted. You grabbed Ayane's wrist and hurried downstairs. Upperclassmen, you need to be careful these next few days and rest properly. Breaking the fever doesn't mean a full recovery. Returning to the bedroom, you couldn't help but lecture her a bit, your tone carrying a hint of blame. Yet Ayane, having found you, didn't find it improper in the slightest. You closed the curtains, making the room dark. Using her laptop, Ayane operated the screen on the wall to lower it, continuing to play last night's Japanese action blockbuster. Some things may arrive late, but they always arrive. Now that Ayane's condition was much better, you had more energy to focus on the movie and became deeply absorbed. An hour of the 2-hour movie had already been watched last night, leaving nothing but the climactic plot lines. Suddenly, your right shoulder gained a bit of weight and softness. Over the past 2 days, you had become very familiar with this sensation, assuming Ayane had fallen asleep again, just like last night. You turned your head to look. The beauty beside you was still awake, merely leaning quietly against your shoulder. You couldn't help but form a ridiculous illusion. She likes me. This illusion only existed for a single second. At this moment, the protagonist in the movie was locked in a fierce battle with the villainous boss. You felt this illusion was just as laughable as the villain in the movie defeating the protagonist. You had simply happened to appear at her most helpless moment, becoming someone she could rely on. Once her illness was cured, she would still be that unparalleled, confident, and composed upperclassman. Not long from now, this woman leaning against your shoulder would go to the opposite shore of the ocean for further studies, and from then on, your lives would no longer intersect. Deeply heartbroken, you didn't quite dare to believe that happiness would descend upon you. It was a pity that there were no security cameras inside this 2-story apartment. Otherwise, if you had seen the scene of Ayane searching for you room by room, could you still deny it like you were doing now? The protagonist in the movie defeated the villain, leaving a few minutes of a beautiful ending. Ayane then played a romance movie, as if wanting to make up for the previous 2 regrets all at once. The two of you occasionally conversed, and time slipped away inside this dark room. In the blink of an eye, it was already dinner time. Since Ayan could get out of bed, you moved the dining location to the living room, using the ingredients from the refrigerator to cook 3 dishes and a soup. Watching your busy figure, Ayan inexplicably felt a sense of warmth. Influenced by her parents, marriage, she didn't possess the slightest desire or expectation for love and marriage. Sometimes Ayan felt you were sent by heaven. Your care seemed to silently comfort her, telling her not to lose hope in love. Just like this plain and cozy dinner now, was it not a part of married life? Upperclassmen, stop daydreaming. You served 2 bowls of rice, giving one to yourself. Ayan snapped out of it, using her chopsticks to pick up a piece of steamed rib. Having grown accustomed to dishes prepared by top chefs, she nevertheless felt the food you cooked was delicious. The highest praise people can give a dish isn't saying how fresh or beautiful it is, but rather calling it the taste of mother's cooking. The reason is simple. This dish makes the person eating it feel happiness. This is the highest realm for a chef. Right now, your simple 3 dishes and a soup couldn't compare to a chef in a 5-star hotel, yet it dissolved Ayan's loneliness and brought her warmth. Does it taste all right? You knew your upperclassman was born with a silver spoon, so perhaps her tastes were very particular. Delicious! Ayan gave a definitive answer. Really? Seeing that her expression didn't look like a lie, your hanging heart could finally be put to rest. Ayana ate 2 bowls of rice, along with all the food you placed in her bowl, somewhat exceeding her normal appetite from before she fell ill. It wasn't suitable for Ayin to touch cold water, but she didn't return to the bedroom on her own either, silently keeping you company in her own way. After dinner, night fell. You watched Ayani finish her medicine, praying that her high fever wouldn't make a comeback tonight. As long as she didn't get a fever again tonight, this bout of illness could be considered conquered. After Ayani leaned against your shoulder to watch the second half of that romance movie, you told her to get some rest early. In the room, only the dim night lamp emitted a glow. Sleeping on the bed, Ayani couldn't see you. Sleeping on the floor, you couldn't see Ayani either, yet both could feel each other's presence. Ayan turned over, facing the side where a certain someone was sleeping on the floor, proactively breaking the silence. "What's wrong?" A voice that set her mind at ease sounded. You hadn't fallen asleep either. The scene of Ayan getting a fever in the middle of the night yesterday was still fresh in your mind. You had been tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Did this count as losing sleep over a woman? You originally wanted to go to the Spring City for this holiday. Ayan had seen you looking at videos of the Spring City posted by netizens on your phone more than once. How could someone as perceptive as her not notice? Yet you stubbornly refused to admit it. I originally wanted to have a good rest at home. Holiday travel is crowded everywhere. It's better to stay home. What about you? If you hadn't fallen ill, where would you have gone this holiday? Not knowing whether Ayan caught your unnaturalness, she remained silent for a moment, before saying, I originally planned to go to the Blue City to visit my mother. You can go after you recover. You comforted. Silence returned to the room once more. You assumed Ayane had fallen asleep. As it turned out, after about 70 minutes had passed, that pleasant voice broke the silence once again. Kaito-kun, is it uncomfortable sleeping on the floor? Ayane heard the sound of her own heartbeat, which was even louder than when she had a fever. She hesitated for a long time, ultimately unable to bear the thought of you sleeping on the hard floor. But speaking those words aloud felt like an invitation that invited wild imagination. At this moment, Ayane was both afraid that you wouldn't come and afraid that you would cross the line. You were at an age full of masculine vigor. To say you had absolutely no stray thoughts would be completely impossible. But you knew clearly that the upperclassman just felt it was too hard on you guarding her day and night, and simply wanted you to get a good night's sleep. Your voice sounded, it's not really uncomfortable. During my 3rd year of high school, when studies were intense, I didn't go home to sleep. The hard wooden bunks in the dormitory were even worse than this. Go to sleep early. The moment your words came out, Ayan's nervous mood was restored to calm. Much like a boiling kettle, being flooded with several times its volume of cold water. However, ripples of what could only be called disappointment still spread. Subconsciously, she had already developed a reliance on you and wanted to be closer to you. There was no further conversation in the room. Due to the effects of the medicine, Ayan soon fell asleep with a faint sense of disappointment. You also entered dreamland. However, you slept very lightly, automatically waking up twice throughout the night. In her hazy slumber, Ayan sensed someone reaching out to touch her forehead. That reassuring touch was all too familiar. She knew it was you, and the trace of disappointment in her heart vanished without a trace into the ink-like night as she slept peacefully. In the morning, sleeping on the floor for a whole night felt even more uncomfortable than sleeping curled up by the bedside. Ayan was still fast asleep. As usual, you placed your hand on her fair forehead. At this point, you understood that the upperclassman's bout of illness was finally over. Looking at this flawless sleeping beauty on the bed, you felt that your efforts over 2 days and 2 nights were well worth it. After you left the room, Ayane slowly opened her beautiful eyes. She had actually woken up long ago. You brought your breakfast habits from home over to this place. Hot milk, millet porridge, and poached eggs. Nutritious yet light. Sitting across from you was an unparalleled older sister figure dressed in a long black dress with her hair tied up. The upperclassman from your impressions had returned. Her incredibly charming face was no longer pale, blooming with a soul-captivating beauty. Of the medicine prescribed by the doctor, only the afternoon dose remained. The phone on the table rang, breaking the harmonious and cozy atmosphere. Ayane frowned slightly. It was a call from Koharu. "Ayan, I'm back from my hometown. My high-speed train arrives at 9:30. Come pick me up quickly." The sudden phone call shattered the quiet life. You weren't far away and could make out some of the contents of the call. The departure you had been awkwardly pondering now had a stepping stone. Since the upperclassman had recovered from her illness, she naturally no longer needed you. What other reason did you have to stay here? After the call hung up, you said, "Since upperclassman Koharu is coming, you still have 1 more dose of medicine at noon, upperclassman. Remember to take it." Ayan hadn't expected the parting to come so suddenly. Caught unprepared, she couldn't find an excuse to make you stay. These 2 days and 2 nights felt like a dream. Now that the dream was ending, Ayane felt a bit sorrowful. "Where do you plan to go next?" she asked softly. "I plan to just stroll around Tenkai City and then head home." "Kaito-kun, thank you." Your gazes met. You saw a different kind of emotion in those autumn water eyes. After finishing breakfast, you just packed your backpack, and that was it. Your traces completely vanished from this house, as if you had never come. "I'll drive you. I happen to be going to pick up Koharu anyway. The high-speed railway station and the Tenjingai commercial district I'm going to are completely opposite, one in the south and one in the north. It's already nearly 9 o'clock now, and upperclassman Koharu's train is at 9:30. There won't be enough time." You zipped up your backpack, feeling as though you and the upperclassman were never on the same way, just like that time at the Nanzu Hotel. "It doesn't matter if she waits a bit. Let's go." Ayan found the keys to that red supercar from a drawer, went downstairs, and walked toward the garage. The engine roared to life. Looking at the traffic flow through the car window, you realized something. Even if the two of you were never going the same way, the upperclassman would still give you a ride. Ayane didn't drive very fast, taking 20 minutes just to reach the Tenjingai commercial district. On some sections of the road that were clearly wide and clear, she took the slowest lane. "Keep this main door key for the time being for safekeeping." Ayane took a key out of her bag and handed it to you to keep. You didn't expect the upperclassman to give you the key to her main door. A person always has to learn from their mistakes. "All right, your upperclassman Koharu has already called to urge me. Get off the car." You were confusedly ushered out of the car, and the red supercar gradually drifted into the distance. You took out the key from your pocket, feeling its heavy weight. Tied to it was a red string. A gust of wind blew, making the red string sway. The very main door that couldn't be smashed open before. You actually had the key to it now. That ridiculous illusion in your heart surfaced once again. An illusion. When it appears in your heart a second and a third time, it is no longer an illusion. You looked toward the intersection. The red supercar had long since vanished into the rolling torrent of vehicles. Putting the key away carefully, you also turned around and merged into the surging crowd of people. Someone once said that a man is like a kite. No matter how high he flies, there will always be a string that can bring him back. Yet at this moment, you were wandering aimlessly in this city where you had lived for over 20 years. After coming out of that 2-story apartment, you had no goal. If it were in the past, you certainly would have been eager to return to the familiar streets. To go see Yuki-chan. That's right, the Yuki-chan of the past was the string of the kite. Now, the string was broken. You were left with nothing but a lonely freedom. But you had lived together in this city for too long. It felt as though you could stumble upon past memories just by wandering around randomly. As you walked, you unknowingly arrived in front of a dessert shop. The female clerk handing out flyers at the entrance recognized you. Why didn't your girlfriend come with you? We've recently launched some new products. Do you want to take some back for your girlfriend? You didn't know how to explain this misunderstanding to the female clerk. Just then, a couple holding hands walked into the shop, and the female clerk turned around to say to them, "Welcome!" By the time she wanted to recommend some new products to her old customer again, she found that you had already vanished. After happiness shatters, the fragments of memory will wound a person completely. How beautiful it once was is how painful it is now. You lost the mood to continue strolling. Pulling out your phone, you wanted to send a message to Hiroshi to ask if he wanted to play basketball, only to realize a beat too late that your best friend was currently on his own path to happiness and had no time to pay attention to you. You felt utterly lonely, and it wasn't until you wandered around until dusk that you set foot on the journey back home. You finally returned to the home you had been away from for 3 days. Thinking back on the experiences of these past few days now, it felt just like a dream. You opened the windows for ventilation and cleaned up the place. Before you even had time to take a shower and change clothes, the doorbell rang. Yuki-chan had spent these past few days waiting. When she saw the long, dormant lights of your home switch on, she could no longer restrain her heart. She wanted to see you. You opened the door. What met your eyes was a woman wearing an elegant white dress. Facing such a beautiful person, you didn't feel like talking at all. The silence between the two of you was enough to break Yuki-chan's heart. There were clearly countless beautiful memories, yet there was nowhere to begin talking about them. After a long silence, Yuki-chan took the initiative to speak. "These are the dumplings my mom asked me to bring to you." She held up an exquisite food container, wanting to hand it to you. You didn't take it. "I've already eaten. If there's nothing else, please go back." The cold tone didn't even sound like that of friends. Yuki-chan's eyes reddened. She understood everything about the person before her. When he lied, his gaze would involuntarily look to the left. "Kaito-kun, do you still remember our agreement under that big banyan tree at the end of the street? We said we would be together forever, but I did so many things that hurt you." The evening glow across the sky at this moment seemed unable to match the shimmering tears in Yuki-chan's eyes. "Your coldness toward me today is entirely my own doing. It's because I didn't cherish you properly." Yuki-chan didn't want to shed tears in front of you because once the tears fell, it would seem as though a final period had truly been drawn between the two of you. She took 2 steps closer and pushed the food container into your hands. "Don't punish yourself for my mistakes. These dumplings were made for you by my mom. She has always doted on you. Eat well. I'm going back first." Yuki-chan ultimately left before her tears could spill over. You watched Yuki-chan's retreating figure. She seemed to have found out some belated truths, but you couldn't bring yourself to feel happy at all. You wondered if the you and Yuki-chan of another parallel world were also playing out a dramatic scene of male silence and female tears amidst this evening glow across the sky. Or perhaps the Yuki-chan of another parallel world had never left you. The confession that night had happened naturally, and right now you were traveling hand in hand in the distant spring city. At this moment, right or wrong no longer seemed important, because no matter who was right, this was a heartbreaking tragedy. You sat on the steps outside your house, quietly watching the beautiful evening glow. The evening glow was beautiful but short-lived. By the time you snapped out of it, the sky had turned completely black. You suddenly couldn't understand what love was anymore. Was what made her shed tears truly her love for you? Or was it the deep regret after you left? Or perhaps a combination of both? If she truly loved you, how could she bear to make this nearly 20-year childhood friendship no longer perfect? Did beautiful things really have to be destroyed, measuring how precious they were only through that moment of heartbreak and regret? You felt yourself losing your way in another dark night. The screen of the phone abandoned on the steps lit up. It was a message sent by Kaori from far away in Jiangnan. Aside from a few scenery photos, "Kaito-kun, I'll be back tomorrow. Did you have a pleasant holiday?" Your current state couldn't be associated with pleasant at all. You replied with, "It was all right." Kaori seemed to sense something from between the lines. "Kaito-kun, do you have something on your mind? Can you talk to me about it?" You didn't want to share your sadness with Kaori, so you put her off, saying, "What could be on my mind? I'm just tired. I'm gonna get something to eat. See you tomorrow." Kaori also couldn't bear to delay you from eating. Although she had many things to say, they all turned into 3 words. "See you tomorrow." Koharu stayed directly at Ayane's house. The 2 mature, intellectual, and beautiful women had already bathed and were wearing gorgeous nightgowns, their wonderful curves truly enough to make one's nose bleed. Koharu glanced at her good friend's devilish figure, which was something she couldn't hope to emulate. Without comparison, there is no harm. Even as a woman herself, she found it stunning. If it were a man, he wouldn't be able to resist her charm at all. Perhaps people really get whatever they fear most. She unexpectedly discovered a light coat in her friend's bedroom. It looked like a male style. No, this was clearly a man's coat. In fact, this coat was precisely the one you had draped over Ayane when she felt cold during the IV drip. Later on, with the tireless care day and night, she completely forgot about its existence. Holding the piece of incriminating evidence, Koharu hurriedly went to look for her good friend. Ayan, you have a boyfriend? Don't tell me you've already made it to home base? Sitting in the living room, Ayan saw the clothing in Koharu's hands, and a brilliant gleam flashed through her beautiful eyes, as if she had spotted some overlooked treasure. She stood up and took the light coat from her good friend's hands. Is it a very strange thing for me to have a boyfriend? Koharu knew that the men pursuing her friend were too numerous to count. Besides, with her supreme looks and affluent family background, having a boyfriend was more than normal. The problem was, how did this boyfriend seem to appear out of thin air? Even she didn't know what sacred being he actually was. Who is it? Quick, tell me, tell me! Ayan was calm and composed in the face of her good friend's pressing questions. Her gaze rested on the coat, her eyes filling with a bit more tenderness. Her slender hands turned it over to check the label behind the collar to see if it could be machine washed. That small action gave off the feeling of a lady from a great family transforming into an intellectual, caring wife. Koharu simply couldn't believe it. Was this still the flower on a high peak that she knew? However, looking at the coat, she found it looked very familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before, yet she couldn't quite recall it. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Ayane sent you a few messages. Are you asleep? Your coat was left at my place. Remember to come over and pick it up another day. You, who were currently chatting with Hiroshi, unexpectedly received these messages. No wonder you always felt like something was missing when you came back. So that was it. You thought your chat with the upperclassmen would end there, but unexpectedly, the top of the chat box displayed. The other party is typing. You haven't been able to rest properly these past few days. Go to sleep early tonight. Yeah, you too. Take care of your health. The mutual concern was exchanged across the screen. Although there were only a few words, they were already enough. Ayan finally sent 2 words. Good night. You stared at this message. It seemed entirely different from the meaning of the first time the upperclassman had sent you a good night message. This time, the good night was pure concern and wishes. Before you could think further, Hiroshi sent a succession of messages. Where is everyone? Where did you go? You hadn't forgotten. You couldn't figure out why a sister-in-law dinner dynamic absolutely had to drag you along to participate. Just let nature take its course. You were truly exhausted as well, falling into a deep sleep. Ayane, however, suffered from a bit of insomnia, even though Koharu was right by her side. But your heart still felt empty, which was something you had never experienced before. The next day, full of energy, you woke up in your own soft bed. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Hiroshi called, saying that he and his girlfriend had already returned to Tenkai. You packed up your things and set off. When you arrived at the agreed location, you only saw Hiroshi and his girlfriend. Soon it was 7 o'clock, and Hiroshi came up to put his arm around your shoulder. Looking at his triumphant expression, he must have had a very good holiday. A beautiful silhouette, gentle as water, stepped out of the car, a stunning smile blooming on her face. Keito-kun! Your own older brother is still right here! Hiroshi began to whine jealously again. It wasn't until Kaori called him brother that the jealousy in the air dissipated a bit. Seeing his sister filled with joy at meeting you, he went straight to the point. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Miyabi. Both you and Hiroshi, these 2 big men, were a bit nervous. Would they be able to get along harmoniously? Miyabi took the initiative to lower her posture. First time meeting you. I didn't expect Hiroshi to have such a beautiful younger sister. Kaori had a gentle personality and rarely made things difficult for others. She sized up Miyabi. Is this the girl my brother likes? Seeing that there was no discord between the 2 of you, Hiroshi's heart was put at ease. He suggested going shopping first and eating later. Miyabi turned her head to ask for Kaori's opinion, showing respect. Kaori had no objections, and so the situation turned into you and Hiroshi following behind to carry the bags. The 2 beautiful women walked in front. Hiroshi was responsible for Miyabi's shopping bags. You were responsible for Kaori's shopping bags. You didn't know if Kaori felt sorry for you or what, but after shopping for a long time, your hands were completely empty. They walked into a cosmetics store. The 2 big men rested on a bench outside. You looked at your panting best friend. Not seeing you for a holiday, how have you become so weak? You're this tired just from walking for half an hour. Don't talk about me. You'll be like this sooner or later too. While you were chatting, Kaori and Miyabi were also talking inside the store. You like Kaito-kun, right? As soon as these words came out, Kaori's face flushed like peach blossoms. Don't be quick to deny it. Your eyes can't lie. Walking along just now, you looked at him at least 4 times while pretending to be casual. I observed it very clearly. Since you haven't confessed, I won't tell him on my own initiative either, but you have to be brave. Don't wait. Who knows, maybe one day he'll be snatched away by someone else. Of course, a confession is the horn of victory. Isn't Kaito-kun heartbroken over a breakup? Just accompany him like a girlfriend would. Hearts are made of flesh after all. Miyabi kept making suggestions. It was clear she truly wanted to draw closer to Kaori. You and Hiroshi sat on the bench outside the store resting. You experienced it, right? This is an indispensable part of being in love. Accompanying a woman shopping, Hiroshi said helplessly. You didn't bother to pay attention to him. You hadn't tasted the sweetness of love yet, but you had tasted its bitterness first. After a good while, Kaori and Miyabi came out of the store. Hiroshi naturally took the bags from his girlfriend's hands. An outsider. You sighed silently. You could at least help your own younger sister too. You don't even know how to balance things out. Give them to me. You took the 2 paper bags, containing body lotion from Kaori's hands. Their fingertips touched slightly, and a strange sensation welled up in her heart. Soon, the sweetness of love arrived. Except it belonged to Hiroshi. When passing by a sneakers specialty store, Miyabi said, "Haven't you been looking at sneakers on shopping websites recently? I'll buy them for you." Hearing this, Hiroshi subconsciously wanted to kiss his girlfriend. Midway through the action, he coughed awkwardly. He forgot his sister and best friend were still here. Stay calm. But the corners of his mouth, which couldn't stop rising, betrayed him. He took Miyabi's hand and walked into the specialty store. You touched your nose, finally understanding the phrase, "Single people should stay away from couples, otherwise they will become unhappy." You had already tasted the bitterness of love, and now you actually had to eat dog food too. You felt an impulse to go home. Kaito-kun, you've accompanied me for so long. I'll buy you a gift too. Kaori didn't want you to envy anyone, because in her heart, you were the best. No need. Kaito-kun, you should have one too. Kaori's gentle voice carried seriousness as she took the initiative for the first time to pull your hand and walk toward the specialty store. You felt that Kaori seemed to have changed a little bit. The shoes in the store were a dazzling array. A beautiful person also has very good taste. Soon, she took a fancy to a pair of handsome black and red sneakers. And she had the clerk bring the corresponding shoe size for you to try on. Do you like it? Carrying out the principle of not dampening the mood, you nodded. Kaori decisively paid the bill. I'll scan you. 689 yen. In fact, there were more expensive ones, but Kaori was afraid you wouldn't want them. How much? Hiroshi's voice came over. You've never given me a 700 yen basketball shoe. The big vinegar jar shattered instantly. How about you buy me a pair too? Miyabi-san has already given a pair to you. You are you. Miyabi came out to smooth things over. Ignore your brother. He is very greedy. It's getting late. Let's find a restaurant to eat. Hearing Hiroshi's words, you didn't feel any sense of rejoicing. Instead, you felt the shoes in the bag were very heavy. Coming out of the store, Hiroshi intentionally slowed his pace. Kaito-kun, don't transfer money to Kaori. Our family raises me poorly but raises her richly. She doesn't lack money at all. Don't do something that dampens the mood. Hiroshi still understood his best friend very well. You didn't like to owe things to others. Then what kind of gift is Kaori like? Looking at yourself with a meaningful gaze, give whatever you want to give. The 4 of them came to a restaurant with booming business. Neither Hiroshi nor you were picky eaters, so the choice of ordering was handed over to the 2 girls. It was 7 o'clock after dinner. The lanterns were lit, and night fell. Miyabi and I will head back to Tenkai Normal University first. There are classes tomorrow. Kaito-kun, help me see Kaori off. No problem. As the ride-hailing car arrived, Hiroshi and Miyabi got into the car, hand in hand. Kaori stood on the spot watching them leave. Only then did you know that the sister-in-law dinner dynamic wasn't considered a success. Kaito-kun, walk with me a bit more. On the last day of the holiday, there were still many people. There was a stall surrounded by a ring of people. You took Kaori to join the bustle. Going to crowded places when you're sad is definitely right. Walking closer, you found that this stall sold hairpins and there was a woman whose charm still remained, teaching how to tie a hair bun. You were just worrying about finding no gift to give her. You came to the stall and found they were all peach wood hairpins. There were jade hairpins, but the texture wasn't very good, so it seemed none could be presented as a gift. While you were hesitating, Kaori stretched out her delicate hand and picked up one of the peachwood hairpins with a smooth and somewhat elegant shape. "I want this one," she urged, as if afraid you would back out. Hearing this, the boss lady came over and took out the QR code. Seeing that she liked it, you bought it. Your temperament is really suitable for tying a bun and wearing a hairpin. Young man, I'll teach you once. The charming woman came behind Kaori and untied her hair tie. Kaori, with hair reaching her waist, was incredibly beautiful. The boys who came to accompany their girlfriends to buy hairpins were stunned, looking blankly. But the more beautiful part was still to come. The woman was skillful, explaining the steps while tying up the dark hair, and finally inserting that peachwood hairpin diagonally. Kaori's beauty was completely revealed. "Kaito-kun, how is it?" At this moment, you also had to praise her beauty. "It suits you very well." Receiving praise from her sweetheart, Kaori smiled gracefully. The people nearby were envious to death. Isn't this exactly a woman dolling herself up for the one who appreciates her? It wasn't far from Tenkai University, and the two walked back. Kaori shared things about her holiday with you. "Kaito-kun, will you come to Jiangnan to visit in the future?" "Probably. Who wouldn't want to see such picturesque scenery?" "I'll wait for you to come." When returning to Tenkai University, Kaori took off that peachwood hairpin, and her dark hair cascaded down like spring water. Her beautiful long hair was blown by the wind. 3,000 strands of dark hair, 3,000 strands of love, waiting for the gentleman to tie them up. Watching that gentle and pure silhouette gradually walk away in the light gilded on her by the campus street lamps, everything became a bit illusory. The picture of her hair cascading like a waterfall just now involuntarily came to mind. You suddenly remembered one thing. Hairpins couldn't be given randomly. The meaning within was exceptionally profound. For the next few days, you were in a state of full classes. After finishing afternoon classes and going to the cafeteria for lunch, you decided to go to the long-absent club activity room to rest. Pushing open the door of the club activity room, the seat by the window was empty, but there was still a great beauty in the activity room. Upperclassman Koharu. "This student, are you coming to join our club? Fill out the form first." Koharu actually brought out a form. You calculated that you really hadn't been here for a long time. You said guiltily, "Classes have been a bit numerous recently. How was the holiday?" Koharu didn't hold a grudge either. "Went back to my hometown, found it too boring, so I hung out with your upperclassman Ayane for 2 days. She fed you the cookies on her desk. You weren't polite with her either. Last time you had also treated her to afternoon tea." Sigh. What is upperclassman Koharu sighing about? Nothing. Where is upperclassman Ayan? She has some things to do this afternoon. Junior, you can't eat my cookies while thinking about other women. You were accustomed to it. Occasionally, upperclassman Koharu would tease you. The upperclassmen seemed to have thought about her charm, making younger boys blush. You had already developed immunity. You didn't eat cookies for nothing. After eating, you cleaned the activity room once and then chatted with Koharu about her latest novel. 2 words. Difficult birth. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon class time again. The classroom for the class was a bit far, so you needed to leave early. Before leaving, Koharu exhorted you. "Junior, come often." With the literature club serving as your haven for more than half a year, just going back to sit down made you less mentally exhausted. The afternoon wasn't full of classes, ending after 4 o'clock. At this time, your phone received a message. It was Ayane asking you to come grab your coat and treat you to a dinner, by the way. You replied with, "Okay." After all, your things had to be taken back, so you changed your plan to go home, hailed a car, and headed toward that 2-story apartment. That washed light coat had already been folded neatly by a pair of jade-like hands and placed in a bag. The doorbell rang. The noble and enchanting woman inside was a bit puzzled. "Did you not bring the key over?" She went to open the door. She found that the person who came wasn't you. In a suit, he nevertheless couldn't conceal his dejection. "After my father fell seriously ill, I completely fell into a disadvantageous position in the struggle against my uncles. For the sake of our many years of friendship, just say a good word to Uncle Ayan's father." Ayane frowned slightly. "I've said it before. In business, I have no qualification to interfere with my father. Although our 2 families have some origins, that is your internal conflict within the Ren family. It is inappropriate for outsiders to intervene. Since you cannot shoulder the burden of the Ren group, letting go is also a kind of relief. As soon as you got out of the car, you saw a man standing at the upperclassman's doorstep talking, looking familiar. Ayan also noticed you. Stepping past Ren, she came to your side. I don't want my boyfriend to get jealous. Ren, don't look for me in private again in the future. Having just arrived, you hadn't even entered the state of the game yet. Your arm was embraced by your girlfriend. Waves of a fragrant, soft, and warm sensation coming over you. Looking at Ayane holding your arm, Ren felt extremely envious in his heart. Then his face carried a touch of disdain. After that dinner that day, he had checked your background. A person like this, Uncle Ayane's father would never let his daughter marry you. They would separate sooner or later. Surely your tolerance isn't that small. Living in the world, it is inevitable for a person to come into contact with the opposite sex. Loving someone shouldn't restrict her personal freedom. Ren's words hit a trap. If you minded him looking for her, it meant you were too petty. I am a person who is very petty when it comes to love. Ren, could it be that you can tolerate your own girlfriend being harassed by another man? You didn't back down in the slightest, calling his behavior harassment. Ren took a deep breath, ignored you, and said to Ayane, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. After he walked far away, you changed your tone. Upperclassman, Ren still hasn't given up hope. He came today to ask the Ayane group to help him. Ayane explained the matter from beginning to end without any concealment. Walking into the apartment, you had a feeling of, I'm back again, and you could even smell the fragrance of food. On the dining table stood 3 dishes and a soup. It turned out the upperclassman was also a person who knew how to live well. Smells so good. You were never a person who withheld praise. This fragrance of food was extremely enticing to someone who had been in class all day. Then eat more. I still have one thing I need you to accompany me to do tonight. Ayan let go of your arm to go get the bowls and chopsticks. What thing? You'll know when the time comes. The upperclassman personally served the rice, making you feel a bit flattered. Ayan looked at the man in front of her whose chopsticks never stopped. She seemed to understand why. When she was sick before, Kaito had revealed a satisfied expression upon seeing her finish the entire bowl of meat porridge. Upperclassman, the doorbell rang once again, interrupting your words. Both of them were startled by it. At this moment, Ayan put down her chopsticks and went to open the door. She never expected that it would be Eriko who came. Outside the door stood a beautiful woman dressed in professional attire. Ayane, have you eaten dinner yet? I'm eating right now. Eriko walked into the house. She saw the figure sitting by the dining table. You could faintly hear the conversation between the mother and daughter. Even just by looking, one could tell that their temperament and appearance were far too similar. You changed from sitting to standing. Hello, Auntie. In Ayane's plan, she would take you to see her mother sooner or later. But now, everything was in a mess, without any preparation. Ayane came to your side and held your arm. This is my boyfriend, Kaito. Eriko's brow couldn't help but knit tightly. Looking at you, she asked, I just came over to have a meal. Hearing this, Eriko's expression eased up a little bit. The pace of the current era is too fast. Many people's love dissipates as soon as it rises. You young people are too casual, but I still hope my daughter can maintain her virginity before marriage. This is a parent's selfishness. After she finished speaking, she waited for an answer. I understand. Next, another set of bowl and chopsticks was added to the dining table, and Eriko took her seat. She saw her daughter picking up food for you. The looks and details within could not escape her eyes as a mother. Originally, she thought her daughter had just randomly found someone to act as a shield because she didn't want to marry that kid from the Ren family. Looking at it now, she had truly moved her emotions. She sized you up for a bit. Your appearance certainly matched her daughter, but what her daughter needed wasn't love. She needed someone who could shelter her from the wind and rain. Eriko began to ask you some questions, such as how you and Ayane met, how long you had known each other, and what plans you had for the future. You answered neither humbly nor arrogantly, until Eriko began to inquire about your family situation. What does your honorable father do? We managed to meet with great difficulty. Do you have to make everyone unhappy? Ayan lost her usual composure and confidence, becoming a bit anxious. She had miscalculated. She shouldn't have let you come over today. I didn't say I don't approve of you being together. As a mother, I just urgently need to understand the partner you chose. But you understood Eriko's meaning very well. Conducting an investigation was the most basic ability. You didn't believe the person in front of you was entirely ignorant of your family background. Yet she brought it up. The meaning within went without saying. You truly and deeply experienced that kind of unbridgeable gap. The Ayane group, this giant, you didn't even need to look it up. It permeated every aspect of your life. There were some things in the world that couldn't be achieved just by saying how hard you worked. If you had it at birth, you had it. If you didn't, you didn't, unless you stepped on the wave of the era and rose to the blue sky with the trend. Auntie, I am a local, from an ordinary family. Eriko nodded. It seemed that just as she had said, she was merely understanding the situation and didn't oppose the two of you being together. The subsequent atmosphere was completely calm, but you had already grasped the formidable nature of top business people like them. A single move was a visible trap. If you were truly Ayan's boyfriend, the current pressure should be so great it would explode. You knew the mother and daughter had things to say to each other, and moreover, the sky was already late. I'll take my leave first. Darling, did you forget we still have a date later? You're not allowed to go back on your word. A call of darling. The upperclassman was reclaiming her field. Eriko was also caught unexpected. She indeed had words to say to her daughter, but looking at the situation now, she could only seek another opportunity. Since you have arrangements, I won't disturb you young people. Ayane, I will stay at that old villa for a few days. You discovered that the upperclassman's parents were both very lenient with her, but this leniency was a kind of leniency meant to compensate for a past debt. You couldn't help but wonder how exactly these parents had failed their daughter. Eriko was leaving. Ayane saw her into the car to leave, and at the same time sent a message to her father. She brewed a pot of tea, and the two of you sat on the sofa slowly savoring it. Buzz. A vibration prompted that there was a message on the phone. You felt it very visually. The person beside you looked at the message, appearing a bit lost and sorrowful. Iana turned off the phone screen and said to you, "Let's go." A very beautiful place. The night was thick, and the lights of 10,000 homes lit up. The rolling torrent of vehicles on the road all seemed to be driving in the direction of home, except for a red sports car driving onto the opposite lane. Ayan refused to tell you the destination. But you felt this feeling wasn't bad. About an hour later, the car followed the winding highway to a flat mountaintop. Quite a few people had already gathered here, and many cameras were also set up, as if waiting for some rarely encountered thing. At your first glance upon getting out of the car, you saw a dazzling starry sky that wasn't present in the city. You seemed to understand why Ayan brought you here. It was indeed very beautiful. Ayane said softly, "This is just the prelude. Tonight, there will be a periodic meteor shower, once in 80 years. A person only has one chance in their lifetime to see it. According to the forecast given by official agencies, it will come around 10 o'clock. You nodded, looking up at the vast and dazzling starry sky, which gave a person a feeling of being incomparably tiny. No matter how big the difficulties or setbacks felt usually, they were nothing in front of the vast universe. Waiting under the starry sky wasn't boring. A meteor caught everyone's eyes, dreamlike and illusory. The meteor shower lifted its curtain. One after another, mysterious and dazzling meteors flashed across, turning the night sky into a magnificent scroll. Everyone present was shocked by this beauty. At this moment, a pleasant voice came over. "Make a wish. If the meteors cannot fulfill your wish, then I will help you." More and more dazzling meteors flashed across the night sky. For this once in 80 years meteor shower, you instead turned your gaze toward this woman who had once redeemed you, allowing the meteors to fall. Her body seemed to have a layer of sacred starlight. Aside from her world-ending beauty, she also carried a touch of sorrow that couldn't be dispersed. She was also looking at you. My wish is very simple. You no longer looked at her, lifting your head to gaze at the dazzling meteors flashing across in succession. I hope the upperclassmen will be forever happy. After Ayane heard this wish, her stunningly beautiful eyes looked at the man in front of her for a good while, and then she likewise lifted her head to look at the dazzling night sky. She seemed to have obtained the answer she wanted, yet seemed not to have. She watched the meteors filling the sky, making a beautiful and simple wish in the depths of her heart. The two of you stood side by side on this flat mountaintop, appreciating this mysterious and grand beautiful scenery that would be hard to encounter again in this lifetime. All worries went away with the meteors. Ayane threw the text message sent by her mother to the back of her mind. You also didn't care about tomorrow. At this moment, you were completely free from any restraints. About 2 hours later, the dazzling meteors became fewer and fewer. Ayane had a sense of loss that the song was ending and the people were dispersing. The more beautiful a thing was, the shorter the time it existed. But when she saw you were still by her side, all negative emotions slowly dissipated. On the way back, it was you driving. Ayin sat in the passenger seat. In the middle of the night, vehicles on the road were rare. Upperclassmen. Your call received, no response. Taking a look at the passenger seat, you only then realized she had fallen asleep at some unknown point. The accelerator under your foot unconsciously eased up a bit. When returning to that two-story apartment, you gazed at the sleeping Ayan, yet didn't know whether you should wake her up. You temporarily gave up this thought, sitting quietly inside the car. These past few hours were too dreamlike, making a person savor them for a long time. In the passenger seat, Ayani's beautiful eyes slowly opened. She had looked at your profile as you concentrated on driving, and had fallen asleep unknowingly, as if there was a special sense of security on your body that let her relax. We're home. Having just woken up, Ayan's voice carried a bit of laziness, which added to her original enchanting nature and was exceptionally pleasant to hear. She checked her phone. It was already the middle of the night, too late. You drive this car home. You didn't expect the upperclassmen to be good to you beyond imagination. A car worth several millions, she lent it just like that. No need. Even late at night, there are ride-hailing cars. Seeing your decisive refusal, Ayane remembered what was said in books. In a romance where the woman is strong and the man is weak, the absolute key point is to take care of the man's self-esteem. Her mother had intentionally brought up the gap between the two of you during dinner. Now that she was offering you material help, it was only natural for you to resist. Ayane no longer brought this matter up, letting you drive the car into the garage. I'll go get your coat. That long-lost coat returned to its owner's hands. How much longer until the ride-hailing car arrives? Ayane asked. Concern brings confusion. The service industry of a premier metropolis is remarkably developed, with 24-hour ride-hailing cars. 2 minutes. Aren't you sleepy? Go back to sleep. I'll wait with you. In the lonely city, your shadows merged into one. The ride-hailing car was punctual as always, and there was no one else by the roadside. The driver stopped directly in front of you. Upperclassman, I'm leaving first. Send me a message when you get home. Hearing this, you were startled for a moment, and then said, okay. After you got into the car, you watched Ayane getting further and further away through the rearview mirror, a nameless feeling in your heart. Reluctant to leave your girlfriend, the late-night ride-hailing driver was even more talkative than the daytime ones, because if they didn't chat, they would get drowsy. Upon arriving home, you immediately sent a message to Ayane. I'm home. You were in such a hurry, because you were afraid the other side would be waiting the entire time. It was already 1:30 in the morning. The upperclassmen should be asleep, right? But those words arrived as promised. Upperclassmen, good night. You really wanted to reply with something, but ultimately gave up, turning instead to open your photo album to look at the pictures of the meteor shower. During those 2 hours, you had taken quite a few, picking the best-looking one to post on your social feed to commemorate this unforgettable night. At 7:30 in the morning, Ayan woke up. Today, she had to return home. The red sports car drove into the Akiyama Villa district. In the massive villa, Ayan did not see her father's figure. Erika was waiting for her to return to eat breakfast. Mom, sit next to me. After Ayane took her seat, Erika spoke. Haven't you always wanted to go abroad to a better business school for further studies? Your father talked to me about this matter yesterday. Whether it is me or your father, we will eventually hand over a lifetime of painstaking effort into your hands. Whichever better university you want to go to for further studies, we both support it. Ever since Ayane received her mother's message last night asking her to return home, she knew she would bound to face this question. On this matter, I have other considerations. Ayan, are you going to give up your ideals for so-called love? Eriko's face showed disappointment. I admit that during your childhood, I, as a mother, did not fulfill my duties and responsibilities properly. But at critical choices, I have an obligation to supervise. I don't think you have any reason to stay in the country. Going abroad to study is your ideal and also our expectation. Mom, I want to stay. Ayan, what exactly is so brilliant about him that it is worth you paying such a huge price? I don't agree, and your father won't agree either. The conversation between mother and daughter ended on an unhappy note. Before Ayan left, Erika said a sentence to her. If you don't consider for yourself, you must consider for him. I am not sure what your father will do after he knows about this decision. Having tossed and turned until late last night, you almost missed your 8 a.m. class. The classes washed away by the holiday seemed endless, one after another. Just as you finished eating lunch in the cafeteria, you received a message from Nanami. Junior, come to the club activity room to help organize books. I can't handle it all by myself. Okay. By the time you rushed to the club, you found that Ayan was also there, except she seemed to have something on her mind, gazing blankly out the window. After watching that dazzling meteor shower last night, shouldn't she be happy? Why was she even more sorrowful? Upperclassmen, which books need to be organized? All done. Upperclassman Nanami probably just wanted to gather the club members together. You sat in your seat, enjoying the quiet afternoon. The sound of cicadas kept coming from outside the window. The graduation ceremony of the upperclassmen seemed to be right before your eyes. After they left school, such a scene would probably never happen again, right? You took out your phone, wanting to record this afternoon. Junior, Nanami discovered your little movement. Relax, I am staying at this university for my master's degree, so we can still meet in the future. On the other hand, your upperclassman Ayan is going abroad to study very soon. You probably won't be able to see her easily in the future. Do you want to take a few photos with her? Perhaps staying in the country is also a good choice. At this moment, the silent Ayan spoke up. Nanami, however, seemed to have heard something unbelievable. Hadn't her best friend prepared for a long time? Now she suddenly said she wasn't going, but at this crucial juncture, would staying still be in time? You had an intuition that the upperclassman's sentence seemed to be directed at you. The midday rest time was very short, and you left harboring this doubt. Who would have expected that someone would quickly answer this doubt for you? But what you obtained was a heavy truth. At 6 p.m., Eriko called, asking to meet you at a certain coffee shop near Tenkai University. Having been in a daze for a long time, you decided to go to the appointment. You arrived at the coffee shop. At a single glance, you saw Eriko. The beauty of both mother and daughter was far too dazzling. Hello, Auntie. The two of you sat facing each other, and you ordered a latte. Eriko picked up her coffee, took a sip, and then asked, "Do you think love makes a person better or worse?" You didn't understand why she asked this, but you still chose a positive answer. But I feel that the love between you and my daughter isn't like what you said. You didn't react too strongly, but Eriko's next words made it impossible for you to remain calm. For your sake, Ayane gave up her original life plan and gave up going abroad for further studies. Where is the better part in that? Just as you said, love makes a person better, but right now you are acting as the biggest stumbling block on Ayan's life path. Truly a meticulous businesswoman. The very first sentence of the meeting had dug a pit for you. Let my daughter go, and let yourself go too. You are simply not from the same world. It's just that Tenkai University allowed your lives to cross paths. Eriko seemed intent on destroying your self-esteem in one fell swoop. If you must keep Ayan here in the name of love, preventing her from running toward a better future and giving up her ideals, then your feelings for her cannot be called love at all. It is nothing more than selfish possessiveness at work. In my view, true love is unconditional and selfless. Of course, I will compensate you. You can bring up any demands. Eriko looked at you, quietly waiting for the other party to propose conditions. But she waited for a long time, and you didn't make a sound, as if caught up in some emotion. Seeing you like this, Eriko got up and left. She believed that the inferiority in your heart would surely defeat you next, and you would no longer have the courage to keep her daughter. Customers came and went. You sat in that position for a very, very long time. It's already 9:50. In another 10 minutes, our shop will close. A clerk carefully came forward and said, "Sorry, I'll leave right now." You woke from your sorrow, paid, stood up, and left. There was still a rolling torrent of cars on the road at 10 o'clock, but the pedestrians on the street were already sparse. You hadn't expected the upperclassmen would actually give up going to a better business school for further studies for your sake. During your half year in the club, you had heard Nanami lament many times that she wouldn't be able to see her best friend soon. Usually at this time, Ayane would say that she would always return to the country. You also knew the upperclassmen had prepared for a long time to go abroad. Who would have thought she would give up her ideal for you? When did she fall in love with you? Was it when she was helpless and alone in the IV infusion hall? Or was it when you heard her call in the middle of the night and fed her medicine? Who wouldn't want to keep that ray of light that had once redeemed them by their side? It's just that you couldn't feel happy at all. Why did this love have to come at the cost of sacrificing the other party's ideal? At this time, you returned to the familiar street and opened the house door. Takeko was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV, seemingly waiting for you. Kito, have you eaten dinner outside? Facing your mother, you were always bad at lying. Then I'll warm up the dishes for you. A few minutes later, a dish of green vegetables and a dish of steamed pork ribs were placed on the dining table. This was your family. Relatively ordinary and beautiful. Is there something bothering you? You forced yourself to eat a few bites of food and then went upstairs. Takeko looked at her son's back, which carried infinite worry, and sighed softly. Meanwhile, you stood in front of the window inside your room, gazing at that bright moon in the night sky. The phone in your pocket rang. Looking at the caller displayed on the screen, a bit of excitement welled up in your heart, along with a bit of loneliness. However, your subconscious still made you pick up the phone. Upperclassmen? It's so late, aren't you sleeping yet? Just now, Shunsuke and Eriko had taken turns communicating with her, delivering a final ultimatum. Burdened with immense pressure, Ayane only wanted to hear your voice, which led to this late-night phone call. There are some things on my mind. I can't sleep. At this very moment, both of them coincidentally looked toward that bright moon in the sky. The call channel was very quiet. You could hear each other's breathing. It was as if returning to that night when the sick Ayane slept on the bed. Although she couldn't see you sleeping on the floor, she felt exceptionally at peace. On some day in the future, let alone meeting, even sending mutual thoughts through the bright moon at the same time would be a luxury. You looked at the bright moon in the sky and made up your mind. Upperclassmen, your words, which you had just organized, were interrupted by Ayane. Kaito, I owe you a trip. Originally, I wanted to return it to you in the future. Looking at it now, I don't seem to have much time. Let's go. We leave tomorrow. You knew the other party wanted to return what she owed you, but you never felt Ayane owed you anything. Upperclassmen, have you changed your mind? I wish your future life will become better. You couldn't describe your current mood. There should be a bit more happiness, right? If it could completely sever the lingering attachment in Ayane's heart and let her chase her ideals carefree, you were willing to accompany her on this trip. Okay, I'll ask for leave right now. Where are we going? The call fell into silence again, but neither could bear to hang up, quietly listening to each other's breathing. Occasionally, the other end of the phone would call your name, and you would respond in a low voice. Who knows the thoughts of the moon? Maybe it also wants to be held in a warm embrace by a lover, rather than hanging alone in the cold night sky. In the early morning, having things on your mind, you woke up early. Your phone had already run out of power and shut down. You didn't remember when you hung up the phone last night, or perhaps you didn't hang up at all. All sorts of memories surged into your heart. You seemed to fall into this massive spider web of life the moment you woke up, not wanting to move. But since the two of you had agreed last night and also bought the tickets, you plugged your phone in to charge. You then received messages from Ayane. Are you awake? Once you've packed your luggage, come pick me up. I'll wait for you at home. No need to ring the doorbell. I gave you the key last time. Remember to use it. Looking at these few messages that popped up, you gave a brief reply. You immediately went to wash up. Then you packed your luggage, put on your backpack, and set off. Arriving in front of that two-story apartment, what caught your eyes was a beautiful figure currently busy. Today's Ayane seemed a bit different. Her long hair was casually tied up, completely revealing that innate sense of nobility. However, the clothes on her body had changed from her usual elegant and wealthy style. They were all everyday loungewear, making her appear exceptionally mature and intellectual. Do you need my help? It's almost packed. Ayane closed the suitcase and turned back to look at you. Is this backpack your only luggage? Aside from 2 sets of clothes, there's nothing else to bring. If anything is needed, we can buy it after getting there. Mr. Kaito, please pay attention to your caller in the future. Ayane drew closer, stretching out a pair of flawless and agile jade hands to carefully adjust your collar for you. That tone was just like a couple in a passionate love. The distance was too close, and you smelled that unique, delicate fragrance. The first time Ayane helped you adjust your collar, you actually hadn't felt much, but now those agile, plain hands carried infinite tenderness, brushing across your heart. This looks more like it. A satisfied expression appeared in Ayane's shifting, beautiful eyes. The two of them closed the windows in the apartment, checked the water and electricity once, and set off. You helped her carry the luggage. She didn't refuse either. Arriving at Tenkai Airport after all the necessary procedures were completed, Ayane and you sat in the departure hall, looking through the glass at the massive machines outside. You couldn't help but feel the fickleness of fate. You had wanted to go to Spring City but couldn't make it, and as a result, after an interval of time, you stepped onto a journey to the South Island. These were completely different paths, but the mood was exactly the same. Be a bit happier, okay? An enchanting and pleasant voice sounded in your ear. Ayane knew her mother had looked for you last night. The conversation within could be guessed just by thinking. She didn't want to bring up matters in this area during this trip anymore. For the remaining time, they should create some beautiful memories. And moreover, she had her own plans. Hopefully it would be so. You collected all your worries as boarding time arrived. Passengers boarded the plane through the jet bridge. The tickets had been booked by Ayen. In the small, crowded economy class, you worried she wouldn't be used to it. Upperclassmen, do you want to upgrade our seats? Ayane shook her head slightly. We can still reach our destination by flying economy. Kaito, I don't really care about these things. The plane taxied onto the runway. As it accelerated, the roar of the engines faintly drowned out her last words, and you couldn't hear them clearly. A powerful force pushed you back into your seat as the plane pierced through the cloud layer. Just like that, you both left those troubling thoughts behind in Tenkai City. Once the plane leveled out, a familiar sensation came upon your shoulder. Ayane leaned against you and closed her beautiful eyes. You could sense the woman beside you relying on you intensely, just like when she was sick. Was it because this was our final journey together? A 3-hour flight is just the blink of an eye for someone who falls asleep. When Ayane woke up and found the person she longed for right beside her, she wished so much that time could stop at this very moment. The air of South Island carried the scent of the sea. The resort hotel you booked was located not far from the beach. After getting off the plane, the two of you took a taxi directly there. Drawing back the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling window in your room, you could see the beautiful scenery in the distance. After admiring it for a while, you planned to go to the room next door to find Ayane. However, the moment you walked out, you happened to run right into her. Having missed the airline meal, both of you were quite hungry, but you didn't plan on dining at the hotel. If you travel without looking for local delicacies and experiencing the local customs, it amounts to nothing more than changing the location where you sleep. You and Ayane arrived at a lively nearby street. Upperclassmen, what do you want to eat? Anything else is fine. Ayane expertly wrapped her arm around yours, doing so very naturally. As you walked, Ayane was drawn by the aroma drifting from a medium-sized noodle shop. Let's try this one. It turned out Ayane's judgment was excellent. The noodles were chewy, and the broth was rich without being greasy. The fatigue brought on by the flight was actually relieved by a single bowl of noodles. When it came time to pay, the lady boss chattered a couple of sentences to you. Young man, your girlfriend is truly beautiful. Nowadays, the girls who come to travel all head straight for that high-end restaurant down the street. Since she's willing to accompany you to eat a bowl of ramen worth 1,000 yen, trust this old auntie's eye and cherish her well. Under the lady boss's earnest gaze and advice, you nodded, and then you paid 30 yen. Turning back to look, Ayane was sitting in her seat, waiting for you, looking completely out of place in this slightly worn old shop. You thought to yourself that you should have taken her to that upscale restaurant down the street. The thought flashed through your mind. What did the lady boss say to you? Ayane intimately wrapped her arm around yours once more, her affectionate posture drawing the envious gazes of bystanders. Upperclassmen, do you want to hear the truth? Or a lie? Of course I want to hear the truth. You summarized what the lady boss had told you. She told me to bring you back again next year. You thought Ayane would respond with silence, but unexpectedly she displayed a smile that was breathtakingly beautiful. Such a straightforward response left you unable to discern the true meaning of this trip. Was it a final farewell or a romantic date? All you knew at this moment was that the woman holding your arm was named Ayane. Next, the two of you began to buy some vacation essentials, such as swimwear and sunscreen. Buying sunscreen wasn't anything unusual. You could just enter any shop at random. But when it came to buying swimwear, looking at the men sitting uniformly on the bench outside the entrance, you knew that even though this specialized women's swimwear shop didn't have a sign posted, there was a tacit rule: only women allowed inside. Holding your arm, Ayane smiled enchantingly, leaning close to your ear to whisper softly, "Do you want to see what your upperclassman looks like in a swimsuit?" You understood this ambiguous whisper, and it felt as though an electric current surged through your entire body. Suddenly, you remembered that Ayane hadn't called you Junior in a long time. Purposely bringing it up now in such a flirtatious phrase gave you an indescribable feeling. You had seen the most fragile side of Ayane, and you had seen her gentle side. And now, you were witnessing her charming and alluring side as a woman. Every facet of her was incredibly magnetic, making it impossible to hold your ground. Did mature and intellectual upperclassmen always handle their younger juniors like this? You could look forward to it just a little bit. Sensing that your body had gone rigid, Ayana released her arm in high spirits and walked into the specialized women's swimwear shop alone. You found a place to sit down, Ayana's 2 sentences still seeming to echo in your ears. Originally, you thought that because upperclassman Nanami often teased you, you were already immune to this kind of thing. You hadn't expected that she and upperclassman Ayan were completely on different levels. Upperclassman Ayan's words were like a light feather, continuously teasing your heart. Ayan wasn't willing to make you wait long, emerging from the shop in about 5 minutes. She even intentionally had you carry those 2 paper bags. An upperclassman dealing with a junior is truly a total dimensional reduction strike. Finally, she accompanied you to buy a pair of swimming trunks. With all the items gathered, you returned to the hotel to prepare to enjoy the beautiful scenery on the beach. In your room, you looked out at the sea and the beach through the floor-to-ceiling window. This beach was the finest beach on South Island, bar none. Yet, facing such a beautiful view, your heart had long been thrown into chaos by a certain mature upperclassman. Your phone vibrated, and a message arrived. "Come over for a moment." Just 5 short words, yet they invited endless imagination. You arrived at the room next door and found the door unlocked, so you turned the doorknob. What caught your eyes was a graceful, elegant figure looking out the window. Hearing the sound, Ayan turned around and asked quite open-mindedly, as you looked at this world-ending beauty before you, the swimsuit wasn't considered revealing. It was even conservative. But her incredibly charming face and swan-like graceful neck were enough to captivate anyone. Not to mention that a touch of sexiness had been added to her originally noble and alluring temperament. Feeling your nose grow hot, you answered irrelevantly, "Upperclassman, you should still change into a different one. Could it be that my junior doesn't want others to see me wearing the swimsuit?" "Fine, I'll change into a different one," Ayan said with a smile, appearing very satisfied with your reaction. What woman in the world doesn't hope her beauty can captivate her sweetheart? You breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps, just as the upperclassman said, you truly didn't want other people to see her looking this beautiful and sexy. By the time Ayane came out again, she had already changed into a more conservative swimsuit, hiding even her jade-like beautiful back. She remained breathtakingly beautiful. Only in hindsight did you understand that the first swimsuit was intentionally worn for you to see, while this one was the one she actually intended to wear out. On the beach, there were families outing together. There were couples acting sweet and loving. Most of the people who could come to play during this time came from wealthy families, and their appearances were quite attractive. But the moment Ayan made her appearance, she became the focal point of the beach, looking like a summer queen, noble and sexy. After choosing a good spot, you went to the shop to rent a sun umbrella and beach chairs, as well as to buy some drinks. But just after paying the money, you saw that Ayane, out on the beach, seemed to have run into a bit of trouble. A man had approached her to strike up a conversation, showing signs of being relentlessly persistent. Even though Ayane's expression had already turned cold, you quickly ran over. You hadn't taken your things yet, and the shop owner couldn't call you back. Seeing you rush over, Ayan's beautiful eyes lit up. "If you want my contact information, just ask my boyfriend for it." The man who had approached her saw you arrive, taller than him, handsomer than him, and possessing defined abs. With a dejected look on his face, he muttered, "Sorry to disturb you." Before you even had a chance to speak, he ran off. Height is a natural suppression. Upperclassman, "I'm fine." Ayane thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of being protected. You felt that from now on, the upperclassman couldn't leave your side by even a single step. A beauty of the disaster-causing level was not suited to appear alone in public places. Holding Ayan's wrist, you returned to the rental shop to gather the items. Ayane didn't resist either, staying right by your side like an inseparable couple in the midst of a passionate love. Your footsteps left matching pairs of prints on the beach. You first propped up the sun umbrella, then unfolded the beach chairs, placing the chilled coconut juice on the small table. "Aren't you going to take a swim?" Ayane saw you guarding her without leaving her side. "If anyone else comes to strike up a conversation, I'll say I already have a boyfriend. If he keeps being persistent, I'll call out your name. When that time comes, you can come play the hero saving the beauty." Ayane didn't want to restrict you. "Upperclassman, let's go together," seeing that you simply couldn't set your mind at ease about her. Ayane said indulgently. The deep blue, crystal clear seawater carried a pleasant chill. The heat of summer instead became a mere backdrop. You felt that Ayan was just like a legendary mermaid queen. The most beautiful scenery within the shimmering sea. You had arrived late today. By the time you grew tired of playing, it was already sunset. However, the number of people on the beach didn't decrease. Instead, It increased. The setting sun melted like gold, casting a glittering golden brilliance across the deep blue sea. The world at this moment was beautiful, to the absolute extreme. Kaito, we've watched the sunset now. Tomorrow, can you accompany me to watch the sunrise once? Ayane turned her head. It just so happened that you turned your head at the exact same time. The two of you who had been sitting close together suddenly became inches apart. Your gazes met, and the atmosphere mysteriously fell into a frozen stillness. You were thrown into a racing heartbeat by this sudden, ambiguous scenario. Ayane was exactly the same. The sunset and the sea were completely tossed to the back of your minds. There was only each other in your eyes. Uncontrollably, you drew a little bit closer. Ayane's breathing grew erratic, and her incredibly charming face flushed with a color more beautiful than the evening glow in the sky. As the distance between the two of you grew closer and closer, she opened her heart to you. Waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning, you knocked on the upperclassman's room door. You discovered she wasn't inside. You thought the upperclassman had just gone out to meet a friend, until you saw the farewell letter on the table. Only then did you know you had been abandoned. At this moment, Ayane, who had her eyes closed, felt herself completely enveloped by your aura. It felt as though in the very next second, that kiss was going to fall. Suddenly, an innocent young girl's voice sounded, shattering the perfect atmosphere. Ayane wanted to turn her head, but unexpectedly made a blunder out of a stroke of luck, accidentally kissing the corner of your mouth. This accidental kiss was like a flower petal on a branch, slowly drifting down onto the water's surface and stirring up circle after circle of ripples. After the two of you separated, you both picked up the coconut juice that was no longer cold, your gazes drifting. The sensation on your lips, however, felt as though it had been branded into your hearts. Ayane, who was always composed and elegant, also became a bit shy. Unfortunately, you didn't look closely at your upperclassman's charming demeanor. After finishing dinner, Ayane suggested rushing to the next scenic area to climb the mountain and watch the sunrise. You didn't refuse. The tourism industry on South Island was highly developed, and there were still tourist buses departing punctually at night. Sitting on the bus and watching the scenery flash past outside the window, you felt as though you and Ayane were a pair of terminally ill lovers, unaccepted by this world. Racing against time, the upperclassman seemed intent on using a few days, time to accompany you through a lifetime's worth of experiences. This tight itinerary of watching the sunrise right after the sunset made you feel that Ayane might leave you in the very next second. The moving bus did not turn on its interior lights, relying entirely on the shadows of the lights outside the windows flashing past. In the pitch-black carriage, Ayane seemed to perceive the thoughts in your heart, leaning against your shoulder just as before, as if saying, "I will always stay with you." You smelled her unique, delicate fragrance, which possessed a mysterious power that smoothed out your anxious heart. Arriving at the new scenic area, the hotel at the foot of the mountain had only one suite remaining. There was no other choice. There's normally a strong sense of guard between a man and a woman, but Ayane had absolute trust in you, and so the two of you moved into this suite together. The soft fabric of the pajamas completely gave away Ayane's flawless body curves. Women right after a bath are at their most beautiful moment. You also took a shower, and the two of you brewed tea to drink out on the balcony. Since you had to get up very early tomorrow to climb the mountain, you could go to sleep after finishing this cup. Ayane poured a cup of flower tea for you once again. Her elegant movements were truly a feast for the eyes. Upperclassmen, how many days will this trip last? Whenever you say we return to Tenkai, that's when we'll go back. Have you already grown tired of it after accompanying me for just one day? Not at all. You denied repeatedly. Ayane picked up her teacup to take a light sip of the flower tea, and the two of you fell into silence once more. Yet it wasn't awkward. This was a very comfortable way of getting along, where companionship and freedom coexisted. Beautiful times are always brief. You had to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning to follow the crowd's footsteps up the mountain. After exchanging goodnight wishes, you and Ayane returned to your respective rooms. Ayane's sentence, "Whenever you say we return, that's when we'll go back," had completely dispelled your anxiety. However, a new scene kept surfacing in your mind. The tactile sensation of that kiss felt as though it still lingered. It wasn't the kind of suffocating suction depicted in movies or television dramas. On the contrary, it was like falling blossoms and flowing water, stirring up only faint ripples. yet capable of triggering a resonance between your souls. You fell asleep amidst this long-lost sense of happiness. Past 3:30 in the morning, the alarm clock awakened Ayane and you from your dreams. You both packed your mountaineering essentials and headed toward the ticket office. Starting from the foot of the mountain, it took 2 hours to reach the summit. Right upon entry, what met your eyes was an endless flight of stone steps. Along the way, there were some solar-powered streetlights installed by the scenic area, and you had also brought your own headlamp. In the faintly lit dark night, you and Ayane walked side by side. With the person you cared about beside you, the endless stone steps seemed to amount to nothing at all, in comparison to the other travelers whose initial enthusiasm turned into complaints of, "How much further is it?" The two of you were calm and peaceful, even starting to imagine how beautiful the sunrise would be at the mountaintop, filled with hope. Without knowing when, your hands held onto each other. Perhaps it was when Ayane almost stepped on air on a stone step, or perhaps it was when you were walking too fast and slowly came to a halt. It no longer mattered. What was important was that you didn't give up on each other, nor did you blame each other. Even though you were exhausted, you were still advancing firmly. After walking for more than an hour, when you reached the halfway point of the mountain, you discovered that Ayene's footsteps were growing increasingly slow. Her brow locked tight. At the very beginning, you thought she was just tired, but judging from her walking posture, it appeared not to be that simple. "Upperclassmen, what's wrong?" "I'm fine, let's keep walking. The sunrise moment will arrive very soon. We cannot miss it. Let me see your right foot." When a man should be firm, he should take the initiative. You did very well on this point. You squatted down and lifted a section of Ayene's trouser leg. Her slender, delicate ankle, illuminated by the headlamp, was as dazzling as spring snow. After looking around, you discovered that the hiking shoe had chafed the back of Ayane's heel until it broke the skin. You didn't know if the new shoes were too tight or if it was a material issue. Continuing to walk would only cause the wound to grow larger and larger. We just passed the starting point of the second cable car section. How about we forget about it this time? We'll wait another hour, watch the sunrise from the halfway point of the mountain, and then take the cable car down. No, she didn't want to give up. Before coming to climb this mountain, I had already made up my mind. Whether the wind blows or the rain falls, I will walk to the top of the mountain. Walk up there with me, all right? In my eyes, Kato, you are a man who will not give up halfway. Your upperclassman's pleasant voice carried a firm tone, as if the person who had just slowed her steps due to pain wasn't her. You sighed. Since you had already come all this way, what else could you do? You bent your waist, turning your back toward Ayane. "Upperclassman, come up." Ayane didn't see through your excuse either. Since her sweetheart cared for her, she naturally had to seize the opportunity properly. Taking 2 steps forward, a pair of jade arms wrapped around your neck. You only felt a wave of fragrant, soft, and warm tactile sensations coming from your back. Quickly collecting your thoughts, you stood up and stepped forward. "Am I heavy?" "Heavens!" She started calling you Junior again. "But upperclassman, could you please not speak right in my ear? If this continues, I really won't have any strength left." Looking at your reddened ear, Ayane felt a great urge to tease you, but she was a woman who understood the bigger picture, so she gave up. "Put me down when you get tired later," she said softly. The fellow travelers who saw this scene felt your boyfriend power was exploding, actually climbing the mountain while carrying your girlfriend. Gradually, Ayane discovered that your neck was already sweating. "Put me down, I'll walk myself." "I can still hold on." After advancing for another stretch of the path, Ayane could already hear your panting sound and insisted firmly on coming down, but it wasn't easy to move carelessly on the stone steps. With one slip, both of you would roll down. "My foot is just a minor problem. I can endure it and it'll pass." Disheartened by your state, her tone became extremely tender. "Upperclassman, I don't know why you are so obsessed with reaching the mountaintop, but the moment I picked you up on my back, I also felt that something was waiting for me at the summit. It will be there very soon, and right now, I don't want to give up either." That strand of your perseverance truly transmitted into Ayane's heart. Right now, saying anything would appear pale. Perhaps what you needed was her support, not her understanding. Ayane spoke no further, quietly leaning against your broad back. Without knowing how many stone steps you walked past, you finally brought Ayane to the mountaintop. Ayane took out a tissue to help wipe away the sweat from your face, then took a bottle of water out from her bag, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to you. You took it and drank wildly. Upperclassmen, the sky is turning a fish belly white. The sun is about to come out. You are very tired. But your tone carried an unmaskable excitement, just like every traveler who had reached the summit, feeling proud of their own persistence. Ayan tucked a few strands of dark hair that had been tousled by the mountain wind behind her ear. From the moment you picked her up on your back, the meaning of coming here had already been achieved. The sunrise on Mount Juya was certainly beautiful, but more importantly, it was the person accompanying you to watch it. Before long, the first ray of morning light was like a precious sword drawn from its scabbard, illuminating the world. From here, you could still see the sea, different from a sunrise over the horizon. The wondrous spectacle of the sky and sea merging into one color leaped before your eyes. After another brief moment, the rosy light burst forth by 10,000 yards, and the solar disk rose from within the sea. You suddenly understood the difference between Spring City and South Island. Spring City was a very gentle city, suited for long-term living. It would heal you, whereas South Island would leave you with memories you could never forget for the rest of your life. On the mountain top, some people were watching the sunrise, while some people were watching the people admiring the sunrise. Neither was missed. You and Ayan watched the sunrise for nearly a full half hour. The morning sun always possessed a fraction more hope than the setting sun. Another unforgettable experience had been added to your lives. In a mere 24 hours, the two of you had entered the sea and climbed the mountain together, witnessing both the sunrise and the sunset. It felt as though there were no more regrets in this lifetime. On the return journey, within the cable car that held only the two of you, Ayan didn't mind you being completely covered in sweat at all, tightly wrapping her arm around yours as she sat down. "Let's take a picture. Coming on a trip, we always need to leave something behind." She raised her phone, using the front-facing camera to freeze this moment forever. Your gaze was a bit drifting. The upperclassman was inevitably leaning a bit too close. You could even feel things you shouldn't be feeling. After returning to the hotel suite, the very first thing both of you did was take off your hiking shoes and windbreakers to take a good shower. After you finished your shower, seeing that Ayan hadn't come out of her room yet, you went out alone to buy iodophor and adhesive bandages for disinfection. "Upperclassman?" You knocked on the door. "The door isn't locked. You can come in." A pleasant voice traveled out indistinctly from inside. Only after obtaining permission did you push the door open and enter. Ayan exited her photo album. She thought that since you had carried her on your back for the latter half of the mountain climb, coupled with waking up past 3 in the morning, you should have been resting by now. You shook your head. "I bought iodophor and adhesive bandages. It's better to treat the wound where the heel was chafed." Hearing your words, Yanni's heart felt warm. You tore open the cotton swab packaging, dipped it in iodophor, and waited on the bed for the beauty wearing a nightdress after her bath to extend her foot. It is said that a woman's foot is a very private area. Back on the mountain, Ayan couldn't care about so much. Now, with a lone man and a single woman sharing a room, the situation was different. However, she still extended that delicate, exquisite jade foot. You gently wiped the cotton swab dipped in iodophor over the wound. Ayan felt only a slight sting of pain. Once the disinfection was complete, you opened the adhesive bandage, covering the wound evenly. The inadvertent touch of your fingers made Ayani's delicate body tremble slightly. Once it was applied, she swiftly pulled her exquisite snow-white foot back beneath her nightdress, a patch of red flushing across her noble, alluring face. You let out a yawn, tears coming out. Carrying a person up a mountain was purely a chore of physical strength. Since you're sleepy, go back to your room and take a good sleep. Yeah, remember to wear looser shoes. Good night, upperclassmen. You reacted to your own words. What do you mean saying good night in the middle of the morning? You coughed a few times to cover up the embarrassment, not forgetting to close the door before leaving. Without realizing it, the two of you had already formed the habit of exchanging goodnight wishes. Ayan didn't respond to you, her face burning hot as if she had a fever. For some reason, when your fingertips touched her foot, there was always a feeling that had never existed before, circling within her heart. You slept straight until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, yet you didn't have the sense of loneliness brought on by sleeping too long during the day. Your spirit was full, and you even stretched your back. Perhaps in your subconscious mind, you had already categorized Ayane as your partner. Thus, a person wouldn't feel lonely. You took a quick shower and then came out of your room, discovering that the entire suite was dead quiet. You knocked on Ayan's room door once more. Upperclassmen? It was still dead quiet. A mysterious premonition arose in your heart. You knocked 3 times, and there wasn't a single sound inside the room. You turned the doorknob and found that Ayan wasn't in the room at all. Directing your gaze toward the balcony, that noble and elegant figure wasn't on the rattan chair either. You hurriedly took out your phone to call Ayane. However, it seemed inconvenient for Ayane to answer at the moment. She only returned a single message. "I've gone to meet a friend. I'll be back before dark, don't worry." Looking at this text message, you frowned. The upperclassman had said that it was also her first time coming to South Island. Moreover, this style of behavior didn't resemble her. If she was going to meet a friend, why didn't she say so in the morning? You had an intuition that Ayane was concealing something. After contemplating for a long time, certain details slowly connected together. The upperclassman had taken you to hurry through various scenic areas, as if she was pressed for time. A friend who popped out of nowhere made her disregard the heel, chafed by mountain climbing to go meet them, and she even had to hide it from you. If this friend was her parent, everything seemed to be explained. After deducing this uncertain truth, your heart grew heavy. Whether it was Shunsuke or Eriko, you had experienced relevant conversations with them. These two could not possibly approve of you and the upperclassmen traveling together. Looking at that message on your phone, you typed into the input box and deleted it again, not knowing what was best to send. If your guess was true, the upperclassman was bound to be facing celestial pressure, and you were the culprit. You typed words into the input box, finished typing and deleted them again, ultimately sending only a short sentence. "Where are you right now?" Ayane did not provide an answer, only saying she would definitely return before dark. Inside the massive suite, it was terrifyingly quiet. Yearning and anxiety flooded in like a tide, as if frying on an oil pan. Right now, there were at least 3 hours before dark. These 3 hours appeared exceptionally long in your eyes. You could no longer stay inside, taking your room card and leaving the hotel. The street was extraordinarily lively, with many people showing up, but none of them were her. You didn't know when Ayane had left. You wanted to go near the South Island airport, yet you also worried that the moment you went, the upperclassmen would happen to return, and you would miss each other. Waiting was such a helpless thing. Growing tired of walking on the street, you came to a sweet soup shop to sit down. "This portion is for table number 2. Hurry up and carry it over." "Stop rushing me. I'm as busy as a spinning top." If I had known back then that following you meant a life of hard labor, I wouldn't have married you, the lady boss forcefully complained to the boss. Having originally placed your attention outside the window, hearing the conversation of the two, you thought of many things for no apparent reason. If you boldly kept the upperclassmen here, on a certain day after the sparks of love had passed and the two of you quarreled, would she also be like the lady boss before your eyes, regretting that she had given up her ideal of going abroad for further studies back then? At that time, how should you make it up to her for this distorted segment of her life? It seemed there was no way at all to make it up. Compared to being with you, which was filled with instability and the unknown, going to chase her ideal and studying at a top business school was clearly better. What exactly is love? Is it using selfish possessiveness to prevent the person you like from becoming better? Perhaps love is fulfillment. You both wanted Ayane to return, and didn't want her to return. The sweet soup the lady boss carried up to you had clearly had honey added to it, yet it tasted extraordinarily bitter. After resting, you emerged from the sweet soup shop, continuing to walk aimlessly on the streets. It turns out, a prosperous city truly can become empty because of a single person. You seemed to have lost your way, taking out your phone to open navigation, desperately running back to the hotel, because she had said she would return before dark. However, when you breathlessly took out your room card to open the door, the suite remained just as quiet as before you left. There was no one inside. You came to the balcony. The sun right now had already entered its sunset hour, exceptionally beautiful, with clouds flying all across the sky, yet you wished time could pass a bit slower. The massive golden solar disk slowly sank. You just quietly watched the sunset go down, to the final afterglow, and then to absolute darkness. The expectation in your heart was also slowly extinguishing. But everything must have an outcome, and this trip was no exception. You picked up your phone, which wasn't set to silent mode, and dialed Ayane's number. Just like before, nobody connected. Perhaps the upperclassmen had already boarded a flight back to Tenkai. This thought grew uncontrollably and wildly. It turns out you weren't as detached as you had imagined. An ending that could clearly be foreseen long ago had been repeated 1,000 times in the depths of your heart. The upperclassman going abroad to study is very good. That way her life will be more perfect. Why then were the sorrowful waves continuously crashing against your reason? We are sorry. The number you dialed has been powered off. As you lowered your phone, which was transmitting the automated broadcast voice, you couldn't recall exactly when, but ever since that night Ren called you out to go drinking, you had already quit alcohol entirely. Yet right now, you deeply yearned for that kind of sensation. After dialing the front desk's dedicated line, a hotel attendant delivered a bottle of red wine. You didn't bother using any kind of goblet. After removing the wooden cork, you took a massive gulp straight from the bottle. It felt as though only by using this crude way of drinking could you unleash certain things trapped in your heart. Red wine has a strong delayed effect. While drinking, it felt as though nothing was wrong at all. But the moment you stood up from the rattan chair, the entire world appeared to spin upside down. Swaying and stumbling, you felt your way toward your room. Relying on your last shred of sobriety, you dialed Ayane's phone number once more. Whether anyone answered, you could no longer remember. Thoroughly dragged into a dream by the alcohol. An hour later, the doorknob of the suite was turned. A woman wearing a face mask and a hat, whose noble temperament was nonetheless difficult to conceal, pushed the door open and entered. Ayane had returned. She searched through the entire suite, discovering you lying on the bed with a heavy stench of alcohol, still tightly clutching your phone. In fact, that final phone call had connected. Your guess was not wrong. Ayane had gone to meet Eriko, who had come to South Island. Her mother's tone could no longer be described as merely harsh. It was an absolute command. Tonight was the final stretch of time she had fought to obtain. Ayane had many, many things she wanted to say to you, to speak of her feelings, and to speak of the future belonging to the two of you. Yet right now, you were thoroughly drunk. Having rushed back in a hurry, Ayane didn't have even a shred of blame. Instead, her heart ached for you. She knew it was because she hadn't kept her promise to return before dark, causing you to mistakenly believe you had been abandoned. Slender jade fingers gently caressed her sweetheart's face, as if thousands of words were condensed within this action filled with love. You are drunk. At this moment, the very tip of Ayane's heart trembled slightly. In fact, that day when you went to the countryside to watch the meteor shower, she had already dropped an extremely obvious hint. Yet you hadn't confessed, choosing instead to say, "I hope you will be happy forever." This was also Ayane's first time falling in love with someone. Her experience with romance amounted to nothing more than hearsay. But your subconscious calling, after you grew drunk, finally allowed her to obtain the true answer. You did have her in your heart, and she had you in hers. She leaned down and placed a kiss upon your thin lips. Compared to that accidental kiss on the beach, this kiss was unquestionably filled with deep attachment and love. Ayane helped cover you with the blanket, sitting by the bedside to guard her sleeping sweetheart, looking at you completely entrusted. In a person's life, there truly is a certain inadvertent moment that makes you feel incomparably satisfied. In the morning, you woke up in a daze, your head aching intensely. You lay there silently for several minutes, as if you hadn't emerged from the dream yet. Last night, you dreamed that Ayane had returned, asking, "Can we stay together forever?" Only upon waking did you realize it was a dream. You let out a self-mocking laugh and sat up. Parched and thirsty, you wanted to drink water, only to discover a glass of water standing on the nightstand. Beneath the water glass, a piece of paper was pressed. So the upperclassman truly had returned. You hurriedly pulled out that piece of paper to inspect it. Upon it was beautiful handwriting. Seeing the script was like seeing the person herself. "Kaito, last night I stayed by your side while you were drunk, and I heard you call my name twice. That night when we watched the meteor shower, when I said I wanted to help you fulfill a wish, I actually wanted you to confess your love to me, yet you said you hoped I would be happy forever. I was both happy and sad. In the end, did you fail to understand, or did you simply not want to understand?" Last night I finally obtained the answer. You seem to hold a pessimistic attitude toward love, to the extent that you have shielded yourself into a state of foolishness. By the time you see this letter, I will probably have already boarded the plane leaving South Island with my mother. This does not signify an end. Do you still remember that key I gave you? If you love me too, bring it and come find me. I will be waiting for you in that house. I will then have the courage to live a plain and ordinary life with you. If you do not wish to come, then take a good look at the sea in South Island, and incidentally, throw that key into the ocean, forgetting that a woman named Ayane once loved you. I hope you will come find me. As you read the letter, Ayane's pleasant voice seemed to echo in your ears. Through these scant few sentences, you saw the waiting figure of a woman, Though it was clearly a thin sheet of paper, it felt as heavy as 10,000 tons. Love and ideals. The upperclassmen had already handed the right of choice over to your hands. To go or not to go. Two completely different outcomes. There are always some things and some people that must not be failed. Just like that meteor shower. Missing it means an entire lifetime. The voice inside your heart was like a surging wave, calling for you to go find the woman who had once saved your soul. After finding her, tell her face to face, "I love you." Even if the entire world tells you that staying with her is destined to have no good ending, falling in love is a matter between two people. What does it have to do with anyone else? If you don't try, how do you know you can't give her happiness? Nothing compares to the regret of clearly loving each other yet missing one another. Almost in an instant, you figured out many things, and you also gained the courage to confront the entire world. And all of this was given to you by Ayane. Love and ideals are both beautiful things. Why must choosing one mean abandoning the other? You no longer hesitated, taking the key and this most beautiful love letter, leaving before you even had time to pack your luggage. You didn't know how long Ayan would wait for you. You had a premonition that time was running out. Like the wind, you immediately squeezed your way inside. "Driver, please hurry a bit." The taxi exerted its full horsepower, driving out of the scenic area's architectural cluster and smoothly turning onto the highway without needing navigation. South Island had already entered its peak tourist season. To make matters worse, there was a traffic jam ahead due to a car accident. The traffic flow, which offered no end in sight, was like clusters of flames scorching your heart. Having just boasted that he would absolutely arrive within half an hour, the taxi driver was fiercely slapped in the face, feeling too embarrassed to continue running the meter. Life is full of surprises everywhere. Don't be anxious, young man. I'll ask in the group chat what the situation is like up ahead. Nobody understood the torment inside your heart right now. Time was passing minute by minute, second by second. 10 o'clock. That sensation was even worse than having a knife slashing across your body. You, who had never placed hope on illusory and ethereal things, actually began to fantasize right now that a helicopter would come roaring over, throwing down a rope to rescue you. You stared straight at the cars ahead, as if in the very next second, this dragon of vehicles trapped on the highway would begin to move. On the navigation map, the color was red to the point of turning black. Bored and smoking, the taxi driver flicked cigarette ash out the window. "If we hadn't gotten onto the highway and had taken the provincial road instead, we would have arrived at the South Island airport long ago," he sighed helplessly. Through the rearview mirror, the driver saw your anxious appearance and felt anxious on your behalf. This young man would probably have to rebook his ticket. You didn't understand why simply wanting to go see a person had to be riddled with so many difficulties. After another 20-odd minutes, the traffic flow finally began to nudge forward slowly. Having escaped from the traffic jam, the taxi driver was like a fish in water, overtaking one car after another. Just like your mood at this very moment, your heart was flying like an arrow. The taxi driver hadn't lied. As long as there wasn't a traffic jam, he would absolutely arrive at the South Island airport within half an hour. However, the scheduled flight had already been missed, and you had no choice but to wait another hour. You sat there all by yourself, completely isolated. You had climbed mountains, entered the sea, watched sunrises, and admired sunsets with Ayane. Yet the female protagonist of the story was already absent. To whom should you narrate it now? Finally waiting until boarding, for the first time you felt that the plane's speed of nearly 1,000 kilometers per hour was so incredibly slow. It couldn't match the yearning in your heart. By the time you returned to the Tenkai airport, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Without stopping for a single breath, you took a taxi toward that 2-story apartment. Clutching that key tied with a red string in the palm of your hand, you prayed that what awaited you upon opening that door would be happiness, rather than the tragedy of having missed her. A noble woman wearing a purple dress was looking out anxiously, as if waiting for someone. "Time is up, let's go," Shunsuke urged. Yet the figure in her heart delayed in appearing. Tears faintly blurred her vision. "Kaito, why haven't you come yet?" Suddenly, the pitter-patter sound of raindrops came from the window. It was raining. The final sliver of hope in Ayan's heart was extinguished. Yet, right at the moment of her despair, a burst of subtle sounds came from outside the door. Immediately following, a drenched figure pushed the door open and entered. Seeing the newcomer, the expressions of the two people inside the room were completely opposite. Shunsuke's entire aura sank, his brow instinctively locking tight. It was still raining outside, but the heavy clouds over Ayane's heart had already been swept away cleanly. You came after all. Your eyes right now were completely filled with Ayan, even overlooking that there was another person right beside her. Tears surfaced in Ayane's beautiful eyes. In front of Shunsuke, she came to your side and took the initiative to hold your hand, using this to declare her firm resolution. I want to stay in the country. He is the reason for me staying. If it were business advice, I would listen. But in love, I want to make my own decisions. You and Mother don't seem to love each other. I don't want to repeat your mistakes. Any father, seeing his daughter hold another boy's hand right in front of him, would be unable to remain calm. A flash of hostility crossed Shunsuke's deep eyes. In this split second, he truly wanted to have someone sink you into the bottom of the ocean. Ayan, what exactly is so good about him that makes you willing to give up your ideals? I don't understand. This legend of the business world was helpless for the very first time. Right now, he wasn't Chairman Shunsuke, but a father. Kaito gave me the thing I wanted most, which has nothing to do with money. During my hardest times, he stayed by my side day and night. That is enough. Shunsuke never expected his daughter would be carried away by someone using this kind of worthless thing. He couldn't help but reflect. Was it because of his commercial marriage alliance with Eriko that their daughter had only obtained material abundance, while being extremely impoverished spiritually? Shunsuke was powerless to refute this thought, letting out a long, quiet sigh. However, he still did not approve of his daughter being together with this low-class man. You had never held the habit of hiding behind a woman. The upperclassman had already done everything she could do. You should also exert your utmost effort. The very first sentence you spoke completely overturned Shunsuke's impression of you. Uncle Shunsuke, I didn't rush here this time to make Ayane stay in the name of love. Just like you, I agree with and support her going to a better business school for further studies to chase her ideals. Loving a person shouldn't become a restraint to her. It's just that making Ayan go abroad right now is inevitably a bit too early. You don't approve of us being together, and forcing us apart will only create an estrangement in the father-daughter affection between you and Ayane. Think about it. Causing your relationship with your daughter to turn rigid for the sake of an outsider like me, the answer is absolutely not worth it. I said I wouldn't stop her from going abroad to study. If the love between us cannot withstand the test, if it is fake and easily broken, then time and distance will separate us. This way, you achieve your goal without having to do anything, and you also preserve the father-daughter affection between you. It benefits everything and harms nothing. Or is it that you believe we can truly persist through several years of a cross-border romance? If that is really the case, what harm is there in giving us a chance? Although I don't dare boast that I can reach a height like yours, I don't want much. I beg you to leave these final 2 months to us. Let time witness everything else that remains. Shunsuke fell silent. He saw a man's sense of responsibility within you, even felt a shred of shock at your statement, supporting his daughter, chasing her ideals. These words of yours stood completely from his perspective. To make his daughter resent him for the sake of an outsider was absolutely not worth it. Seeing Shunsuke remain silent, you were anxious enough to burn. Every single chip in your hand had already been placed onto the scale, yet it showed no tilt. The room was terrifyingly oppressive. Only the sound of the rain outside could be heard. Shunsuke slowly opened his mouth and said, I have one more condition. Before marriage, you are not allowed to cross that red line. You didn't hesitate after hearing this, because true love is giving without seeking anything in return. The end for failing a promise will be very miserable. Remember these words you spoke. In order to prevent estrangement from generating between father and daughter, he still chose to take a step back. But this situation was exchanged by you giving up everything. It was precisely because you possessed a man's sense of responsibility that he would take it into consideration. I will keep it firmly in mind. You instinctively tightened your grip on Ayane's soft hand. The mountain weighing down on you finally vanished. Ayane was also responding to you. The hands of the two tightly held together. Shunsuke stayed behind to have a dinner with his daughter, during which he still didn't give you a single pleasant look. But none of these things mattered. Ayane held the umbrella to walk Shunsuke to his car. A simple action made this old father very happy. After he left, only you and Ayane were left inside this house. Both sides felt that there were thousands of words to say, yet at the moment your gazes met, your feelings were also meeting. Silence was louder than words. Unfortunately, such a beautiful scene was shattered by a sneeze. When you came, you were pressed for time and couldn't care about whether you got caught in the rain, wearing soaked clothes to fight wits and courage against Shunsuke, and even eating a dinner. Catching a cold wasn't quite the case, it was just that you felt a bit cold. Ayane showed a worried expression. Go take a shower quickly, so you don't catch a cold. Upperclassmen, all my clothes were left behind at the hotel. I didn't have time to pack them. I have some here. Ayane went upstairs and unexpectedly brought down a set of men's loungewear for you, and even prepared a towel, being thoroughly thoughtful. You took them and walked into the bathroom. After finishing your shower, you remembered something. That piece of paper had also been drenched by the rain. Taking it out to look, the handwriting was blurred, so you hurriedly went to look for a hairdryer. The person is right beside you, yet you still care about that piece of paper? How about helping me dry my hair? Once it's dried, I'll write another one for you. Ayang had also finished her bath in the second-floor bathroom, looking as beautiful as the bright moon in the sky. Drying hair was usually an essential interaction between intimate couples. You realized a problem. What exactly was the relationship between you and the upperclassmen right now? You liked each other, but there hadn't been a proper ceremony yet. Holding the hairdryer, you carefully helped Ayane dry her hair. Enjoying your gentle movements, Ayane asked, "In what capacity did you return this time? Is it as my junior?" Ayane's pleasant and charming voice echoed, leaving her words only half-spoken, making the hint dynamic and obvious. You turned off the hairdryer in your hand. In what capacity did you return? The answer was right on the tip of your tongue from the moment you saw the contents of that paper, especially that sentence. If you come, I will have the courage to live a plain and ordinary life with you. This incomparably firm love must not be failed. Therefore, you had rushed back from South Island, thousands of kilometers away, back to Tenkai like crazy. But when you discover that you have inadvertently failed another love that is even deeper and heavier than this, what kind of mood will it be? Ayane turned her body around, anticipating your answer. You understood that the upperclassman, asking in what capacity you returned, was nothing more than giving you a stepping stone to confess. You took a deep breath and said seriously, yet slightly nervously, "Upperclassman, can you be my girlfriend?" Back when you carried Ayane up the mountain, you were merely panting, and your voice hadn't trembled in the slightest, yet right now, you were somewhat nervous. Hearing that this block of wood had finally understood, a happy smile blossomed across Ayane's incomparably charming face, and she placed her flawless white hand into your warm palm. You held it gently. The moment Ayane agreed, you felt a wonderful sensation, as if something more had been added to your life. The person before your eyes had become your girlfriend, and an overwhelming sense of happiness flooded you. Holding hands and gazing into each other's eyes both became bridges, bringing two hearts closer. The ambiguous atmosphere in the room grew like wild grass. A voice inside your heart whispered that at such an important moment, it couldn't just be expressed through language. Action must be added to make it perfect. Your gaze lingered on Ayane's enticing red lips. You wanted to kiss her so badly. Thinking about how this exquisitely beautiful woman before you was already your girlfriend, you no longer had any misgivings and found your courage. Reaching out to wrap your arm around her incomparably soft waist, you slowly lowered your head and kissed the beautiful woman in your embrace. Neither of you had much experience with kissing, but fortunately a man's instincts in this aspect are carved into the genes. You quickly became self-taught without a master, prying open her teeth to find her nimble, fragrant tongue. Ayane, who was always composed, could only be guided passively. Gradually, she also began to respond greenly to you, her delicate body softening into a pool of water. I'm a little out of breath. Ayane gently pushed against your chest. Kissing the person she liked was indeed intoxicating, but lacking experience, she couldn't enjoy it continuously. This long, deep kiss was completely on a different level compared to that faint kiss on the beach. Looking at the noble and elegant beauty in your embrace, a crimson flush surfaced on her face, and her beautiful eyes were like shimmering autumn waters with a tiny hint of evasion. Was this still the usual mature goddess? To be honest, the time was a bit too short. Even for someone with a quick mind like yours, it ended just as you had grasped the knack of it. You forcefully suppressed the restlessness in your heart. Upperclassmen, I just remembered something. Wait for me, I'll be back very soon. Leaving behind a girlfriend with whom a relationship had just been established, any woman who has fallen in love, no matter how calm and collected she usually is, would let her thoughts run wild under such circumstances. Ayane thought back and forth, wondering if it was because she had terminated the kiss that you were unhappy. Kissing also fell within the scope of a girlfriend's obligations, and she truly ought to fulfill it properly. In fact, Ayane was overthinking. Having this deep kiss cut short halfway indeed left you longing for more. But getting angry over such a trivial matter was absolutely impossible. If you couldn't kiss tonight, you would just kiss tomorrow. A person with a girlfriend is just that willful. You left in a hurry, because when other people confess, they usually bring a bouquet of flowers. Although the upperclassmen in all probability wouldn't mind such things, you hoped that one day when she saw others receiving flowers during a confession, she could recall that she had received a bouquet herself, with no need to envy anyone. You went to the nearest flower shop, bought the most expensive bouquet of roses, and then hurriedly rushed back. Inside the bedroom, seeing that you hadn't returned for a long time, Ayane was feeling worried. In the very next second, you burst in carrying a bouquet of roses as fierce as fire. Upperclassmen! Ayane took the bouquet of roses and gently sniffed it, the fragrance swirling around the tip of her nose. Growing up so big, there had been many boys who sent flowers to Ayane. It turned out to truly answer that saying. Everyone likes flowers, unless that bouquet is sent by someone they dislike. Sweetness surged inside Ayane's heart. Thank you. She placed these delicate dripping roses into a vase in the living room to keep them alive. A touch of romance was added to the atmosphere between the two. To ease this wonderful embarrassment, you suggested watching a movie together. Ayane readily agreed, and the two seemed to return to those past days. Inside the dim room, the screen on the wall descended, and the projector became the only light source. Ayane snuggled against your shoulder as usual. It was undeniable that she possessed a deep sense of reliance on you. Meanwhile, you quietly took her white hand. The texture was delicate and soft, making one unable to resist playing with it carefully. Ayane indulged these small actions of yours. Time slipped away silently, and it arrived at the hour to sleep. You couldn't help but recall when Ayane had let you sleep on her bed before, plus with your girlfriend snuggling against your shoulder right now. You could smell her faint body fragrance. In the mind of a full-blooded young man, scenes unsuitable for children began to pop up. Ahem, you touched your nose guiltily. If you truly stayed here, it was hard to guarantee things wouldn't get out of hand. After all, you weren't an absolute saint. It's getting late. I'll head back to the next room. Good night, my girlfriend. Saying this sentence felt a bit corny to you, but being in love meant throwing straight balls fiercely, saying whatever was on your mind. Ayane felt her face turning a bit hot. Before you even had time to ask, her soft red lips had already pressed forward. In the dim environment, a person's senses became even sharper. You shouted in your heart, "You are playing with fire." At this moment, only the projector was emitting light inside the room. You turned passive into active, guiding this goodnight kiss. This kiss was much longer and deeper than the previous one. Ayane seemed to have found the trick to breathing through her nose while kissing. Despite this, she was still a little out of breath when their lips parted. Meanwhile, your breathing became heavy and burning hot. The two fell onto the soft, massive bed, Ayane's sparkling, beautiful eyes catching the light. Locking eyes with her at this moment, gasoline was flowing through your blood vessels, ready to explode at a single spark. Ayane finally realized she was playing with fire. Originally, she had only wanted to compensate her boyfriend because the kiss during the confession had been interrupted by her. But who would have thought it would develop into this situation? Kaito. Ayane's voice carried a hint of weakness. Your Adam's apple slid. Everywhere within your sight was the most beautiful scenery in the world, and you were almost about to turn into a hungry wolf. Fortunately, the final string of sanity did not snap. Ayane perceived that the burning hot breath moved away from her. After the passion, a sense of loss was inevitable. Even putting aside that promise, you and the upperclassmen had only just gotten together, so being in such a hurry was inappropriate. Although under the atmosphere just now, you could indeed have used verbal coaxing to achieve your goal through gentle compliance, was the upperclassman truly willing to hand over her most precious thing so quickly? Love is a mutual happiness. You turned off the projector, leaving only a nightlight. After saying goodnight to Ayane once more, you left. Ayane's heartbeat hadn't slowed down yet. The gaze you used to look at her in that atmosphere just now was extremely aggressive. Ayane had thought her body was about to be given away in a state of confusion. Truth be told, she hadn't completely prepared herself for that aspect yet, which was why she had gently called your name. As a result, you forcefully suppressed the desire in your heart and let her go. At this moment, Ayane remembered a sentence. Love is restraint and patience. You had already demonstrated it to her. You went to take a cold shower before returning to the guest room. After getting into bed, you tossed and turned. Just thinking about the upperclassman becoming your girlfriend made your mood surge with excitement. Your rational side also recognized that this journey of love had only just begun. There was no knowing how many difficulties lay waiting ahead for you, as if the calm sea surface was filled with undercurrents, capable of making this small boat strike a reef and sink at any moment. While love brought you happiness, it also brought worries. You firmly believed you would walk to the very end with the upperclassman. You and Diane slowly fell asleep, amidst various reflections. Whether the two of you would eventually drift apart in the sea of thousands of people or hold on until the very end, nobody could provide an answer. But one thing could be 100% certain. At this very moment, the two of you truly loved each other. In the morning, you opened your eyes groggily. A noble and alluring woman entered your view. Today, Ayane was wearing a mysterious, elegant black long dress. Upperclassman, time to get up. Didn't you only ask for 3 days of leave? Ayane had truly turned into a caring girlfriend, kindly reminding her boyfriend of the thing he had forgotten. You suddenly came to your senses, almost forgetting about it. You immediately lifted the thin blanket covering your body, getting out of bed to wash up. Damn that early 8 a.m. class. By the time you finished washing up and came to the living room, you found that a breakfast for two had already been set out on the dining table. Your heart was occupied by happiness and warmth. Your movement of picking up the bowl paused slightly. This kind of feeling seemed to have been experienced at some point before, but racking your brain to think about it, you couldn't come up with a reason. After eating the breakfast made by your girlfriend's own hands, you actively took on the task of clearing the dishes. You cook, I wash the dishes. A plain simplicity permeating warmth. I need to go home to grab the textbooks for my major courses. I'll drive you. Ayane jingled the keys in her hand. Clearly, she had prepared long ago. No wonder so many people liked dating an upperclassman. The upperclassman is mature and intellectual. Who wouldn't love that? The red sports car carried the two of you as it merged into the rolling flow of traffic. You stared blankly at your girlfriend. Driving the car, Ayane noticed the gaze shooting over from the passenger seat. Although it wasn't aggressive, being stared at continuously always made one a bit embarrassed. She remained composed on the surface, but the base of her ears turned slightly red. Upperclassman, you are so beautiful. You spoke what was on your mind. The time you two could spend intimately together was running out, so you were very candid, speaking whatever sweet words you could quickly. Moreover, if you don't speak certain words out loud, how will others know your feelings? You've been watching the whole way. Hearing this sentence, Ayane forced herself to remain steady, but the crimson flush surfacing on her face betrayed her. Haven't seen enough yet? Ayane sweet and helplessly indulged you. Half an hour later, the red sports car stopped along that familiar street. Ayane got out of the car, sizing up your house. Suddenly, she discovered someone watching her from a distance. The distance was a bit far, and Ayane couldn't see the woman wearing the white long dress clearly. Judging solely from her aloof and quiet temperament, the other party's appearance couldn't be bad. A white long dress and a black long dress became the most beautiful scenery on this street. The two women you couldn't bypass in your life's journey met just like this. Love has a magical power. Even if your sweetheart is placed in a vast sea of people, you can recognize her at a single glance. Without knowing when, you had lost this ability regarding Asuka. You hurriedly stuffed the textbooks needed for your major courses into your backpack, said a brief word to Ayane, and slipped into the passenger seat, completely failing to notice that someone was watching you from a distance. A woman's intuition told Ayane that the woman in the white dress shared a shallow origin with her boyfriend, but she didn't open her mouth to ask immediately. During their time alone together, she didn't want to discuss another woman, perhaps due to family reasons. Ayane's possessiveness was actually far stronger than that of an ordinary girlfriend. You hadn't noticed it yet, but when she discovers that her boyfriend has a childhood friend whom he once loved for a very long time, what will she think then? Her house wasn't far from Tenkai University, arriving after a short drive. Emerging from the parking lot inside the campus, you quietly took Ayane's soft hand, drawing a wave of envy from passers-by. Ayane accompanied you all the way to the base of the teaching building. I'll wait for you in the club room at noon. Your strong arms wanted to hold your girlfriend's soft waist. Ayane gracefully dodged away. How could she not know your thoughts? Focus on your class. We will talk about it when we get home tonight. Her slender, white jade finger gently tapped your forehead, her enchanting voice carrying a hint of playful anger. You felt both happy and helpless. The only bad thing about dating the upperclassman was that she could completely read you. See you at noon? You bid farewell to your girlfriend and walk toward the designated classroom. Ayan stood in place, reluctant to leave until your figure completely disappeared from sight. A morning full of classes wasn't boring at all for a top student like you who received scholarships. On the contrary, you listened with great interest. A good love truly makes life full of motivation. Hanuka came to the club room and discovered that her good best friend, who had been missing for a long time, was actually there. She went up to tease her with a sly smile. Was South Island fun? Ayan closed her book helplessly. Why didn't you tell me when you went? How could you travel alone when you are about to go study abroad? Didn't you want to meet my boyfriend? I'll call him over. Ayan, you are finally willing to say it. Who is he? You will find out shortly. Just keeping me in suspense, Hanuka said in annoyance as she returned to her own desk. Having just finished class, you received a message on your phone. Darling, when you come to the club room later, bring a portion of afternoon tea for your upperclassman Hanuka. You were momentarily stunned. 3 people appeared in a single message. You were puzzled but replied with an okay emoji. You packaged 3 portions at the shop and then set out toward the club room. However, the moment you pushed open the door of the club room, you found Hanuka looking at you with an unbelievable expression. What's wrong, upperclassman Hanuka? Hanuka ignored your words, turning her head to question her best friend instead. Your boyfriend is the junior. Ayan nodded calmly. Hanuka was dumbfounded. I can't stay in this club for even a single minute. Out of 3 perfectly fine people, you 2 secretly started dating behind my back. And his club application was even approved by me, the president. It feels like something was stolen from me. Hanuka felt like she had simultaneously lost her best friend and you, her junior. You took the desserts and black tea out of the paper bag. Your girlfriend naturally came first, and then you handed one to upperclassman Hanuka. Hanuka took a sip of the black tea, forced to accept the cruel reality. Suddenly, a question occurred to her. Since you 2 are dating, are you still going to study abroad? Upperclassman, love and ideals do not conflict. She is just going abroad. She can come back during vacations, or I can go over there. Let's look at this period of separation as a test. You answered first, not wanting to leave this difficult problem to Ayane. Hanuka looked at you seriously. Although I have no experience in love, the warnings from past examples are countless. Even if it's the moon, if it gets too far from the blue planet, it will break away from its established orbit, let alone a human being. Upperclassman Hanuka had already given the best insight of a bystander. You admitted she was right, but the person within the situation thought even more. If the upperclassman fell out with her family, gave up her ideals, and abandoned the affluent life she was supposed to have for your sake, would this love still count as love? Even if she was willing to give up many things, you couldn't avoid being considerate of her. Even in the worst-case scenario where their love couldn't withstand the test of time and distance, her ideals would still be realized, and she wouldn't end up with nothing. This was also your underlying logic. The best outcome was naturally obtaining both love and ideals. Your phone vibrated. You unexpectedly received a message from Hanuka. Your upperclassman Ayane is easily soft-hearted. If you badger her a few more times, she might stay. I'll help you speak good words. In love, being a little selfish isn't a crime. She is too excellent. Although I am staying at the school for graduate studies, don't come crying to me in the future if your upperclassman Ayan goes abroad, finds someone better, and dumps you. Who told you not to listen to me? You read the deep concern in it and replied with a line of poetry to state your attitude. If 2 hearts are destined to be together for long, why must they be side by side, day and night? Go tell your girlfriend that. Inexplicably, the noon rest period wasn't very long, and you still had classes in the afternoon. By the time you finished class, you discovered your girlfriend had been abducted by upperclassman Hanuka. Ayan called to say that upperclassman Hanuka was going to stay at her house today. You felt a sense of regret in your heart. It seemed the long-awaited time alone together was gone, but you merely lamented for a moment. The 2 were best friends, so shopping and such were inevitable. As long as Ayane was happy, it was fine. As night fell, inside the bedroom of the detached 2-story apartment, 2 beautiful women, each with her own distinct merits, had already bathed and were sitting by the bedside wearing elegant and soft pajamas. Hanuka kept pressing her best friend, asking how she had ended up together with you. Ayan had no choice but to recount it briefly. After listening, Hanuka nodded. So that's how it happened. You really should be together. The junior's self-control is truly strong. Living with you for so long and even going on a trip for 2, he could actually hold back. Anoka's topic suddenly jumped. I dare guarantee that once he gets a taste of it, he absolutely won't let you go as easily as he does now. She sized up her best friend's perfect curves, filled with immense envy. Even as a woman, she couldn't help but admire her, and the junior would probably surrender in minutes. You ate very little for dinner because you were going for a night run shortly. Carrying Ayan up the mountain in South Island had left you exhausted and drenched in sweat, so you wanted to exercise your body more. It wasn't that your physical condition was bad, but that your demands on yourself were too high. Half an hour later, you changed into sports shoes and set out. The night was very quiet, with a gentle breeze blowing. The things on this street were all too familiar. There were memories everywhere. You could only quicken your pace to keep your mind from having free time. But what is bound to come cannot be avoided. As you finished running 2 laps, beneath the street lamp ahead, there stood a quiet and exquisitely beautiful woman. She was waiting, accompanied by the gradual halting of your footsteps. The 2 people who were once inseparable parts of each other's lives met on this most familiar street. Now they looked at each other in silence like strangers. The distance between the 2 street lamps was very short, just a few steps away. Yet this pair of childhood sweethearts in the eyes of the world could never move closer again. The night wind was like your 20 years of beautiful memories, invisible, but truly existing. Asuka wanted to say something, but found no place to begin. Unable to even call your name gently as she used to do, you walked forward in silence. Just as you were about to pass each other, you heard that familiar voice ring out. Who was that girl who dropped you off today? Asuka simply couldn't help but care. Every single movement between you and Ayan carried a unique atmosphere that felt familiar, just like her and you in the past. During the brief few breaths while waiting for your answer, Asuka's heart seemed to be squeezed by an invisible massive hand. She was terrified of hearing irreversible news. But some people, once lost, are lost forever, no matter how beautiful the past was. She still heard the words she least wanted to hear. She is my girlfriend. We've been together since yesterday. Asuka, who had always been as cold and clear as snow, suddenly couldn't see you clearly. Tears uncontrollably blurred her vision. These 2 sentences were like the sharpest knives, plunging straight into her heart. That feeling of losing the most important person was a pain that pierced into the bone marrow. Looking at the path to be taken, you stepped forward. After walking a certain distance, the wind brought over her muttered words. Kaito, you used to love me, right? Asuka wasn't questioning their incomparably beautiful past. She simply seemed unable to accept reality. A person carving a mark on a moving boat to find a lost sword within memories, begging for an expired answer. What is the use of saying these things now? You said softly. You didn't look back, just like that bouquet of roses from the birthday banquet which had long since withered. Asuka would probably never know what she had missed that night. It wasn't merely a bouquet of delicate dripping roses, nor was it merely your birthday banquet. It was a life with you. But you didn't want to talk about these old matters anymore. You could have answered Asuka that the truth was indeed so, that you had truly loved a girl wearing a school uniform for many years. But right now, you already had a person you truly must not fail. Now you could only say this to her. Otherwise, this love wouldn't count as flawless and pure. You no longer lingered, walking toward the direction of home. At the corner of the road, there was a stone bench. It had been there since your earliest memories. Back when you used to go for night runs, a girl with a high ponytail would sit there waiting, watching you persist lap after lap. The girl would also bring a blue water glass with her, handing it over as soon as you finished running. Without knowing when, you two had drifted apart, leaving only this stone bench remaining in place. You returned home. Sitting in the living room, Itsuki said, Asuka came looking for you just now. I told her you went for a night run. Did you see her? It is said that no one knows a son better than his mother, but her son's brief answer left her unable to guess what followed. Just as Itsuki wanted to press further, you had already gone up to the 2nd floor, shedding your sportswear and letting the warm water wash away the sweat from your body. Coming out of the bathroom, you dried your hair. You picked up your phone and found no text message from the upperclassmen, so you thought about giving her a call. Thinking back now, when you two were in South Island, you were together every minute, sharing the same suite. Now that you were briefly separated, the yearning was unexpectedly surging so fiercely. Perhaps your yearning was transmitted to Ayene's side. Just as you were about to make a call, the video call interface jumped out, displaying upperclassmen on it. You decisively picked up. A noble and elegant woman entered your view. Ayaan was wearing a silk nightgown, conservative yet sexy. I was just about to call you. I didn't expect you to call one step ahead. Then we truly have a telepathic connection. Actually, I missed you. You said, adhering to the concept of throwing straight balls, saying whatever was on your mind. How much do you miss me? An exquisite smile surfaced on Ayaan's face, waiting for her boyfriend's answer. You found it a bit hard to say, because once it was spoken out loud, it became a certainty. Ayaan didn't make things difficult for you either. Stopping at the right moment. Let me see your room. There's nothing much to see. You gave her a heads up. Your bedroom was very simple. A bed, a bookshelf, a computer desk, and a wardrobe, completely transparent at a glance, but it won out on being neat. As the phone switched to the rear camera, the bedroom was thus revealed to Ayaan without reservation. Before the tour was finished, another pleasing voice came from the other end of the phone. Ayaan, what are you doing standing on the balcony by yourself? Without even needing to identify it, you recognized it. It was upperclassman Hanukkah. Darling, let's talk tomorrow when we meet. Ayaan's enchanting voice carried a slight helplessness. The call was then hung up. You let out a sigh. Upperclassman Hanukkah, it would have been fine even if he came a few minutes later. You hadn't even had time to chat about anything with your girlfriend. Ding dong! The phone vibrated slightly. Only at this moment did you notice. Ayaan's profile picture had changed, replaced by a silhouette of a figure standing in the morning glow of a sunrise. You tapped to check the message, 4 silent words. I miss you too. You recalled the first time you met Ayaan. The innate noble temperament and flawless appearance she possessed made people only dare to look from a distance, elegant and composed. But right now, she revealed a different side to you. Mature and intellectual, yet just like an ordinary woman deep in love, she liked listening to sweet words and would also worry about her sweetheart. And an Ayaan like this belongs solely to you alone. You didn't think throwing straight balls and saying sweet words that seemed very corny was embarrassing at all. Only by letting the other person know what was on your mind could this love travel further. Not long after, a second message arrived. It was from Yamato. What have you been busy with lately? Even busier than me being in a relationship. In a relationship? Yamato sent a dismissive expression. Don't be a repeater. He actually sent over an intimate couple's selfie, taken while traveling with Eri. You flipped through your photo album, wanting to counterattack, but discovered that during the trip to South Island, you hadn't taken a single photo together with Ayaan. What a failure. Tomorrow, the old place. Be there or be square. I'm not even accompanying my girlfriend just to come drink with you. Don't push it back anymore. What else could you say? You couldn't exactly be a person who values romance over friendship, could you? All right, the fatigue brought by the night run surged into your brain. You felt a bit sleepy and sent a goodnight message to your girlfriend. Good night, sweet dreams. Ayaan replied very quickly. In this world, there are only people who don't want to reply to your messages. Never people who are unable to reply. You peacefully entered dreamland. You seemed to have a very long dream, so long that you couldn't remember it. You were awakened by the alarm clock. What awaited you today was also a full schedule of classes. Aside from being able to see Ayaan for a little while in the club room at noon, classes continued in the afternoon. And for the evening, you had already promised Yamato to get together. The setting sun cast a golden glow. Walking on campus while holding Ayane's soft hand, you hesitated to speak. Ayaan could tell you had something on your mind. Shortly, I'm going to get together with a very close brother of mine. I can't accompany you tonight. It's okay, have fun. Upperclassman, do you know what I am thinking right now? What are you thinking? How can my girlfriend be so understanding? It's too good to be true. You couldn't resist kissing her flawless cheek. I'll try to come back as early as possible. Ayaan softly complied. The two cherished the remaining time, admiring the scenery on campus together. At 7 o'clock, you rushed to the old place, that open-air barbecue shop. It wasn't that you didn't want to bring Ayaan here, but rather you were afraid she wouldn't be able to adapt to this environment. Yamato had long since ordered the skewers and beer. An opened bottle of beer was placed right in front of you. You barely even replied to my messages. I went to South Island. You took a sip of beer. What did you go to South Island for? Yamato asked in confusion. It wasn't a holiday, so what else could it be? To make up for the trip we missed last time. Swallowing the bitter beer, you continued. I have a girlfriend. Hearing this sentence while drinking, Yamato sprayed beer right out of his nose with a loud snort. What did you say? I said, I have a girlfriend. Yamato's mind shook violently. Just as he was about to press further, his expression suddenly shifted. He wanted to prevent something from happening. You followed Yamato's gaze. Not far away, there stood a gentle, water-like figure. Yamato didn't know if his younger sister had heard what you just said, and his heart was extremely anxious. A person had finally waited for over a decade to see a glimmer of hope, only for it to be annihilated in the blink of an eye. Yamato didn't dare imagine what kind of consequence that would bring. Yumi, wait for me. Ayuri walked into the shop right after, spotting her boyfriend at a single glance and nodded to give you a polite greeting. You nodded back in response. Don't just stand there. Sit down, Ayuri said to Yumi. Weren't you quite happy just now when we were coming over? Why are you completely silent now? Yumi responded faintly, her beautiful, tranquil face devoid of any expression. There was neither happiness nor sadness. She took a seat across from Kaito, her eyelashes drooping low. You weren't surprised at all that Yumi would come. Back when the two brothers gathered on weekends, she rarely missed out. Let's go play basketball tomorrow. The barbecue is ready, let's eat. Yamato wanted nothing more than to make his good brother shut up right now, terrified that he would say something he shouldn't say. At the same time, an inexplicable fire was burning in his heart. He didn't know why either. It was probably for his sister's sake. The person who was just acting loud and casual was now talking about everything else but the main point. And Yumi, sitting across from you, was also remaining silent. Could it be that this brother and sister had a conflict? That shouldn't be the case. Yamato was racking his brain to find an excuse to break up this gathering. Had he known it would be this kind of situation, he wouldn't have called you over, even if he were beaten to death. A bizarre atmosphere was spreading, and you were utterly puzzled. When you saw Yumi pick up a beer to pour into her cup, you secretly thought that the two of you had truly been careless, forgetting to order a drink for Yumi. You waved your hand to have the waiter bring a bottle of orange juice, popped it open, poured a glass, and replaced the glass of beer in front of Yumi. Drink this. Your tone sounded just like an older brother looking after a younger sister. Yet it was precisely this insignificant piece of care that broke down Yumi's emotions. She had actually heard your sentence, I have a girlfriend. Humans possess their own defense mechanisms, slowly delaying unbearable sorrow. When Yumi heard those words, she felt a numbness, as if she had been stripped away from the world, unable to feel anything, being pulled into her seat by Ayuri, like a soulless puppet. She originally thought she could endure until the end without revealing the slightest clue in front of you, so that tomorrow the two of you would still be like siblings, still be friends. Yet against all her strength, she couldn't withstand even a shred of care. The love she had hidden for so many years transformed into tears, reddening the rims of her eyes. At this moment, this woman who was as gentle as water was incomparably sorrowful. Seeing this, your heart gave an unprompted jolt. You subconsciously wanted to use your hand to help wipe away Yumi's tears. After coming to your senses, you flusteredly looked for tissues. Before you could even grab a tissue, Yamato, burning with rage, grabbed your collar. You still have the nerve to ask, what's wrong? Kaito, I don't understand if you truly don't know or if you are pretending not to know. Anyone with eyes can see that she likes you. In the past, there was Asuka, so I didn't say anything. But what about now? You and Asuka broke things off. Even if it's a damn rotation, it should finally be Yumi's turn, shouldn't it? Yet look at you, going off to find some girlfriend who came out of nowhere. Has all of Yumi's waiting for so many years been swallowed up by dogs? His sister's sudden tears heavily stimulated Yamato's sanity because he knew how much his sister loved the bastard in front of him over all these years. Unable to contain his fury, Yamato floored you with a single punch. The corner of your mouth was split open, oozing fresh blood. Compared to the physical pain, you were more shocked by the reality that Yumi liked you. The force of this punch was massive. You felt a bit dizzy, but you saw many things clearly. The 3 dishes and 1 soup on that rainy night, the gentle lap pillow on the grassy slope, and how she was so happy, even though you only gave her a peachwood hairpin from a street stall. Back then you even said in your heart that she was very easy to coax. Everything, absolutely everything, had found its answer. This love carried under the name of siblings. It turned out to be the very thing you wanted. It drew the gazes of the surrounding people. Yumi couldn't care about anything else, hurriedly coming to your side to help support you up. Brother, liking him is my own business. You don't need to demand justice for me. Love is just like this. Looking at his sister who is protecting you, Yamato's anger slowly receded. He felt some regret. He shouldn't have resorted to violence. Brother Kato, are you okay? Don't worry, it's just a split corner of my mouth. As you spoke, you rose from the ground. Yumi held and supported you, then took a tissue to help wipe away the fresh blood from the corner of your mouth. Looking at her reddened eyes, your mind was a chaotic mess. The shop owner immediately rushed over, claiming he wanted to report it to the police. But you merely stated it was just some roughhousing between friends, a slip of the hand making it a bit too heavy, and there was no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. Only then did the owner let it drop. A perfectly fine gathering concluded just like that. Yamato let his girlfriend accompany his sister back first. You stood on the street, staring blankly at the passing vehicles. Yamato walked over, stuffing a pharmacy bag into your hand. Yumi bought it for you. The two grown men stood on the street like that, watching the bustling traffic. I promise I won't strike back, Yamato said. You shook your head. Our friendship of over 10 years isn't going to be broken apart by a single punch. Sometimes I wonder if there really is a predetermined destiny in this world. If there is, it's too ironic. In the past, you stood up for Yumi and saved her, so she fell in love with you. You didn't fall in love with her. You liked Asuka, giving her your heart and soul, yet she didn't cherish you. Everyone is being spun around in circles. If Yumi hadn't called you brother back then, would you have stopped viewing her as a younger sister? That way, you would have had two childhood friends. Even if Asuka didn't know how to cherish you, Yumi would love you. Yamato seemed to be trying to comfort himself, asking and answering his own question. How could you two not end up together? You remained silent. From childhood to adulthood, you had always protected Yumi like an older brother. Yet the one who hurt her the deepest turned out to be yourself. How ridiculous. Looking back now, the memories Yumi brought to you were also countless. Yamato was worried about his sister, so he left shortly. Just as you said, your friendship of over 10 years wasn't something a single punch could shatter. Walking alone through the bustling and prosperous city, before you knew it, you arrived at the place where you had your first date with Ayan. The neon lights of the skyscrapers were still reflected on the water's surface of the Bund. You pulled out your phone wanting to take a photo, only to find that there were many unread messages inside. The latest one was sent by Yumi. Brother Kaito, do not feel troubled because of my love. If you are happy, I am happy. You didn't know how much time passed before you looked at the next message. It was sent by Ayane, asking when you would be back. If you had been drinking, she could come pick you up. You informed her that you were at the Bund, then put the phone back into your pocket. It took roughly 20 minutes for a noble and elegant figure to appear at the Bund. You pulled a forced smile for her, bringing your girlfriend into your embrace, seeing the corner of your mouth carrying a trace of injury. Ayan knit her brow slightly in heartache. What happened? Inadvertently hurt someone I shouldn't have hurt. I deserved it. Seeing you holding the bag containing medicine, Ayane took it over. She poured the blood-stanching and anti-inflammatory powder onto medical cotton, then gently covered the wound, every movement careful out of fear of causing you pain. Regarding the person her boyfriend mentioned who shouldn't have been hurt, she inexplicably thought of certain things. Having finished applying the medicine, Ayana linked her arm with yours as you both looked at the gleaming river surface. When I dropped you off at home this morning, there was a woman dressed in a white gown watching me from a distance. You didn't expect Ayane would ask about this matter. Love cannot tolerate a single lie. Once lying begins, two people are destined to break up. Her name is Asuka. She and I grew up together on that street since childhood. Ayan understood the meaning within her boyfriend's words very well. There was a specific term to describe this relationship. Based on a woman's intuition, she believed the origin between the two of them went further than that. You used to like her? Ayane asked, staring at the slowly flowing river surface, posing a question that struck right to the core. Two choices were placed before you: lie and deny it, or confess and admit it. Although there was an unknown fear in your heart, you still chose to be honest with your girlfriend and nodded your head. Once these words were spoken, you didn't know what kind of mood Ayane was in. Would a perfect woman tolerate a flawed love? Last night, Asuka had asked you if you ever loved her. You hadn't answered then. Yet today, you had instead given a definitive answer right in front of your girlfriend. Heavens will toys with people. This night was truly full of twists and turns, leaving one mentally and physically exhausted. Ayana recalled the drawing paper that had fallen near the hem of her skirt that day, upon which the woman was drawn in a lifelike manner. It turned out she had already met her in this way long ago, except that thinking about it now, her state of mind was completely different. For the first time, Ayane experienced the taste of jealousy. Her mind a tangled mess. You looked at your silent girlfriend beside you, yet you didn't loosen your arm. You even increased the strength slightly. Using your other hand, you gently tucked a few strands of dark hair that had been disheveled by the wind behind Ayane's ear. You understood that your girlfriend was a little downcast, but it was precisely because she had you in her heart that she would be this way. Otherwise, who would care about how you were? Ayane, I know these aren't the answers you really want to hear, but since you asked, I have an obligation to answer you. Only a love where both sides are honest can walk further. A love filled with lies cannot be called love at all. Cherishing the present is what everyone ought to do most. Didn't we agree this afternoon that we would go on a date? Let's go, it's 9 o'clock now. Your tone was kept as light as possible, coaxing your girlfriend. Where is Mr. Kato planning to take me on a date? Ayane returned to her usual self, her alluring tone carrying the intimacy shared between couples. You had only spoken 2 sentences, and the upperclassman's anger dissipated. Happiness had come too quickly. Actually, hearing about your past with her just now indeed made me feel uncomfortable. But after thinking about it, being able to hold hands and stay by each other's side like we are now is already extremely difficult. We shouldn't let some past matters affect the relationship between us. Ayane recalled the scene from yesterday. That woman in the white long dress definitely still had you in her heart. Otherwise, how could she gaze from afar for so long? Mr. Kaito, do you think what I said is right? Ayane's shifting beautiful eyes carried a tenderness that belonged solely to Kaito. At this moment, in your heart, Ayane was an unparalleled, perfect girlfriend. Her understanding of love had already walked ahead of yours. Yes, you replied decisively. Upperclassman, I must have done immense good deeds in my past life for heaven to let me meet you. Yet Ayane didn't agree. Kaito, you don't need to underestimate yourself. In this love, you have given far more than I have. Sometimes I wonder what exactly you gained by being with me. Money? But during this period of being together, I haven't even had the chance to spend money on you. As for me as a person, you instead encouraged me to go abroad to pursue my ideals. It was you who showed me pure love. You said meeting me was your immense luck, but from my point of view, it's exactly the opposite. The fading of the past did not create any estrangement between the two. You withdrew your linked arm and actively took hold of Ayane's flawless white hand, locking your 10 fingers together. As long as there are still people who love you in this world, it won't turn out too badly. You wanted to pick a gift to give to Ayane. The surroundings were all luxury goods shops, but Ayane didn't want her boyfriend wasting money. Darling, I don't lack any of these things. If you really want to give me a gift, then play a song. What do you want to hear? You immediately regained your energy. Music was indeed an excellent gift. Whatever pleases your heart. You sat down before the piano, tested it slightly a few times, and then formally began to play. Passing tourists were drawn one after another by the beautiful melody. Ayane could also play this piece and knew the background story behind it, which expressed reveries of love and happiness, so much so that every note of this piece was incredibly wonderful. Yet your performance was laced with a faint sorrow, like a person standing on the ground wanting to reach out and touch the bright moon in the sky. Words can lie, but music won't. As the other half in this love, Ayane could perceive the emotions expressed in the piece better than anyone else present. Yes, between herself and you, it was far from smooth sailing. There were still too many hardships and dangers waiting ahead. She ought to have full confidence and a bit more determination toward this love, giving you more security. Once the piece finished, the tourists sent up warm applause. It is said that a serious man is the most handsome, and adding a touch of elegance indeed made it hard to resist. A bold, long-legged girl mustered up the courage, wanting your contact information. When Ayane came to your side, it was like a pot of cold water pouring down. A good man truly doesn't stay on the market for long. The two left the bustling commercial area, arriving at a nearby quaint street, where warm-toned street lamps cast a cozy and soft light. There were flower shops and coffee shops. She only asked for a single, individually wrapped, bright red rose. Such a picture appeared on the simple and elegant street, a noble and graceful woman linking arms with her lover. Strolling to the end, only a pet shop was left, patronized by many couples. You suggested going in to take a look as well. Ayane followed your lead. There were many breeds of cats in the shop. Upperclassmen, when you come back, let's raise a cat, you said, having such a thought for some unknown reason. Ayane shook her head slightly. My heart is very small. Once you arrived, there wasn't even room left for a small cat. Back when I was alone, I also thought about raising a cat, but right now, I prefer to sit together with you on the rattan chairs on the balcony on a perfectly sunny afternoon, staying very close. Close enough to snuggle against your shoulder. Kaito, our future isn't ethereal, nor does it need to be filled with many promises. Love itself is the best promise between us. You felt a soft strength growing in your heart. It was like spring rain, moistening things silently, making one no longer worry or feel anxious, yet as firm as a rock. And the person giving you this strength was precisely Ayane. Yeah, I believe we will definitely have a beautiful future. You no longer worried about many things, thoroughly enjoying this belated date with your girlfriend. Happy times are always very short. In the blink of an eye, it was already 10:30. You two had to bid farewell to this quaint street. You actively took the driver's seat, driving to send Ayane home. After roughly half an hour, that familiar two-story apartment entered your view. You slowly parked the car inside the garage. Looking at Ayane, who was unbuckling her seatbelt, you secretly sighed that it was time to part again. Clearly, after normal couples establish a relationship, they generally enter a passionate love state rapidly, yet your love still had many, many obstacles. You often couldn't find a sense of reality in Ayane, much like the moon in the water. If the water ripples, it disappears. The reluctance in your heart was fermenting. For a moment, you actually forgot that the corner of your mouth was injured, wanting to go and kiss the moon. Within this small, dim car, just as Ayane unbuckled her seatbelt, her slender waist was wrapped by a strong, large hand. Upperclassmen, do you still remember what you said yesterday morning? In the ambiguous atmosphere, Ayane's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken, a moving blush surfacing on her incomparably charming face. Ayane naturally remembered the words she had spoken. Yesterday morning, you wanted to kiss her on campus, but she gracefully dodged away, saying, "Focus on your class. We will talk about it when we get home tonight." This verbal promise should have been fulfilled long ago. Unfortunate that there were too many twists and turns in between, dragging it out until tonight. Now the car was turned off and parked well, with only the two of you in the small space. It was impossible for anyone to interrupt. Time, place, and people were all perfectly aligned. You stared infatuatedly at your noble and dignified girlfriend close at hand. You reached out your hand, sliding past her jade neck, which was as elegant as a white swan. Ayan's charming eyes knit slightly, but she didn't make a sound, letting you do as you pleased. Just as you were about to lean down, a clean finger pressed against your thin lips. There was still an injury on your lips. The beautiful atmosphere was instantly shattered by this single fact. You turned into a deflated ball, letting out a long sigh. Ringing out at the same time was also your stomach. For dinner, you hadn't had time to eat anything before a series of incidents occurred, and later you even accompanied Ayane to go shopping. Being hungry was a matter of course. All right, when you are healed, I'll let you kiss as much as you want. Darling, your stomach is protesting, Ayane said in a both pampering and helpless manner upon seeing your slightly hopeless look. It says it wants to eat the loving, late-night snack made by the upperclassmen. The conversation between the two carried a profound understanding, matching each other like a married couple. Get out of the car, Ayane readily agreed. As soon as the two got out of the car, you mumbled, "If kissing isn't allowed, a hug is fine, right?" Ayane answered you with actions, actively entering your embrace. Sharing a hug with the person you love is a beautiful thing. That kind of feeling makes it seem like you possess the whole world. You held her for a long time before your girlfriend reluctantly released her hands. Half an hour later, you ate the meat porridge made by Ayane, thoroughly satisfied. It's getting late. Are you staying tonight? Facing your girlfriend's kindness, you didn't want to spoil the mood either. Without your realizing when, your clothes and toiletries had already been placed here, and there was even a brand new razor. When you saw it, you froze for several seconds. Behind it lay wrapped many things. After taking a shower, you came to the master bedroom. Ayane patted the spot beside her, signaling for you to come and sit. You thought your girlfriend had something to say, but in the end, she just quietly snuggled against you. This moment was a scene so many people dreamed of. Perhaps because an unspoken line lay horizontally between the two of you, it made you want to press against each other even more. A beautiful woman after a bath is both fragrant and soft, refreshing to the soul. Before you returned to the room next door, Ayane did the very thing you had been longing for, gently kissing the right corner of your mouth as a goodnight kiss. The good thing about a mature and intellectual woman lay right here, expressing her love openly and generously. The next day, after eating breakfast, the two went to Tenkai University together. You were very busy, only able to go to the club room at noon to see your girlfriend. At this time, Ayane was holding a medical sponge, pouring some medicine powder onto it and gently applying it to the corner of your mouth. Her movements very tender. Last night you didn't feel the pain, but now even speaking could aggravate it. It was as troublesome as an oral ulcer. Just as Ayane's long, white finger inadvertently brushed over your lips, the door of the clubroom was opened. Who else could it be besides Hanuka? What's wrong with the corner of your mouth? Before you even had time to answer, Hanuka said with a peculiar expression, "Aren't you two being a bit too passionate? Even kissing can break a lip." Hanuka walked closer to look at the slightly dark wound where the medicine was applied, wanting to ask if it hurt, but swallowed the words back down just as they reached her lips. You and Ayan adhered to the principle of not flaunting your love in front of her, and the three of you interacted just like usual. The phone vibrated, and you received another text message from upperclassman Hanoka. She asked if you had persuaded Ayayan to stay in the country, warning you not to regret it when it was too late. Your mood detached from the sweet love. It seemed even upperclassman Hanuka wasn't optimistic about this relationship. But you had personally realized a truth. People who are destined to part will part, and even meeting every day is of no avail. Ayayan was reading a book. Perceiving the gaze you cast over, there were extremely complex emotions inside it. Exam week was very busy. Ayane rarely went to disturb you during these past few days. After finishing exam week, the scorching summer vacation arrived, and the corner of your mouth was mostly healed. Ayane was kissed by you until she was out of breath. The time the two could spend together was counting down day by day, being both spectacular and plain. Sometimes you would go to dating holy lands like the aquarium and the amusement park. You would also stay at home, snuggling against each other to enjoy the quiet afternoon time. Occasionally, you would play the piano, while Ayen listened quietly by your side. You read through the books on your girlfriend's bookshelf. Most of them were regarding business, and another part was philosophy. If you didn't understand, you asked. Ayan would also explain in detail. The interaction within it was both sweet and soft. The benefits of having an upperclassman as a girlfriend were truly countless. Beautiful times flew by swiftly, and the day of Ayane going abroad was right before your eyes. The two sat on the rattan chairs on the balcony, staying very close. Close enough for Ayane to snuggle against Kaito's shoulder. As the sun set in the west, you felt your girlfriend's reluctance. While you felt terrible about the upcoming departure, you were simultaneously happy that Ayane could go to pursue her ideals. Ayan remained silent. You think of her as the perfect girlfriend, but how could there be a perfect person in this world? With the departure imminent, she began to feel anxious about gains and losses. Due to the influence of her family of origin, Ayane was actually a person deprived of love. Everyone said she was your salvation. But wasn't it also you who saved her? Pure love was precisely what she craved the most. Ayane's love for you was beyond your imagination, accompanied by a full sense of possessiveness. In the past, she thought about living an ordinary life with you, but an enraged father had 10,000 ways to ruin your future. Having thought about it for a long time, on this beautiful evening, she made a firm choice. Before going abroad, she would give her most precious thing to you. "I want to hear you say those 3 words," Ayane said softly. Believing your girlfriend was feeling uneasy about the uncertain future of the two of you, you didn't hesitate to take Ayan's hand. The gently blowing wind bore witness to this bumpy yet sincere love. Life is just so fickle. Whether it would be slowly eroded by time and distance, leaving each to return to the crowd, or whether keeping watch would finally bring the bright moon through the clouds, no one could guarantee what the future would hold. At this moment, you and Ayan were in love. You embraced and kissed in the afterglow of the setting sun. Time flowed like water, and the date for Ayane to go abroad was set for this weekend. She had some loose ends to deal with recently, so she hadn't gone out on a date with you for a long time. It was neither dry nor hot, very suitable for going out. Ayane dressed up meticulously. She wanted to present her most beautiful side to her loved one. "Darling, this time we won't drive. Let's take the subway." You nodded your head. In the little remaining time left together, whatever your girlfriend wanted was fine. How could you not know that Ayane was working hard to create beautiful memories? For a very long time to come, you two would only be able to live off memories. After locking the door, you kissed your elegantly dressed girlfriend before setting off for the subway station a few hundred meters away. In the subway station during summer vacation, the one thing that was never lacking was college student couples. With Ayan linking arms with you, you became an object of envy for many people. This subway ride wasn't very crowded. You easily led your girlfriend to find a place to sit down. Ayane looked at the glass opposite, which reflected the scene of the two of you holding hands and sitting close together. You noticed many gazes in the carriage looking over here. Your girlfriend was already extremely beautiful, and today she had deliberately dressed up. Her noble and elegant temperament simply couldn't be hidden. You let go of Ayane's hand, and instead quietly wrapped your arm around her waist, as if declaring sovereignty. This little thought couldn't be hidden from Ayane. Her loved one being jealous for her was also a different kind of happiness. She cooperated by sitting a bit closer. Being with the right person, even riding the subway, wouldn't be dull. Soon you arrived at the Tenkai City Commercial District. Underclassmen, I didn't realize before that you get jealous so easily. You didn't deny that you were a little jealous just now either. Who told my upperclassmen to be so beautiful? Ayane thought you would save face and argue slightly, but you admitted it in one bite. Suddenly, you noticed a soft feeling on your cheek, which separated as soon as it touched. Stop being jealous, okay, darling? The one who is favored acts without fear. You said rather reluctantly, though the raised corners of your mouth simply couldn't be pressed down. When passing by that long-opened Natsucho dessert shop, Ayane wanted to go in and browse. You didn't speak, but just nodded your head silently. You had been to this dessert shop many times. You knew the layout and types of desserts inside like the back of your hand. The automatic glass door opened. The female clerk who had been hand-distributing flyers outside the shop last time saw a regular customer who hadn't been here for a long time and was just about to say welcome. But when she saw Ayane linking arms with you, she was first amazed by her nobility and beauty. Then, her eyes carried a bit of eccentricity as she looked toward another direction in the shop. From the clerk's perspective, you used to frequent this place with a cold and beautiful girl. Later, she happened to run into this old customer while giving out flyers, wanting to recommend some new products or ask why you and your girlfriend stopped coming, since you clearly came every weekend before. As a result, before she could ask, you left. Today, that cold and beautiful girl made a long-awaited visit. You also entered the shop, one after the other. None of these were the most important things. The clerk looked at you, then looked at Ayane, and with difficulty uttered a sentence. Welcome. The space inside the shop was very large, filled with many dessert cabinets, preventing you, who had just entered, from immediately seeing that white dress. Yet the world is very small. It just so happened that you met someone you shouldn't meet while on a date. Ever since she could remember, Asuka had your company in every summer. But this year, when the sound of cicadas rang out, you had already drifted apart, no longer able to be inseparable like before. There is a saying that is true. People always learn to cherish after they have lost. After the little boy who accompanied her growing up left her life, Asuka felt the world had become bleak. She retraced old paths to pick up the scattered memories, like a person in the freezing snow desperately searching for flammable branches and kindling. But what if she found the branches covered under the snow layer? Just as dry deserts cannot grow white gardenias, damp wood cannot catch fire either. You walked into this shop you hadn't been to for a long time. The layout and everything were exactly the same as before, bringing a sigh like flipping through a photo album. You had been to this shop, seeing you familiarly find the plates and tongs used for choosing desserts. Ayane said, "Then please give a recommendation, Mr. Kaito." The two looked and chose together, until walking past a certain corner, a woman with a cold temperament and an extremely beautiful face entered your view. These childhood friends finally met again in the old place after all. As Asuka looked at Ayane beside you, who had replaced her position, hearing about it and seeing it were two different things. That night, you said you were together with Ayane. Her heart ached deeply, but it was far less painful than it was right now, feeling as if her heart was being cut by a knife. Asuka's rims turned red, but she didn't shed tears. Her tears had perhaps already dried up during many nights. The person she thought of day and night was right in front of her, but it was too late to say anything. You didn't speak either, taking hold of Ayane's hand and walking toward the cashier counter. Kaito! A call carved into memory came from behind, but she didn't turn back. Asuka felt that this must be heaven's punishment for her not knowing how to cherish. After leaving that dessert shop, you waited for Ayane's questioning. But what you waited for was not your girlfriend getting to the bottom of the matter. When passing by a certain men's clothing brand boutique, Ayane picked out several sets of summer clothes for you. Although the feeling of your girlfriend helping you pick out clothes was great, it was clearly too much. Upperclassmen, buying 2 sets is enough. Ayane gave a reason you couldn't refuse. During the days when I am not by your side, let them accompany you. I hope that every day when you open the wardrobe, you will think of me. In the boutique of the well-known men's clothing brand, there were naturally many customers. You gained the envy of all the men present. Ayan personally selected the clothes. After matching them, she let you go to the changing room to try them on. After you came out, she would habitually help you arrange your collar, her movements filled with a meticulous tenderness. She seemed to be carrying out her promise to love you one bit more. Your heart was almost melted by this consideration, and you couldn't help but begin to imagine life after the two of you married. After returning to the country, your girlfriend would only be busier because the massive Seneda group was waiting for her to take over. Such happy times were, after all, extremely rare. You had never desired to be successful in your career so much. Even if you hadn't graduated from college yet, responsibility and a good love are the guiding lights on a man's road to growth, the motivation to overcome difficulties and failures. What are you thinking about so infatuatedly? Ayane asked upon seeing you dazed. Thinking about marrying you home. You blurted out subconsciously. Hearing this explosive sentence, Ayane's movements paused slightly, several blushes surfacing on her noble and alluring face. Blushing. Usually she would occasionally use the title underclassman to tease you, but now she was instead flirted with by her younger boyfriend. Sure enough, sincerity is the strongest killing move. You realized afterward what you had actually said, but you dared to act and take responsibility. Since you said it, and weren't ashamed at all. The customers secretly paying attention to this side were shocked in their hearts by your undisguised straight ball. You brat deserve to have such a beautiful girlfriend, handsome, and with a mouth wiped with honey. Which woman wouldn't be spun around by your coaxing? Upperclassman, you bought so many clothes I can change into a new set every day for 7 days without repeating. It's already enough. Ayan's heart lake was now blown by the wind, rippling with waves, unable to calm down to pick clothes. She scanned the code to settle the bill and left the time and delivery location with the clerk. Having nothing to carry, you naturally took hold of your girlfriend's snowy white hand. Ayan's heartbeat quickened a few beats uncontrollably. Putting yourself in her shoes, the person you like is dazed. You ask her what she's thinking, and she subconsciously says, "I'm thinking about when this blockhead of yours will marry me home." There are no love words more pleasant to the ear than this. It's my turn to give you a gift. You smiled. Love is mutual, rather than a one-sided giving. The two came to a jewelry shop. Using your manuscript fees, you bought a very exquisite necklace to give to Ayane. Ayan refused the clerk's offer to pack it in a gift box. "Darling, help me put it on." You came behind your girlfriend. Her dark hair was piled up, and with your hands moving from front to back, it was quickly put on. The exquisite necklace and Ayan's slender, long neck complemented each other, dotting her elegance. Touching the pendant part gently facing the mirror, she said, "Mr. Kaito, I like this gift very much." "It's good that you like it." You looked toward another glass cabinet. What was placed there was not a necklace, but the word marriage was too distant for you and her. Right now, there was a super difficult problem placed before you. The number of couples defeated by time and distance was countless. You didn't know what the future would be like and could only believe that one day you would eventually place the wedding ring onto your girlfriend's ring finger under the witness of relatives, friends, and various guests, thereby becoming the most important person in each other's life. In the blink of an eye, the two had strolled for more than 2 hours. "Darling, let's rest here for a bit and taste some desserts, by the way." Ayan paused by a wooden long bench on the street side. When sitting down, you noticed that pair of elegant and charming high heels. They were a symbol of beauty, yet also a kind of constraint. Wearing them to stroll for so long would inevitably cause discomfort. "If you are tired, let's go home." Linking arms with you, Ayane said, "Resting for a bit is fine. It's still early to go home now." It gave a false impression of a date being terminated halfway through, and she didn't want that. Upperclassman, actually, you are very beautiful even without wearing high heels. Ayana discovered that the man beside her was always so attentive, able to gain insight into her state, unable to hide it even if she wanted to. "You don't like it? My girlfriend wearing high heels is like a princess going to attend a banquet. But compared to vanity, I care more about whether you are uncomfortable or not." A pair of high heels fully displayed the love between you and Ayane. Ayane wanted to leave her most beautiful side in your heart, hence she put them on. yet you felt bad that she was too tired doing so. My Mr. Kato knows how to feel bad for his girlfriend more and more. A matter of course. After resting for a while, you took Ayane to a shoe shop and bought a pair of comfortable women's sports shoes. Ayane hadn't expected that you would personally help her take off her high heels. You half knelt on the ground, slightly parting the skirt hem, holding her gentle ankle. The touch transmitted from your warm, large hand was very distinct. Carrying out such an intimate behavior in the shop, even a regular, mature, and calm woman would feel a bit bashful. The female clerk selling shoes was filled with envy in her eyes. You, on the other hand, didn't care. Just now your girlfriend helped you pick out clothes and arrange your collar. What did helping her take off high heels count as now? Having such a girlfriend and not pampering her well, that would be a problem with one's brain. Running toward each other is called deep affection. I'll do it myself. Seeing that you still wanted to put the shoes on for her, Ayane withdrew her exquisite snowy foot beneath the skirt hem. You looked at your shy girlfriend with great interest. So mature women could get shy too. After changing into sports shoes, an incomparable sense of comfort followed. The two went to the cinema to watch a movie again. It was already getting late, and the streetlights along the roadside began to light up one after another. You originally wanted to have dinner at a restaurant outside. After all, it was a date, so it should end on a perfect note. Ayane, however, said she wanted to have a candlelight dinner at home. Neither side mentioned the fact that the deadline was fast approaching, but both were working hard to try and leave behind more beautiful memories. This candlelight dinner was destined to be filled with the poignant beauty before departure, just like flowers falling with the wind. After buying things at the supermarket, you returned home. You and Ayane had a clear division of labor. Ayane was responsible for setting up the scene for the candlelight dinner, while you were responsible for preparing the delicious food. By the time you came out of the kitchen, the lighting in the living room outside had become slightly dim. The dining table was covered with a beautiful tablecloth, and 3 lit candles were scattered across a bronze candlestick, making the atmosphere fully charged. This scene was as romantic as a dream. Ayane did not choose to sit opposite you. The two of you sat very close together. The 2 wine glasses clinked gently against each other. Having drunk some red wine, Ayane appeared even more alluring and soul-stirring. Her inviting red lips possessed a bit more luster because of the red wine, looking extremely charming. Underclassmen, you can't get full just by looking at me. Good grief. You felt that your upperclassman was exceptionally teasing tonight, giving you an impulse to do something bad. The flickering candlelight was just like your heart, being gently caressed by an invisible hand. A third of the bottle of red wine was drunk by Ayane, and the rest went to you. Both of you were in a slightly tipsy state. Once dinner was over, you cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks and hurried to find your girlfriend to cuddle, only to find that Ayane was already taking a shower in the second-floor bathroom. In the kitchen, it was inevitable to get stained with the smell of oil and smoke, so you took advantage of this time to take a shower in the other bathroom. Returning to the bedroom, a slender and graceful figure entered your view. Originally, you only wanted to take the beautiful woman into your arms, but you didn't expect her to proactively offer a kiss. The long, lingering kiss made one intoxicated, unable to extricate oneself. Over the past 2 months, you two had kissed many times, but never had you been so physically and mentally invested like this. Perhaps due to having drunk wine, you felt your girlfriend was extraordinarily proactive. You were also a bit dazed, upperclassman. You used your last bit of reason to end the fiery kiss. Ayane's beautiful eyes were rippling like autumn water. Take me. Your heart skipped a beat. The woman in your arms was devastatingly beautiful, a flush of crimson rising on her overwhelmingly charming face. Perhaps the after effects of the red wine had not yet faded, and it was precisely because of this that she had the courage to drop all her reservations on the eve of departure. You had promised not to cross the red line, but the red line was moving toward you. In this split second, you thought about many, many things. The surging waves of impulse crashed against the cliffs of reason, rolling down countless fragments of stone, hanging precariously. Who could refuse to mutually possess the person they love under the condition of mutual affection? At this very moment, as long as you took the initiative, you could completely obtain the person you yearned for. Refuse? The thought was dismissed before it could even arise. Your girlfriend deliberately built up her courage through drinking, letting down her reservations because she wanted to give her most precious thing to you. If you refused, it would be equivalent to fiercely slamming this affection onto the ground. You could feel that your upperclassman was currently very insecure, perhaps because of the upcoming separation, at which time the two of you would be separated by an ocean, or perhaps because of something else. Only 2 seconds passed, but Ayana felt as if she had waited for an entire century. Seeing Asuka's behavior today in that dessert shop named Natsucho, Ayana became even more certain that Asuka still loved you. Childhood sweethearts growing up together, plus the fact that she herself would be away from your side for a very long time. No matter how rational a woman is, after falling in love, she is always prone to anxiety over gains and losses. Therefore, before leaving, she wanted to use this method to make many things a settled matter, leaving no future troubles. Ayan knew you were a responsible man. If you weren't, you wouldn't have refused her invitation that night and slept on the floor for the whole night. At this critical moment, your eyes actually lost a bit of their heat. Even though the blood flowing in your veins seemed to have turned into gasoline, transforming into a raging fire that reduced reason to ashes, you exercised regularly and were precisely at a vigorous age. Facing the person you loved, it was impossible to remain as calm as still water. You reached out your hand to gently caress her flawless face, your voice appearing raspy due to the rising heat, and your breathing also became heavy. Upperclassman, are you sure? A charming body fragrance lingered at the tip of your nose, and you felt like you were almost unable to control yourself. No regrets. You didn't ask again, nor did you need to ask further, gently kissing your girlfriend's inviting red lips. Your warm, large hands no longer behaving themselves either. The passionate Ayane seemed to be the embodiment of nobility and seductiveness. She seemed to be heaven's most perfect masterpiece. Yet, at this moment, Ayane seemed to have transformed into a pool of spring mud, indulging your everything. Gradually, the fingers of the two locked tightly together, and the moon hid into the dark clouds out of shyness. The next morning, the sunlight penetrating through the window was very gentle, and you slowly woke up. Turning your head to see the person beside your pillow, only then did you believe that everything last night was real, a dreamlike experience. Although you slept very late last night, you weren't tired at all. Instead, you were full of energy. You gazed for a long time at Ayan, who was still in her dreams. No matter how you looked at her, she was just so stunning. A touch of amorous flavor was added between her brows, making her appear more mature, intellectual, and sophisticated. You couldn't resist planting a kiss on your girlfriend's white forehead. The bed was no longer as tidy as in the past. The sheets were very wrinkled, and there was also a torn nightgown. Who the culprit was didn't need to be said. You lightly stepped off the bed, packing things up while trying your best not to affect Ayan, and then went to wash up and make breakfast. While cooking, an extremely soft sensation came from behind you, and a pair of jade arms wrapped around your waist. Why didn't you sleep a bit longer? You held Ayani's hand and smiled. Previously, there had been a forbidden red line between the two of you, and every time the passion ran deep, it would stop abruptly, as if an invisible wall stood there. But all of this disappeared last night. You no longer had any barriers, and your behavior naturally revealed intimacy. Ayan's dependence on you was even greater, wanting to stay by your side. She came from behind to your side. The fragrance of breakfast greeted the nostrils. Meeting the right person, even the mundane daily life can turn into happiness. You looked toward your girlfriend and could be certain it was absolutely not a case of beauty being in the eye of the beholder. Today's upperclassman was just a few shades more beautiful than yesterday. Clearly, it was the same dark hair piled up, noble and elegant. Yet it possessed a few more points of an indescribable, distinct charm. You pointed at your own cheek, shamelessly asking for a kiss. Seeing this, Ayan lifted a smile, which was truly full of diverse charms. You waited for a long time without being able to get the sweet kiss, feeling slightly discouraged. Right at this moment, a touch gentler than the spring breeze arrived. Ayan did as you wished. A certain someone's sinking heart instantly leaped up. An upperclassman against an underclassman is always a dimensional reduction strike. Mr. Kato, aren't you going to give your girlfriend a morning kiss? Ayani's tone was very coquettish. It turned out that a mature woman's way of acting spoiled was just so alluring. I already gave it. This answer was beyond Ayani's expectations. Right when I woke up, I kissed my girlfriend's white forehead. But there's no need for you to feel pity, upperclassman. Who says a morning kiss can only be given once? You smoothly turned off the stove fire, wrapping your arm around Ayane's supple waist. Behind her was the refrigerator door. You leaned down and kissed her. That trace of loss in Ayane was quietly dissolved. The little game between the couple ended, and the two began to enjoy the sumptuous breakfast. Ayan ate a bit more than usual, probably because she consumed too much physical strength last night. You came out after washing the dishes only to find your girlfriend arranging the roses used to enhance the atmosphere during the candlelight dinner last night. She was trimming their branches and then putting them into a vase filled with water to keep them, so that they could last longer. The scene before your eyes was filled with aesthetic beauty. Don't misunderstand. It wasn't to say how good the photography technique was, it was purely because the person was more beautiful. In a trance, you felt that your undelivered bouquet of roses had blossomed tightly inside your heart. The time left for the two to spend together was already scarce. The deadline for Ayan to go abroad was very close, with only a few days remaining. Due to reasons of physical inconvenience, Ayan and you didn't go out, simply keeping each other company at home. You sat on the sofa in the living room, leaning against each other. What content the TV was broadcasting was no longer important. What mattered was that each was by the other's side. With a stretch of the hand, one could touch the other. Having taken the final step, the reluctance of the two grew increasingly intense, like the majestic, dark clouds before a storm. Darling, when watching the meteor shower at the mountain peak, I made a wish. Now this wish has already been half realized. There will be many difficulties and obstacles in the future, but our love will eventually have a day when it blossoms and bears fruit. As long as neither of us gives up, there is nothing to be afraid of. Ayan seemed to be speaking to you, yet also seemed to be speaking to herself. You gave a firm answer. Your girlfriend had already given her most precious thing to you, demonstrating her determination. How could you yourself not be firm? Ayan, there is a kind of bird in this world that can fly across the ocean named the albatross. The love between us is just like it, rather than a butterfly that cannot cross the sea. Your words, which were full of faith, made Ayani feel at ease. She leaned against your shoulder, quietly enjoying the remaining time. A turn of the head and about a week's time passed by, and the day for Ayani to go abroad finally arrived. On the very last night, you and Ayan turned off the lights. There was none of the anticipated tumultuousness, but instead, it was extremely quiet. You held Ayane into the blanket, hoping to imprint her scent into your memory, the kind that even time could not erase. Ayane also quietly lay in the arms of the person she loved, both knowing what was in each other's heart. Ayan! A pair of slender, delicate hands cradled your face, very gently. The faint light of the night lamp spilled down. At such a close distance, they could only hazily see each other. You felt an incomparably warm and soft sensation land on your lips. It was your upperclassman's kiss, slightly dispelling the uneasiness in your heart, making it difficult to part. In the lonely nights hereafter, remember that on the other side of the ocean, there is a woman silently loving you. Ayan's words made you think of that ancient poem. I only wish your heart resembles mine, and I will certainly not fail this mutual yearning. What you could do was just firmly wait for her to return. You returned a kiss that landed on Ayan's white forehead. Ever since that night, you took her physical discomfort into consideration and did not engage in intimacy again. Your physical intimacy was more like a proof of love, rather than pure impulse. Ayani yearned for her lover's embrace, silently feeling the warmth within it. As the night grew thicker, you remained unable to sleep. With great difficulty, smelling Ayani's unique body fragrance, you fell asleep, but had a bad dream. You dreamt that you were walking on a road, running so hard that your heart and lungs felt torn, out of breath, yet you couldn't get a single bit closer to Ayane. Gradually, she walked further and further away, until she was completely out of sight. You woke up with a start, and only breathed a sigh of relief when you found your girlfriend right beside your pillow. Ayan seemed to have just fallen asleep not long ago, her brows slightly furrowed even in her dream. The horizon had already lit up with a fish belly white. You wanted to hold her, but couldn't bear to disturb her. In a few more hours, she would have to go to a distant country. Looking one more time was worth one more look. At the break of dawn, Ayan, who hadn't slept for long in her lover's arms, also gradually woke up. The two ate breakfast, just like usual. At roughly around 9 o'clock, an extended luxury business sedan stopped outside the house. Shinji had arrived. The scene from 2 months ago repeated itself, but you were unable to make her stay again. Such a perfectly sunny morning had instead become the background for separation. You were going to see Ayane off. Shinji didn't refuse either. In any case, all matters should come to a full stop. He didn't believe that after his daughter went to see the broader world, she would still like a poor kid like you when she turned back. A multi-year international relationship. Breaking up was a matter of time. The car worth tens of millions, drove on the road, and other cars vaguely maintained some distance from it. Tenkai Airport grew closer and closer, and its outline could be seen from afar. The Sanada family's private jet was presumably already prepared. There was no traffic jam on the road today, except for the traffic lights at various intersections which delayed a few minutes. The car stopped steadily outside the airport, and the security checkpoint was just a few steps away. "I want to say some words to Kaito. Please give us a few minutes." Shinji didn't wish to play the villain in front of his daughter, so he agreed to it. Ayane held your hand, having thousands of words in her heart, yet not knowing what was best to say. Clearly, time was already scarce. "Upperclassmen, although I cannot accompany you next, a better version of myself is waiting for you. Who gets sad on the road to realizing their dreams? Your heart didn't feel good, forcing a smile. This was exactly what described you at this moment. A mixture of grief and joy. Sad because of the separation, yet happy because the person on your heart was going to chase her ideals. You had always believed that Ayane would excel beyond the master, becoming even more outstanding than Shinji, this legend of the business world. It's just going abroad. Transportation is so developed nowadays. We can video call. As long as the vacation is a bit longer, it's not impossible for us to meet. When you get over there, remember to call and tell me." In your telling, it felt as if Ayane was merely going to the neighboring town of Gucho. Your tone softened. "Don't worry, I will miss you every day. In spite of the bustling crowd in the terminal hall, you just took your girlfriend into your arms like this." Not all separations can welcome a reunion, and not every flower can successfully bear fruit. Before that happens, they will experience one baptism of heavy rain after another. But you believe that since Tenkai Airport had witnessed your separation, it would also witness your reunion. At the moment of departure, you already had nothing else you could give to the person you loved, except for this brief embrace. "I love you" had already been said long ago, and your heart would cross the ocean, along with Ayane. From that point on, you could no longer be considered whole, in the true sense of the word. Even walking on the liveliest streets, amid the clamor of voices and the heavy traffic, you would still feel lonely. Ayane's voice sounded in your ear. "Darling, when I first saw you, I felt you were someone troubled by sorrow. Later, I fell in love with you and wanted to make you a bit happier. But looking at it now, I am not the woman who can bring you happiness. Wait for me to come back, okay? I will use the rest of my life to heal the pain and loneliness you have suffered." You kissed her nearly perfect cheek, holding her a bit tighter. Not long after, Ayane's phone rang. You understood who was calling and proactively ended the embrace. Only then did you see clearly. In Ayane's radiant and beautiful eyes, tears were flickering, and the corners of her eyes carried a touch of deep red. She reached out her hand to gently caress your face, and in the end, thousands of words only turned into a single sentence. "I'm leaving." Before passing through security, Ayane looked back with tears in her eyes. You stood in place, watching her beautiful figure walk further and further away until she was submerged in the sea of people. You felt as if you had become an empty shell. The sensation of the embrace and the fragrance of her dark hair were both telling you that your beloved was just by your side a moment ago. A massive sense of emptiness surged over you. You didn't even know how you left Tenkai Airport. Walking by the roadside, a gust of wind blew past, sweeping down a few leaves. You caught one of them. The love between you and your upperclassmen had its ups and downs, dreamlike and sweet enough, and it was precisely because of this that it appeared riddled with difficulties. You went back to that two-story apartment to tie up loose ends. There were too many memories between you and Ayane here. You weren't willing to leave until the sun set in the west. On the other side, Ayane also arrived at the opposite shore of the ocean. A luxurious motorcade was waiting, carrying the father and daughter toward the villa under their name. After settling down properly, Ayane stood in front of the French window and dialed the international long-distance call. Over here, it was a gentle, sunny afternoon. Therefore, you must be in the early hours of the deep night, but she knew you hadn't slept yet, and were waiting for her call. Your phone was quietly placed on the table. You wanted to read a book to pass the time, but found that you couldn't do it. Last night, you had only slept fitfully for a short while and even had a bad dream. Now in the early hours of the morning, you were already exhausted to the limit. The phone on the table suddenly rang, dispelling all drowsiness. You hurriedly picked it up. From the other end of the line came a beautiful voice. "Darling, have you missed me?" Clearly, the two of you had actually been apart for less than 24 hours. Yet you felt as if a whole summer had passed. You didn't try to be stubborn and answered honestly, simple and direct. Taking the time difference into consideration, Ayan suppressed the urge to have a long talk. You didn't sleep much last night, so sleep early tonight. Staying up late is bad for your body. I'll call you tomorrow. I want to hear your voice more. Ayan seemed to have anticipated this situation long ago. Darling, in the drawer of my bedroom desk there is a photograph. You can place it at the head of your bed, so you can see me every day as soon as you wake up. As for the morning kisses and evening kisses, can I owe them for now? No problem, but interest will be charged. If you owe them for a day, they will double. You smiled and said, then I can only promise myself to you. All right, sleep early. You also wanted to say goodnight to your girlfriend, just like how you usually interacted, but you remembered it was daytime on Ayani's side, so you could only give a muffled response. After hanging up the phone, the room fell into silence. Overcome with drowsiness, you fell into a deep dream. Not long after Ayan went abroad, you also ended your summer vacation life and returned to the university campus. Hina also returned from the water towns of Jiangnan. On the surface, your life didn't seem to have any changes. After class, having finished the courses, you came to the club activity room. It was very clean, clearly having been cleaned by someone. The seat by the window was empty, and the curtains were being stirred by the wind. Scenes of memories surfaced in your mind, and you came to your own seat, sitting there in a daze. Gradually, you leaned on the table and fell asleep. Because of the time difference issue, you always stayed awake in the middle of the night to text your girlfriend on the other side of the ocean. This made Ayane rarely angry, saying you didn't know how to cherish yourself. From then on, except for specific time slots, you could no longer contact your beloved. You slept in the club activity room for a long time. When you woke up, it was already dusk. You blankly lifted your head and blinked your eyes, only to find a woman sitting in the seat by the window. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled over her, breathtakingly beautiful. You're awake? The voice was very pleasant, but it wasn't her. You finally saw clearly. It turned out to be upperclassman Haruka. Upperclassman Haruka, long time no see. Duplicitous. The look in your eyes just now clearly mistook me for your upperclassman Ayan. You rubbed your nose guiltily, not expecting to actually be seen through. You've experienced the pain of yearning in a long-distance relationship, haven't you? Back then, I reminded you time and time again, but in the end, you still brought this suffering upon yourself. Haruka rested her white chin on her hand and said helplessly, my good friend went to realize her ideal. Her life is bound to be happy. The bad thing lies precisely here. When a person is basking in the gentle and comfortable sunlight, will they still remember that tiny campfire that once warmed her in the ice and snow? Humans like to reminisce about the past only when they are not doing well, just like how one only learns to cherish after losing something. Even if you, underclassmen, are not a tiny campfire but the sun in my good friend's life. Look up at the night sky. Countless stars flash, and some of them are far larger than the sun by 1,000 times. But the moment dawn breaks, they will be obscured. This is the power of distance. Haruka sighed for no reason. With things having developed to this point, she wasn't too optimistic about this love, only hoping that when the time came, both sides would have a happy ending. Underclassmen, the club recruitment for the new semester is left to you. I don't have time recently. I'll do my best, but upperclassman Haruka, don't hold too much expectation for me. Don't worry, as long as you sit there, I guarantee beautiful underclassmen girls will look for you. Remember to reel a few more back, otherwise, after your upperclassman Ayan left, only the two of us will be left to depend on each other in the club. You felt a bit strange listening to this. Was it really that miserable? It seemed you indeed had to recruit people tomorrow. Let's go, I'll treat you to a meal at the cafeteria. Consider it a reward for recruiting new members. Upperclassman Haruka, you go first. I still want to sit here for a while. After having a girlfriend, you even have to keep a distance from me. Your girlfriend even texted me yesterday, asking me to take care of you a bit. This look of yours, having no appetite for tea or food, is not much different from the miserable look you had when you first entered the club. You didn't want to think about the past anymore, and quickly called a halt. The next day, you went to the designated location, opened the sunshade umbrella, set up the table and chairs, and placed the sign for the literature club. Sure enough, you received joining applications from several underclassmen girls. You handed these materials into the hands of Haruka, the club president, and then gave her wallet a heavy blow by having a meal on her. Last night, Ayane had spoken. If your upperclassman Haruka treats you to a meal, don't be polite with her, eat more delicious food. Clearly, she was very at ease with her good friend. Time did not shift according to human will, flowing past second by second. You welcomed the first holiday of the second half of the year. Originally, there were 3 days, but unfortunately they overlapped with the weekend, which equated to only 1 day off. You wanted to cross the ocean to see Ayane, but Ayane said she would come back after a while, telling you to stay properly in the country and endure a bit longer. With your girlfriend's instructions, you could only restrain your temperament and obediently stay in Tenkai City. As for that punch from Ren back then, you hadn't taken it to heart. After the school term started, the two of you still gathered once a week. As soon as the holiday arrived, his phone call came too. Time to drink when it was time to drink, time to brag when it was time to brag. Seeing the wine bottles by the corner of the table continuously increasing, Ren said, "Good brother, what's the difference between this relationship and not dating at all? It's not happy at all." In Ren's eyes, your breakup was already destined. "Stop drinking. If you get drunk, I won't dare to send you home." When they were young, it was he who would bring Hina to the door to ask you out to play. As a result, they were attacked by a stray dog, and Ren developed a natural fear toward your parents. Otherwise, why would he always make appointments to gather outside? If you sent your drunk good brother home tonight, you would truly become that bad influence in the mouths of his parents. You were like a computer with a delay, answering only after a few seconds. Things turned bad. The time was already not early. Ren hurriedly settled the bill, supporting his swaying good brother into an online ride-hailing car. He intended to bring you back to his own house to make do for a night. In any case, his younger sister and parents had all gone to his grandmother's house. When getting out of the car, you, who had fallen asleep, were shaken awake. Ayan, clearly there was a better love that you didn't choose, torturing yourself like this. Was the lesson from Asuka not enough? "If you want to sleep, wait until you reach the room to sleep," Ren said with displeasure. It could be seen that in this aspect, his heart still held a bit of resentment for your failure and grief for your misfortune. After helping his good brother out of the car, he pulled out the key to open the house door. Tired to death. Drunk people are really heavy. Ren spent a great deal of effort to get you into the guest room on the first floor and threw you onto the bed. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he came to the living room to pour water to drink. Just as he picked up the glass, he heard the sound of footsteps coming downstairs. At this moment, a figure as gentle as water appeared at the turn of the stairs. Ren's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously glanced toward the direction of the guest room. "Didn't you go to grandmother's house?" Hina shook her head slightly, yet did not state the reason clearly. "You've been drinking?" Gathered with Kaito, Ren was a bit flustered with his words. This was hard to handle. If he had known his sister was at home, he wouldn't have brought you back even if it killed him. Ever since that day, his sister heard his good brother personally say he had a girlfriend. She had been very quiet. During the summer vacation, she went to live at her grandmother's house for nearly 2 months. In the past, he could still guess what was on his sister's mind, but now he couldn't see through her anymore. The only thing that could be certain was that she hadn't let go. Thinking up to this point, Ren was speechless. He picked up the kettle to pour water into the glass and took 2 wild gulps. "Just drinking water won't help. I'll go cook some hangover soup for you." When did he ever get this kind of treatment? However, sitting on pins and needles, he didn't think deeply into it either, only praying his sister would go upstairs after finishing her business to safely pass tonight and let you leave first thing tomorrow morning. "You're drunk. You won't throw up, right?" Ren was pacing around in anxiety, yet could only pretend as if nothing happened, sitting on the sofa playing with his phone. Yuka asked him if he had arrived home. He replied that he had. The phone in your pocket also lit up its screen. It was a text message sent by Ayane, but being drunk, you were destined to be unable to check it. Cooking hangover soup didn't take much time. Hina served a bowl to her brother. Ren lamented in his heart that the sister who used to cling to him when they were little had returned. However, Hina just sat down on the sofa in the living room like that, having no intention of going upstairs. "Since you stayed in Tenkai, do you want to go shopping with Yuka tomorrow?" Ren dragged this way and that to absolutely no effect. He suddenly realized his ice-smart sister had likely detected a clue. Forget it. He couldn't control so much. He let out a sigh and said he was going to take a shower. As for his good brother, someone would take care of him. After Ren went up the stairs to the 3rd floor, Hina rose from the sofa and walked toward that guest room her brother had looked at several times. She had an intuition that the person she wanted to see was right in that room. A soft, beautiful hand turned the doorknob. The light in the room was still on. The person you yearned for day and night came into view. You had good manners when drinking. Even though you were drunk, you neither threw up nor mumbled about wanting to drink more. After Ren threw you onto the bed, you quietly fell asleep. Brother Kaito, the person in the dream, was destined to be unable to hear this extremely gentle call. Hina soaked a towel and wiped your face, which smelled entirely of alcohol, her movements incredibly considerate. She spent a little more time helping you take off your jacket so that you could sleep more comfortably. After finishing all of this, Hina carried the basin and towel away. But she returned very quickly. In the quiet room, only the two of you were left. She sat by the bedside, quietly gazing at you, her bright eyes filled with tenderness. Clearly so close, yet separated by such a distance. Hina seemed to recall something. Her soft white hand gently rolled up the sleeve of your right hand, looking all the way to the crook of your arm. She looked very carefully, as if searching for something. Finally, a scar came into view. Although it had faded significantly over time, it still existed. One could imagine how severe it must have been back then. Reason told Hina that after so many years, even if she touched it, you would no longer feel the pain. Yet her fingertips lacked the courage to touch it. When she found out you had a girlfriend, Hina felt as if a knife were piercing her heart. After waiting for so many years, she had finally welcomed hope, only for it to shatter in the blink of an eye. Later, she found a reason to numb herself. As long as you were happy, that was all that mattered. But would a happy person really drink such pungent and throat-burning alcohol? Would they really get drunk like this? She had no status whatsoever to comfort you, and could only watch helplessly as you drowned your sorrows in drink. If only she had been a bit brafter back then and conveyed those feelings that had been buried for so long, would she be able to stay by your side rightfully now? That kind of life would certainly be as beautiful as a dream. Your phone rang, breaking her reverie. In a certain villa on the other side of the ocean, a noble and elegant woman had failed to get a reply for a long time. Her brow furrowed slightly. Normally at this time, her darling shouldn't have gone to sleep yet. Carrying this doubt, Ayin dialed the international long-distance call. The phone was still not picked up, and her heart grew anxious without warning. Could it be that because she had forbidden her darling from texting her in the middle of the night last time, you were a bit angry? Ayin understood the yearning in your heart. How could she not feel the same? But ruining one's health for it wasn't worth the loss. After thinking about it, Ayane dialed your phone again. A cross-border relationship could not afford any grudges. Even the smallest matter would be infinitely magnified under the distance of tens of thousands of kilometers. When a certain moment came, those small matters would turn into bombs, blasting the relationship full of holes. Ayane didn't want to leave any hidden dangers. Hina originally thought it was a call from your parents, but when she picked up the phone, she found the contact name displayed on the screen was upperclassmen. Through Ren, she knew roughly how things stood. Besides, if they weren't a couple, what upperclassmen would call at night? She couldn't answer this phone call. Once she did, it would bring endless suspicion to your relationship. Some would certainly say, wouldn't answering this call bring her nothing but benefits? Perhaps this was precisely Hina's love for you. Another opportunity was placed before her, yet she willingly gave it up. Hina understood that you could not bear a second heartbreak. The phone rang again and again, and her bright eyes grew somewhat dim. It seemed the two of you truly loved each other deeply. In that case, Brother Kaito, go and embrace your own happiness. Listening to the automated robotic prompt, all sorts of emotions flooded Ayane's mind. She wanted to return to Tenkai City immediately. Brother Kaito, a beautiful morning arrived along with a pleasant voice. You slowly woke up from your dream, first feeling a wave of thirst. The image of the person in front of you changed, from blurry to clear. Seeing Hina, you only fitfully remembered what had happened. Aren't you going back to your grandmother's house this holiday? You asked subconsciously. Brother Kaito, have some water. Hina timely handed over a glass of water. You drank it all in one breath. You shook your head. The drowsiness and the remnants of the alcohol gradually receded, and your mind began to clear. Breakfast is already made. Hurry up and get out of bed. You lifted the blanket and got out of bed, finding that your jacket had already been removed. Based on your understanding of your good brother, he would be too lazy to look after you in such small matters. It wasn't that he didn't care. But such a thoughtful and meticulous act in this house was 100% done by Hina. "I'll fold the blanket." Hina took the two corners of the blanket from your hands and folded it neatly with practiced movements. Looking at her back, you remembered the scene of her shedding tears. Back then, you thought you were going to lose a friendship of many years again. But since the summer vacation ended, Hina had not avoided you. You could meet often, and she would still call you Brother Kaito, as if that night had never existed at all, and she only had sibling affection for you, not romantic love. But some things cannot be hidden. For example, right now, as she was helping you fold the blanket, many things from the past could also reveal clues. What's wrong? After folding the blanket, Hina tucked her falling dark hair behind her ear and turned around to find you slightly lost in thought. "Is Ren awake?" "My brother is currently eating breakfast." You found your good brother leisurely drinking porridge, with several types of breakfast items like steamed buns placed on the table, emitting a fragrant aroma. "You're awake! Hurry up and wash up. Today's breakfast is quite good." Ren stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth, speaking indistinctly. Although you didn't come to Ren's house often, you could still find where the bathroom was. After washing up, you sat down at the dining table. You wanted to serve yourself, but Hina had already ladled a bowl of millet porridge for you. After drinking it, your stomach, which had been battered by alcohol, felt warm, and your headache dissipated a lot. "What are your plans for today?" "I want to stay home. Since you're already here, play games with me in a bit. The two of us brothers haven't had a joint activity like this in a long time." After eating breakfast, you subconsciously patted your pocket. It was empty. "Brother Kaito, I placed your phone on the nightstand in the room. Someone called you many times last night." Seeing your anxious look, Hina lowered her eyes. You hurried back to the room, picked up the phone, and saw the screen filled with missed calls. You immediately called back, but found that no one answered. Calculating the time difference, it was only 8 o'clock in the evening over there. Although your upperclassman went to sleep early, she wouldn't be asleep by 8 o'clock. Was she angry? You quickly sent a message briefly explaining what happened last night, indicating that you were drunk and didn't deliberately avoid her call. You made a few more calls, but still no one answered. Little did you know, Ayane was already on her way back. Ren kept you at home to play games, while also calling his girlfriend over to accompany his sister to go shopping. Hearing that she was going to her boyfriend's house, Yuka's tone instantly became tense. After all, not everyone was like you, meeting the other party's parents before the relationship was even fully established. Someone a bit more timid would have long been unable to withstand the pressure and found an excuse to back out. Ren comforted her. "My parents aren't home, just come over with an easy mind. Besides, a beautiful daughter-in-law always has to meet the in-laws eventually." Sweet words came out one after another. Yuka really couldn't refuse. These two brothers were simply not meant to be single. One knew how to coax people, while the other threw direct pitches without limits. Hanging up the phone, he smoothly sent a digital red envelope, considering it as taxi fare. You couldn't get a message or call from Ayane for a long time, and you were half-hearted even while playing games. Ren's complaints echoed through the living room. After about half an hour, the doorbell rang. Hina stood up to open the door and brought Yuka inside. When Yuka saw you in the living room, her expression turned slightly strange. Was Hina still willing to go shopping? Her boyfriend was truly performing a redundant action. Thus, Yuka stayed behind to chat with Hina. Ren was very clever, taking time out during game respawns to show some care to his girlfriend. She wasn't angry either. Yuka was the type of girl who could accompany her boyfriend to play games. On the other hand, Hina was the type to stay by one's side until old age. The endless debate online about whether games or a girlfriend are more important completely did not exist here. Therefore, finding the right person to love is very important. In the afternoon, you still hadn't received a call or text from Ayane. Over there, it was already the early hours of the deep night. She should have long fallen asleep. Ren dragged you out to play basketball. Knowing that Hina couldn't bear to be away from you, Yuka proposed that they all go together. In the massive indoor court, they became the most beautiful scenery. Hina's gaze remained fixed on you the entire time, extinguishing the thoughts of many onlookers. After playing a game, a panting opponent patted your shoulder. "I really envy you, kid. Successful on the court and successful in love." Coming out of the court, the sun was already beginning to set. Today, Ren caught a bit of that feeling from the past. Once, he and you would roam through every street and alley, and his quiet, clingy younger sister would follow behind like an adorable accessory. Memories of the past flooded back, and he couldn't help but sigh. Have a meal at my house before you go. I stayed out all night last night. I need to go back early today. You tossed the ball to your good brother, said to the siblings, I'm off, and left. Hina wanted to say, goodbye, Brother Kaito, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Your back walked further and further away. He's already far away, Ren reminded her. The wind rustled the emerald green leaves and Hina's dark hair, both silently telling a story. As night fell, you dialed the number, but it showed that the other party's phone was turned off. Had your upperclassman run into trouble? But she had said she had female bodyguards when traveling. Or was she angry because she called so many times last night and you didn't pick up? Various guesses rose and fell in your heart. You began to think about what excuses to use to ask the counselor for leave, plane tickets, the procedures and processes for going abroad, and so on. You had spent a lot of energy playing basketball, yet you tossed and turned all night, finding it difficult to sleep. Even if you dozed off, you would automatically wake up to check your phone for any new messages. Your spirit was restless as you went to school. Having finally endured the morning classes, you wanted to find the counselor to talk, but instead received a call from Haruka. There's an urgent matter. Come to the activity room quickly, you must come. Before you could even ask what the matter was, the other side hung up. Upperclassman Haruka wasn't usually such an impatient person. You had no choice but to change direction. Inside the club activity room, Haruka put down her phone and said to a noble and elegant woman, Is life abroad good? Quite good. Your underclassman comes to the club every day to look at your things and miss you. Don't forget he is still foolishly waiting for you. Haruka brought up this topic casually. Look inside your desk drawer. Following her words, Ayane opened it. Inside were many sketches, and the one placed right on top was remarkably her. Although the technique couldn't be called top tier, it was plain to see that the person who drew it was very dedicated. By the time this long-distance relationship of yours ends, I'm afraid he will turn into a great artist. Haruka cracked a joke, though it sounded rather heartbreaking. You hurried over and pushed the door open. Some people say time can flow backward, but you never believed unverified rumors. Right now, however, you had exactly that illusion. The moment you pushed the door open, you felt as if you had returned to half a year ago.